Flatline constructs, Gothic materialism, and cybernetic theory fiction. Foreword by Ex-Military. Mark Fisher clicked send in 1999. The unpromising year of forecasted occurrences, appearances, and happenings hosted the reception of his dissertation at the University of Warwick, a site notorious today for a select cohort and non-tradition that Fisher continued to unearth and fabulate until his death last year. The disclosures of flatline constructs, Gothic materialism, and cybernetic theory fiction are manic, stimulative, and depressive, a glimpse into a previous and insular era of fiction and theory that was to be thought of at its peak in the 1990s, and yet colossally archaic in 21st century hindsight. Hysteria of the year 1999, and its walk as a foundational hyperstitional event. The chronological prophecy from 1999. Optimistic postulates to the contrary are relapsed simulations of Minervian owls, serpentine coils, twittering birds, redemptive angels facing forward. Fisher never printed flatline constructs. It remained dispossessed from any material form. But it lied archived and formed for Union's immediate search, side by side with the many web. Come transmet Fisher of sentenced. The hyperlinks flowing outwards from the dissertation directed readers into a rhizomatic. The production and circulation are not afterthoughts of the work or the text, added hermeneutic suspicions, but central and formative conditions of its own readership. Against the ideological claims of more mainstream cyberspace advocates, Fisher and his hypertext knew that the last frontier of emancipatory potential was in cyberspace. The next colonization after globalization, the proverbial end of geography positioned in the wild west of real media radio streams, IRC listservs, blogroll communes of cultural critics. This is why Fisher's optimism is not restless in the rupturing counter-hegemonic space ardently positioned against the capital-infused digital spaces of Silicon Valley, PayPal, Google, Microsoft. Now, Fisher's countercultural diasporic sphere remains primarily in web archives, but the dream of Fisher, free zones, has continued. The Internet underground, the darknet, the Pirate Bay, private trackers, Photoshop cracks, Megaupload proxy sites, pastebin defacements of government websites, hackers of all kinds, persistent surveillance, social media, and licensed content. Subsequently, there is an archive of Fisher's blog K-Punk that circulates information and distributes content, and there is the medium that made transcultural and experimental demands to be transparent, produce more, create new value, find the self. It should not be surprising that the emphasis on new subjectivity that came out of a certain moment of post-structuralism is now the event horizon of Silicon Valley, post-humanizing toward and of nature and ostensibly not against. If there was a way out via posthumanism, it would have already happened, and Fisher's flatline constructs demands to be read against this silicon multiplier of neoliberal consent. Silicon, concrete glass against the Gothic, acidic, as much a fictitious plague as they are inorganic bodies. We live in overstimulated times. Cronenberg, abstract and intense. Or as Fisher writes in his essay Gothic Materialism, it is not a matter of speaking the unspeakable, but of vocalizing the extra-linguistic or the non-verbal, and there admit it, Count Zero, Get Out, J.G. Ballard's Atrocity Exhibition, Lizzie Borden's Born in Flames. The constant refrain towards immediate connectivity prickles these dystopian fictions, which interlink a profitable imagination with a drive towards a distinct complicity of their own capture. This desert is thoroughly diagnosed and theorized in flatline constructs, and as this wasteland grows, tertiary apparatuses condense into insignias of the old latent sequels and disasters. Sequelization processes of recursive submersion proliferate the screen with a stale drama. And at this point in our current Disney nightmare it seems vital to hold this text outside of the screen in proximity with the apparent body, scanning its pages, creasing its corners, underlining. We hope the text becomes soiled, damp, torn, stolen even. The redress for the retromaniacal nostalgia machine requires the acidic qualities of a Gothic contagion at the porous borders of entertainment. If the Gothic is an instantiation of a certain oniric uncanite, the false promise of any aesthetic transgressive diatribe empties out the aesthetic object of choice, becoming transparent, communicating ecstasy. This is the movement of the avant conservative, its unwavering repetitions, denoting stylistic differing iterations, yet continually regurgitating the same pulsating form. Some find it transiently impassive, others latently reactionary, and others eminently intense. Regardless, Flatline constructs comments on the indeterminate tendency, the falling rate of aesthetics, which starts from the crevasse of the abyss and still looks down. Fisher's work was devoted to explaining, disseminating, and delineating the concept of capitalist realism through criticism, amounting to decades of K-punk, which typed lines of criticism on innumerable prolific and mass-mediated trends, phenomena, events, etc. Claims made throughout Fisher's most commercially distributed site, the very contagious capitalist realism, is there no alternative. Cobain knew that he was just another piece of spectacle, that nothing runs better on MTV than a protest against MTV, knew that his every move was a cliché scripted in advance, knew that even realizing it is a cliché. Gradients of content and style are no longer possible. As postmodernism writes, in a world where all there is are cultures of death idolizing themselves, sedimenting a crypt once again for old voices. Think Blade Runner 2049, the overwritten, scripturally prophetic blockbuster, which does nothing to envision a world, but plots overdetermined and pre-sent realities layered above a realist Los Angeles, while the center was already lost last century. The primacy of curatorial taste, which dictates off-brand aesthetics as the underground current dissolving the semblance of the mainstream, is a good irony of the 21st century. Streamlined consumerism will not allow it. Retromania insists upon it. Nostalgia machines are fueled by it. Insularity is impossible. Everything is already known about curatorial taste assessments. For Fisher, the phenomenon known as sonic youth is the recapitulation of an ongingness of a past-present recombinant history that wears the wounded attachment of the past iterated again to the present and sold as entertainment. Look, sonic youth, carried by a certain mystical yet neoliberal concentration on bland renewal, cross-continent proximity, and posterized indifference, Psy was met with a pre-subscribed genre as experimental, and as such is the identitarian reflection. And if the Gothic is an instantiation of a certain oniric uncanite, the false promise of their own post-punk diatribe is not that they were not the first to amass a certain authenticity. The main conceit noticeable throughout K-punk and its interlocutors is that Psy was never original, yet self-admirably cast in an image of their own reception, publicity stunts, liner notes, cacophonous sound, not even pastiche the intentions of their predecessors, but the debris remained after the catastrophe. The case against rock history repeating itself. Mark cites an anonymous blog. It isped the music so much as the tissue of references that is backward-looking. The forced and intentional kitsch of Sonic Youth's last studio. Each song is intentionally and explicitly acknowledged as in liner notes, bound in a previous discography that has heavily determined their music. Lost from any origin, yet inundated with the continuation of the derivative sign, a portal disappears following Fisher in a blog post. My mind, it ain't so open, writes, or portals function most powerfully when they are transversal connectors between different cultural domains, e.g. fiction and music. As a friend of Fisher would say, Sonic Youth sounds like Sonic Youth. Self-refurbished rockist sanctimony, and iterative again. The form of this engagement with aesthetics, popular music in particular, does not come without predecessors, such as the discussed intensity of My Bloody Valentine, not unlike Stephen Chaviro's Transgenre Doom Patrol's 1997. You can't stand it, and you can't see beyond it, but for that very reason you get used to it after a while, and you never want it to end. As with psychedelic drugs, at least sometimes sensory overload is only the beginning. There's a whole new world out there, beyond the experience of shock. You enter a realm of microperceptions, as Deleuze and Guattari put it, microintervals between matter's colors and sounds, engulfing lines of flight, world lines, lines of transparency and intersection. Things rush up on you suddenly in waves, and then slip ever so slightly out of focus. Densely articulated textures fade in and out. You pick up on subtleties you didn't notice before, wavering rhythms, minor chords, muddily shifting tonalities. You even hear fragments of pop melodies, tentatively emerging and then quickly dissolving. It's as if they were suspended in a known chemical solution. These are the qualities sometimes described as dreamy and ethereal by listeners who haven't played the Loveless CD at sufficiently high volume. But such words fail to convey how deeply embodied, how physically attentive, you might say, this music actually is. You're stunned by the realization that there are so many types of ambiguity, so many distinct shades of gray. Your nerves and your viscera are tingling as they register the tiniest differences, the most minute alterations. These are changes beyond or beneath the threshold of ordinary perception. Your sensory organs are being stretched or contracted far outside their usual range. In such altered states, as Deleuze and Guattari say, the imperceptible is perceived. Against the formulaic manufactured avant-conservative, K-Punk took to his blog often to decry the mass appeal of certain aesthetic tastes, trends that pretend they are the real deal. A lot amounts to inorganic life, artifice, clockwork, aesthetics that are as fatal as they are machinic. But with K-Punk things were always a little different, responding in real time to the calendar's album releases and political elections alike. Thus the author is not only producer, but marketer, advertiser and reader. A libidinal drive to consume the text, a satiated desire to follow the hyperlinks that chain the inevitable signification of the text. The bar of signification is no longer a bar but a line, a vector attached and connecting the chapters present but also the outside. An immediacy of the hyperlinks joints genealogies and fictions as one elaborating to the criminalization of distinguishing between theory and fiction. Theory fiction, the hyphen is a huge lie, then is like the simulacra for Baudrillard, the truth dangerous, deadly, and will kill you. Fisher's treatise can be summarized as warranting and narrating how theory fiction came to be realized, conscious of, in a select group of authors, artists, programs, computer scientists, perverts, sex workers, immigrants, deviants, schizoids. Another world is not possible. The late Soviet spiritual directors from VGIK, as much an insular hotbed of praxis as CCRU Warwick, developed a slow shedding off of socialist realism traceable from the war films of Shepitko and Klimov that play with the genre, injecting a brutal Dostoevskian psychical question of withered death or betrayal. Nostalgia 1983 is a failed attempt to revive a past, but as Andre and Domenico discover, the future is foreclosed too. Our contemporary stuckness is sublimated in Hollywood films, as Fisher writes, with an interpassivity that lets us live out a future on the screen. Against this Tarkovsky preaches in a cathedral in 1984. I have read the Revelation. It is quite clear that I can no longer be the same as before, not simply because I have changed, but because it has been said to me, knowing what I have learned, I am obliged to change. This is the thesis of his films. Apocalypse is here and now as the spiritual erupting in a state of decay. The sacrifice and joy division as desperate companions. Tarkovsky's and Lopushansky's apocalyptic films do not present a contemplative image of what a future collapse might look like. They imbue an uncanny imperative of responsibility for a collapse always already occurring inside and outside the films. This collapse is not due to nuclear war, political implosion. What is the apocalypse? As I have already said, from my point of view, it is an image of the human soul with its responsibility and its duties. It is no use imagining what happens after the fall, After 1989, our history is over. Russian symphony, Russian arc as orchestras of pasts made immediately present, apocalypses are always happening, and we must answer their call. In these films there is a total collapse of futurity, a paralyzing fear of imminent nuclear war coinciding with the fall of the Soviet Union. The political collapse is perhaps why Gick's films are so dire and inward, while in America blockbuster post-apocalyptic action-adventure films debuted. A Visitor to a Museum was released in 1989. The world was not abandoned like Wall-E, but inhabited by desperate survivors. There is no chance of escape for anyone, even those with money. There are no conclusively overt methods of utopia and politics in the above-mentioned narrations, nor are there fictions of resistance, party politics, sexual liberation. For Flatline constructs, a possibility of a beginning does not imply an end, but an infinitely regressive flatline as the zero point of death. As such, Fisher denotes a world of literature that contends that this communicative apparatus cannot sufficiently resolve itself in a stage of late capitalism, but rejoins with the other assembled realities happening. Each singular thought possession continues to be several in a thousand Platus, the primordial and liminal space of influence for flatline constructs, which invokes a user guide to late capitalism, Fisher's cohort readership, entertained as such. Instead, today Fisher's Q seems like an idyllic dwelling on past landscapes, themselves monographs into dittered situations. Fisher was as much a Corbynist as he was a nihilist, dedicated to consciousness raising. But the map is not the territory, nor is it a hermeneutic key that protracts one's way out exit or fabulation away from the ongoing dystopia of the present. There is a fragmentary recoil to Fisher's pessimism of the lost future in the early dissertation long tirades into the nature of reality. Fisher reminds us that Gibson's neuromancer constantly asks what kind of addiction. For Gothic materialism and cybernetic theory fiction, there are many media violence. A dissolution of the border is the contagion that emulates further placation of genre and kinds, which continues to expand the territory and engenders reality itself. As fictions of the subject unravel, so does the communicative apparatus that annotate the subject and their world. The body of work considered in Flatline constructs introduces a pivot in the communicative apparatus' ability to convey the truth of the subject. The reconciliation of cybernetic space, and the fabulation of its virtual potential, has led one delusional delusional astray with a youthful affirmation and optimism celebrating the end times of histories and humans alike. But decisively in Flatline constructs, Fisher negotiates an episodic delineation on cyberspace and all its fictions, with a devoutly acidic pessimism, at times teetering on a nihilism, that theorizes what comes after its crystalline instantiation, the decay, the rumination, the rust of it all. For Fisher, the interjection of cyberspace does not create, but supplements the current dismal reality as a mirror of the austere times and corroded imagination of its world subjects. As in the most critically dystopian fantasies of our times, the plot gravitates at the release of gradations of traumas, the pre-Oedipal abject that has been established monarch. If late capitalist society breeds fictions of simulation, then its realities of paranoid specular traumatic interactions are soaked in social fantasies of the outside and exit. The cyber theorists' diagnosis that cyberspace and the world is a false metonymy, but are oscillating in permanent flux and instability, follows an uncanny logic. Cyberspace both simulates and exists within a procedure of constant deterrence, protocellular logic of hyperreality, implexed against the world, and its simulation cyberspace proceeds loss of identity, desubjectivation as embodied gore, put the body in a fluctuating feedback loop, disintegrating its organicity. Cyberspace is implicated in the economy of the world, yet arouses its double and, as Fisher writes, simulates the world, but not passively or mutely. What happens here is immediately effective in the world outside the technical environment. Feedback ensures that the operational or cybernetic relationship between this simulated realm destroys any illusion of difference, denying metaphor its ground, the economy of representation as such. Long gone are the occult fixations with determining whether the present reality is of the real. These fictions explore the immanence of these falsities as definitional to experience. Flatline constructs is the next trajectory in the historical and theoretical step of a certain disubjectivity as quotidian of cyberspace. An exercise in theory fiction against its limits of fiction text, open to projected simulations inherited from his otherworldly predecessors, the late Savanticitis cyberpunk fiction cinema, speculative experimentation, new iterations of the outside against global network of the abolished same. Think of cyberspace like the futurist motoric drum pattern, a lucid prolongation of a maintained signal, propulsive currents, accents on forming an incessant sensation, extended reverberation that breathes as a constant without conclusion. It is instantaneously acute, yet excessively linear, protracted without point. A flatlined tempo, yet also a contagious terrain, individualized atomized stimulants, highways without delay arriving, the infinite horizon displaced by its accessible terrain. Nothing about it is circular and eternal, but it is entirely repetition with difference, infectious quality to both motoric and cyberspace. One maintains this guise as a constructed flatline, plateaued and intense, offering its users an exit. Look, the continual drum pattern of motoric, like everything Noi, or a 13-minute What Goes on Velvet underground recording, is indeterminate to its own movement. No longer teleological, in fact, now deteriorating as an infrastructure the same way that Sister Ray or early Stereolab breaks apart. Cyberspace operates as the conduit through which our many connections flow. Totalization begets fragmentation, as bleak post-industriality proliferates into cyberspace itself. Hollowed and abandoned sections of the Internet like blown-out American cities in the itis. Think John Carpenter, again in 1999. The protocol was a weak king. Websites used HTTP, mail used SMTP, chats used IRC, divs used FTP and SSH, mud games used TLNET, and the earliest users communicated. This enabled decentralized hubs of communication. Protocols were open source, and there were ready-made software implementations for all operating systems. All you needed was a connection. Dial-up would do, and you could begin discovering and communicating with the outside. Read not as a temporalized possibility, but a topographic spreading out of power. We can recover Fisher's cybernetic claustrophobia. The world would get more technologically dense from the utopians who believed the net would reveal a future to come. Here the communicative circuitous drive is radicalized, euphoric tactile exploration of the nets. Undercommons provides the plus done of web surfing, collated experiences culminating in a persistent subjective decentering destabilizing. Accessibility teeters on immediacy in the current area. There is a tactile and sensory effect of the medium suspending rationality at the assemblage of information. The transcendental and material clash. Fisher rails the last line of a nascent collective cybermania, sublating these two reactions, quoting Poe, cybernetic cyberspace, our new God, is neither immaterial or material. Instead, Gothic materialism deploys the Kantian critical machine to interrogate what remains uncritiqued and marks the reification of already constituted actual. Like Lyotard, the unintelligible transcendental core of cyberspace comes from the vastness of its material network. Identity is decentered, but not in the forgiving way of the immaterialists. It is forced upon us like Max Ren in Videodrome 1983. We're inviginated with networks, screens, images penetrating us. We do not have control over the infrastructure, but are like patients in Foucault's hospitals. The computer scientist's identity play is only a minigame. Of course, we can choose our usernames and role play with others, but the primal shift in cybernetic identity plays out precisely when we face not an invented digital world, but the becoming virtual real world. Fisher's task becomes revealing the horrific tearing of cybernetic subjectivity against a hitherto painless identity play. In opposition to the now of that episodic time of Thatcher-Reagan, it is in this optimism, decades into the 21st century, think of the mapping of an infrastructural apparatus that renders communication possible, yet only granted to a few corporations. Consistent across all critiques is the rise of cybernetic capitalism as a withering away of the modernist welfare state, giving rise to corporate power and brutal individuation. Fisher was following this closely. His writings on Joy Division summarize the depressive malaise of post-industrial landscapes, contemporizing industrial alienated metropolitans. Schussy makes art out of her own objection. Dance is an artifice of seduction. Addiction, sex, violence were simultaneously found in London and Neuromancer's Chiba City, Japan. Abuses are everywhere. The ambivalent optimism towards a nascent cybernetic capitalism was visibly incorrect. The sublime hotel lobbies had no vacancies, but something more sinister had been happening since 1988. Virtual space was an endless and powerful network that, unlike the bourgeois sublime of the hotel lobby, neutralized and displaced subjects anywhere they went. The parodies of the West as pastiche sketches follow a majoritarian, vulgar appreciation of decay, minimalist design and self-irony that are themselves exchanged as commodities with aesthetic values on the world market. There is a certain aesthetics of that situation that follows a cultural logic, but Fisher looks toward who and what are outside the splendor of Warhol. Warhol does not escape his own code, but ends up on the cover of the Duke Chair's postmodernism. All the more prophetic the longer we can continue to say we live in austere times. It is not coincidental that the underground internet is hosted in poor post-Soviet nations, Russia included, and other offshore countries, where the US media lobbies, MPAA and RIAA, and the FBI cannot extend their legal reach. Extradition treaties dictate the state of play. Cyberspatial capitalist, hegemony operates topographically. Uncooperative groups and websites are forced to the global margins. Assange is holed up in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, a macrocosmic representation of the total situation. Today, it is obvious that cybernetic density is not the same as cybernetic liberation. Instead, every territory is contested. For example, what is called the Great Firewall of China, an endeavor taken by the Chinese government to monitor and manipulate all traffic going in and out of the Chinese territories, a classic man-in-the-middle attack. All connections are algorithmically processed, able to instantaneously determine the origin, destination, content, and protocol. Politically sensitive requests can be blocked, as is most notoriously the case with information about Tiananmen Square. Similarly, other countries have demanded of large websites the erasure of country-specific sensitive material, leveraging favorable nationwide access and exposure, essential agreements for global tech companies. Now that the world's politics and economy operates instantaneously, the shockwaves of the 2008 crisis were globally felt within hours of the first whiff of disaster. Technology no longer a bottleneck of cooperation. The technological margin is a crucial counterposition, as it operates not with the burnt-out utopianism of the 20th century left. The tight knot between the communicative function of the commodity as a formative function of the latter and the austere withering away of the state becomes apparent. An exit from governance while its neglect of welfare consolidates dreams of the future under the guise of progressive technology. But long gone are the dreams of the party state, providing a futurist agenda and implementing its plans for and towards its workers. The tangential folding of the state's concession of insecurity and of the utopianist myth coming from somewhere else entirely. Post-industrial decay and its complementary ruses of post-Ford Taylorism and the Sino-futurist images of Toyotism compound optimism with an ingrained techno-futurism. Elon Musk tells Werner Herzog that the present moment is opportune for an exit, but these demands are belated, aborted, or hell is truth seen too late. Hegel. Maybe even Freud too, at his most speculative, man has, as it were, become a kind of prosthetic god. When he puts on all his auxiliary organs he is truly magnificent, but those organs have not grown onto him, and they still give him much trouble at times. Civilization and its discontents. Appendages to the body follow a series of invocations on the prosthetics of the body without organs. The modern McLuhan-trope media as extensions of men demands the episodic question of both extensions and men, both of which appear suspect as contingent in the world. What Rife's man and extensions and their men is more so the disguised difference between what could be considered immaterial and material, a translucent cable. Yet immediacy is performed at the embodied level. The difference between prosthetics and object is consumed by the code, a Mobius strip of postmodern anxiety. Material digital labor versus immaterial digital labor seems malnourished in the topology of installed protocols and complicit platforms. Inherent to the body's operations is a modality of cybernetic realism. It is non-Cartesian insofar as there is no duality between mind and body, but bodies and bodies, carrying modern skepticism to subvert it. The passage from body to mind is a relation to horror, violence, stimulants, media, all mind-altering conditions that sonorously alter reality. It is no longer a question of subjectivity and its screen, its conditions and her postscripts, but of its container as imminent to the Gothic flatline, engineered schizoanalysis bodies without organs, which becomes the name today. Prosthetics and appendages attempt to enclose the gap between the thing and its person, but the closeness of proximity does not locate us any closer to the thing itself. Understanding media technologies as services always intended to communicate and not simply a historicizing of these technologies drives a fixation on immediate forms. From the telegram to the internet, communication has always had the intent of immediacy. Technology has seemingly closed in on an approximation. Media's archaeology reveals yet another facade of progress, considering communication was immediate 200 years ago. But technologies are distilled into the social contexts that produce them, and surrounding the cultural history that Fisher is analyzing is an exit to the outside following new spatial alternatives as cyberspace. There is always an ecstatic euphoria of the possibility of communication being received and transmitted like a virus, a phallic desire to getting off within immediacy, as in Ballard Cronenberg's Crash. Prosthetic death. Following cyber feminist remarks that the boundary between science and fiction has become an optical illusion, Fisher repeats that inorganic slogan of Donna Haraway once again: our machines are disturbingly lively, while we ourselves are frightening inert. But like trees, Fisher is also tired of cyborgs, which resist pursuing the Gothic flatline of cybernetics, and stay placated by the cleavage between the outer limit of cybernetics and the human at home, oscillating between the two, unfixed in their relapse, negotiating the premeditated ground beneath a field of occurrence. Unfortunately, Haraway still believes in reality as a category of thought outside of a plane of immanence, and not, as Nietzsche would say, merely assembled. The cyborg distances herself from the flatline, not intoxicated on its immanence but satisfied with its non-identitarian vibrations. The Gothic flatline against Haraway's cyborg as an ongoing revenge of the simulacrum, as only that ressentiment without drawing a line of flight. Full immersion in the Gothic flatline would not make it a matter of life over death, as Haraway maintains her Cyborg Manifesto, but of locating a designation of the Gothic flatline. Gothic materialism as an incision of an inorganic continuum, an analysis of the visual gore of a body without organs depersonalized. The reference of Gothic materialism and its main allegation is that technology is not merely instrumental in organic life. This is procedurally why it is material. The rejoinder of materiality isolates a crudely Gothic ontologized design. It is anti-postmodern, as it finds textual claims secondary to their libidinal consumption, as much as it is unlike Marxism insofar as it takes solemnly the flowing movement of automation as abstract machines, and as such reaped its fantasy as reality a totally immanent approach that designates a flat line to unfold. The immaterial Gothic, flatlined materially, acid rain oozing against a Gothic cathedral creates decrepit state of commotion, black noise as ruin value, the rotting of concrete against the corrosive afterbirth of industrialism as the model for decentralism of worldly communicative infrastructure. It was always a contest against nature to follow an information highway of commodities to a commodified highway of information. Compelled to offset the dust that conglomerates like the multinational corporations and their protocols, there is always excess and waste as the next nature to come. Decentralization is the final fantasy of these ambitions. The present analogize these past forms as semblance of their own simulation. Internet providers follow the same predatory logic of state infrastructure. How to maintain the flatlined plateau, and how to theorize its ontology, Foucault's reintroduction of the flatline to modernity occurred in his 1963 work The Birth of the Clinic, which is situated in an ironically fitting location, the hospital. But, as Mark Fisher details, the Monitor continues to this day to declare life and its death in a very classical sense. Defibrillating the asystole electroencephalogram readings, oxygen depletes in the brain. After repeated emergency tests, it is time to consider pronouncing the patient dead. Incidentally, within the body of literature, theory, and/or fiction, that Fisher deploys flatline is a verb and a noun. Fisher, the flatline is where everything happens, the other side behind or beyond the screens of subjectivity, the site of primary process, where identity is produced and dismantled, the line outside. Deleuze it delineates not a line of death, enfolding, but ultimately going beyond both death and life. Foucault, biomedical technicians seem to resent Hollywood because of their fabricated portrayals of flatlining, considered too melodramatic and insistent on the audio to complement the visual in the screen. But the television drama is closer to the reality than of the medicinal apparatus. A very peculiar television interview occurs in Videodrome's overstimulated time, where Professor Brian Oblivion, the pseudonym of a media prophet not unlike K-Punk, successfully flatlined Crid and lifed straight into near-present-day Pittsburgh. But Max Wren's economy of overstimulated hallucinations of hardcore pornography is justified as a product to displace any real motivation to commit violent crime in society soon returns as not only the transit of real and imaginary, but concluding as a front for megacorporations to sell missile guidance systems for NATO cyberspace is where the money is. Hyperreality at the annexation of perverse fantasy, the meltdown of their machines, the production of desire in media rays. The formulaically conceived truth is that nothing can reset the heart. To entertain the notion that there is a weird and eerie displacement for an altogether different alternative. We think that Cronenberg is closer to the truth than the monitorial apparatus of Life Death. Make a rhizome with the world, become VCR as does Max Wren intentionally or not intensely for sure. To consider the flat line as a measurement of life the flat line is another designation, an alternative location than entropic death, zero. The flat line is a designation in which effect Platus reaches an intensity. Vibrant, yet contained, it is the dispersion of the multiple and its virtual potential, but importantly its space of capacity to be emulated. It is always in reference to death, but interpreted as violent, plural, and coextensive with life taken as a line. Detour and the Monitors administrate the flat line as stimulating and vibrant. Beneath the street, the flat line construct. Nothing is hidden from view, everything now circulates and exchanges hypervisible, contagion and contact as infectious. Sex as a feedback loop. Post-Oedipal destruction of the originaus zone. There is thought that is corollary to the canon, and there is thought that demands its own assimilation within it. The syllabus tends to aggregate difference into one consolidated towards the instruction of younger minds to repeat again the apparent merit of the texts. We see here, as well with the bibliography of cyberpunk literature, a pulse measured, which traditionally designates the precondition of death and life, intensities against the wall of ecstasy, nouns as verbs, adverbs as nouns, syntax failures. What Hans instructs Fischer is not so much the past of communism's mediums ideologies, but of a lost horizon of futures. A deterioration of all conceptualizations of futures radiant and optimistically typecast as preceding motivators for enlightened thought and practice, a futile neglect of imagination, supplanted by a cultural logic of postmodernism totalization in its wake. Futurism now is less a relation to a certain temporality invoking what comes after the present, but a distinct style affiliated with a certain affect. Structures of feeling of a subconscious yet immediate orientation to a lost set of futures are the very landscapes of cybernetic theory fiction. Mourning the disappearance of a connective fictitious strand of thought is a dialogue with these lost futures, as such presented unevocally as dystopian realities evident and imaged in a cyberpunk contingency that delineates. Indeed, the present is fictitious, wrapped up in self-conceptualizations as cybernetic. Fischer above all understood immediacy and its technologies. When writing on lost futures, he was a hauntologist in the sense that he could deter the sequencing of the present condition for an acidic temporality. The cybernetic theory fiction that Fischer wrote on was not just a new conceptualization of text. These fictional articulations drive our understanding of and action in the world. Fischer, we live science fiction, McLuhan had pronounced at the end of his 1964 essay on Burroughs. The same for Baudrillard. Following this, theory should abandon its assumed position of objective neutrality and embrace its fictionality. The theory fiction denotes not a merging, but a dissolution of the two categories. Fiction does just contain theory, but produces it concurrently and submerged in the violence of its systematic production. The pretense of the Internet as a military apparatus is emblematic of the continual tropes of network condensation. The partitioned divisions that installed the functioning Internet, the university, private companies, the military continues to drive dreams. The code as a necrobiological determinant. The code continues and progresses as history. Through the Enlightenment, seemingly both more and less the cause of organic life, expressing and unfolding absent, temporarily intelligy. The code presents itself to us as a lame melodrama with sporadically parodic and pastiche elements that mimics something about its mechanic reproduction or of its facade of identity. The code is a mythological device, without origin, generated by a topology with recurring reproduction. If the code is a totalizing function of late capitalism, complicit and even encouraged by culture, then Fischer's countercultural delineations are strategic guides of not subversion or transgression, but of decoding, which is met against flows of texts and their digressions. Multiple instructional mechanics appear literary interpretation, but really are perhaps subversive strategies to decode, and as instruction manuals to how conceptually decoding can be thought of. Like everyone else bludgeoned by these billboard harangues and television films of imaginary accidents, I had felt a vague sense of unease that the gruesome climax of my life was being rehearsed years in advance, and would take place on some highway or road junction known only to the makers of these films. J.G. Ballard crash by making highways. You multiply the means of control, people can travel infinitely and freely without being confined while being perfectly controlled. That is our future. Deleuze's two regimes of madness. There is a metaphorensical approach latent to Fischer, horrific and truly detective, producing reality as simulated as artifice. Like ontology, flatlines delineate like highways transmitting live commodities along a path towards a destination. Traffic, speed, information are all the same, both highways and the Internet had an initial militarized function. But there is a deception in the highway similar to that of cybernetics, that the outside is a mere continuation of the inside. Even the highway infrastructure decays, the state empties and retreats from public spending. The highway is also the site of hypervisibility, surveilled indefinitely on camera as an extension of the law. We tend to think that the highway, like the 90s promotion of the Internet as an information superhighway, has extended beyond its figural representations, induced a society of control, then split, leaving cracked concrete on the side of the road adjacent, the metallic debris of a vehicle crash littered across asphalt pavement. Highways that were installed to carry commodities across territories soon were supplemented by maps of Internet networks, which followed an eerily similar map strategy to that of cyberspace, to cut terrain, smoothen the space, and render arrivals. Yet highways are not an infinite horizon towards something determinate, but are concealed and striated, jagged and edged. The highway is a circuitous reference in crash, a sprawling dissonance that is at once speculative as contemplative. Yet these views last no more than a few seconds, reminiscent of aerial photography, the expansive network of highways intersection, looping, traversing, or connecting bodily arteries of late capitalism. The highway, not unlike the metal fence, partitions areas as vacant and permissible. The police reinvent the fence at every moment possible, during demonstrative protests of murder and presidents alike. Millennial crowd control is the confusion when there are dozens of 8-meter long, 4.5-meter tall fences separating you from both the crowd and the street. First response is confusion, then anger, then complicity. You're at 53rd Street or 12th and L and thinking of how to get back home, yet aware that the protest, like the future, has come to a close. The metal fence or the concrete highway, which observably draws the line through the mass, divides and contains logistics and breakage, the NYPD, the MPD, and the constructed flatline. If highways are a post-disciplinary technique of control, and following Deleuze our future, then the decayed concrete has initialized our descent into something different. Crumbling infrastructure quite literally decays. The ambivalent attitude towards the highway, the nostalgic beat iteration of getting off, getting, unlike the experience of a prolonged altering trip, demands critique today. The highway machine is a flatlining of previous modalities of control and surveillance, complicit in its own immaterialization. Coincidentally, we're left back at the promissory exit of cyberspace and that of the highway. One can certainly leave its premise, log off, unplug and uninstall, removal oneself from the speed and velocity. But today, such optimism is denied. The vector will follow you, track the movements, measure your identity. Transparency has taken over the outside, and the dystopian landscapes of cybernetic fiction are prescient. Techno-futurist promises of cyberspace are empty, yet the Gothic flatline remains a conclusion to the end times that reality implicates. Flatline constructs, Gothic materialism, and cybernetic theory fiction. By Mark Fisher. Introduction. Is't it strange the way the wind makes inanimate objects move? Doesn't it look odd when things which usually just lie there lifeless suddenly start fluttering? Don't you agree? I remember once looking out onto an empty square. A moment later they seemed to have calmed down, but then once again they were seized with an insane fury and raced all over the square in a mindless rage, crowding into a corner, then scattering again as some new madness came over them, until finally they disappeared round a corner. There was just one thick newspaper that can't keep up with the rest. It lay there on the cobbles, full of spite and flapping spasmodically, as if it were out of breath and gasping for air. As I watched, I was filled with an ominous foreboding. What if, after all, we living beings were nothing more than such scraps of paper? Could there not be a similar unseeable, unfathomable wind blowing us from place to place, and determining our actions, whilst we, in our simplicity, believe we are driven by free will? What if the life within us were nothing more than some mysterious whirlwind? The wind whereof it says in the Bible, Thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh and whither it goeth. Do we not sometimes dream we have plunged our hands into deep water and caught silvery fish, when all that has happened is that our hands have been caught in a cold draught? Today's children are comfortable with the idea that inanimate objects can both think and have a personality, but they no longer worry if the machine is alive. They know it is not. The issue of aliveness has moved into the background as though it is settled. But the notion of the machine has been expanded to include having a psychology. In retaining the psychological mode as the preferred way of talking about computers, children allow computational machines to retain an animistic trace, a mark of having passed through a stage where the issue of the computer's aliveness is a focus of intense consideration. These two passages, the first from Gustav E. Meyerink's 1927 novel The Golem. Meyerink's novel is a recounted of an old narrative, the cabalistic tale of the rabbi who animates lifeless clay, giving form to the monstrous golem. The myth has many variants. In many cases, and in anticipation of Shelley's Frankenstein and Goethe's The Sorcerer's Apprentice, the golem, once animated, and no longer subject to its master's control, runs amok. Turkel's account, meanwhile, concerns the response of children to those newest of cybernetic machines, the personal computer. Across time, Meyerink's character and the children Turkel is studying have an independent insight into what will be called here the Gothic flatline, a plane where it is no longer possible to differentiate the animate from the inanimate, and where to have agency is not necessarily to be alive. It might seem that the children have now accepted what Meyerink's character found so terrifying. Yet the question Meyerink's character poses is not quite the one Turkel entertains, which is to say, but something more radical: what if we are as dead as the machines? To pose even this second question seems immediately inadequate. What sense would it be to say that everything human beings and machines, organic and non-organic matter, is dead? Much of what follows is an attempt to answer this question. Donna Haraway's celebrated observation that our machines are disturbingly lively, while we ourselves are frighteningly inert, has given this issue a certain currency in contemporary cyber theory. But what is interesting about Haraway's remark, its challenge to the oppositional thinking that sets up free will against determinism, vitalism against mechanism, has seldom been processed by a mode of theorizing which has tended to reproduce exactly the same oppositions. These theoretical failings, it will be argued here, arise from a resistance to pursuing cybernetics to its limits, a failure evinced as much by cyberneticists as by cultural theorists, it must be added. Unraveling the implications of cybernetics, it will be claimed, takes us out to the Gothic flatline. The Gothic flatline designates a zone of radical immanence, and to theorize this flatline demands a new approach, one committed to the theorization of immanence. This thesis calls that approach Gothic Materialism. The conjoining of the Gothic with materialism poses a challenge to the way that the Gothic has been thought. It is a deliberate attempt to disassociate the Gothic from everything supernatural, ethereal, or otherworldly. The principal inspiration for this theorization comes from Wilhelm Waringer via Deleuze Guattari. Both Waringer and Deleuze Guattari identity the Gothic with non-organic life. It is this inorganic continuum, it will be maintained, that is the province of the Gothic, at the same time as it aims to displace the Gothic from some of its existing cultural associations. The conjoining of the Gothic with materialism also aims to provoke a rethinking of what materialism is or can be. Once again, Deleuze-Guattari are the inspirations here for a rethinking of materialism in terms closer to horror fiction than to theories of social relations. Deleuze-Guattari's abstract materialism depends upon assemblage, such as the body without organs, a key Gothic concept we shall aim to demonstrate. Moreover, the Deleuze-Guattari take-up of authors as various as Artaud, Spinoza, Schreiber, and Marx can, we hope to establish, be seen as quintessentially Gothic. But the non or inorganic Deleuze-Guattari introduce us to is not the dead matter of conventional mechanistic science. On the contrary, it swarms with strange agencies. The role of cybernetics, as we shall theorize, it is very much parallel to the theoretical direction Deleuze-Guattari have taken. Cybernetics, it will be argued, has always been haunted by the possibilities Deleuze-Guattari lay out, even if, in certain cases, it has inhibited or impeded them. As a materialist theory, too, we will attempt to show, has tended to challenge the boundary between the animate and the inanimate. Like Deleuze-Guattari, it has questioned the confinement of the attribution of agency only to subjects. The kind of fiction with which this study will be concerned, what has variously been labeled cyberpunk, imploded science fiction, and body horror amongst other things, has been exercised by many of the same concerns as cybernetic theory. Specifically, these texts have been fascinated by the concepts of agency, without a subject, and bodies without organs, emerging in the ambivalent form of the Blade Runner's Terminators, and eyes that haunt current mass-mediated nightmare. Gothic materialism is interested in the ways in which what would appear ultramodern, the gleaming products of a technically sophisticated capitalism, end up being described in the ostensibly archaic terms familiar from horror fiction, but it will resist the temptation to think of this demonization of the cybernetic as the revival of something familiar and old established in the mind. PFL 14363, preferring to think of it as the continuation of a non-organic line that is positively antagonistic to progressive temporality. As Ian Hamilton Grant puts it, the Terminator has been there before, distributing microchips to accelerate its advent and fuel the primitive spheres. As we shall see, the non-organic line as occupied by Gothic materialism is to be distinguished both from the supernatural, the supposed province of horror fiction, and speculative technology, the home of science fiction. The phrase "something familiar and old established in the mind" belongs, of course, to Freud, who will emerge in the terms of this study as a somewhat ambivalent figure, sometimes an ally, sometimes a foe, of Gothic materialism. Writing of animist traces, Turkel is alluding to Freud's famous essay on the uncanny, from which this phrase comes, an essay written almost directly contemporaneously with the Golem. Here Freud famously flirts with the problem of the inanimate becoming active. I say flirts because Freud, in what, in the terms of the present thesis, is a clear anti-Gothic gesture, moves to dismiss the importance of this theme. Nevertheless, his own compulsive need to repeatedly reiterate it has led to a persistent association in critical writings of the uncanny with exactly the question of what should not be alive acting as if it were. Feelings of the uncanny, Freud insists, are not to be attributed to the confusion of the animate with inanimate, but to a fear of castration. We shall examine Freud's essay on the uncanny in more detail later, but will note for now Freud's own failure to keep at bay the problem of animism. Its very persistence constitutes a powerful argument for another of Freud's theses, in the uncanny one, that Gothic materialism will find much more congenial the strange, non-dialectical functioning of the unprefix. Thinking, no doubt, of his own remarks on the absence of negation in the unconscious, Freud establishes that the of unheimlich does not straightforwardly reverse the meaning of the word Heimlich. In a fittingly disturbing way, unheimlich includes Heimlich. The uncanny leaves us with the impression that the source of Freud's critical deflections and circumlocutions is something powerful indeed. Castration may be terrifying, but it is not as disturbing as what Freud seems so keen to bury, precisely because it is a matter of terror or fear. Terror or fear have an object what is feared, and a subject he who fears, whereas the ominous foreboding Meyerink's character experiences arises from the inability to differentiate subject from object. There is a dispersal of subjectivity onto an indifferent plane that is simultaneously too distant and too intimate to be apprehended as anything objective. This thesis will approach this plane via theorists who have been associated with a critique of psychoanalysis, Deleuze-Guattari, whom we have already introduced, and Baudrillard. Provisionally, we could identify Gothic materialism with the work of Deleuze-Guattari and cybernetic theory fiction with the work of Baudrillard. But this simple opposition, whilst schematically useful, is ultimately misleading. Baudrillard, we shall see, can make a contribution to Gothic materialism, Baudrillard's interest in cyberpunk fiction and film, Gothic materialist theory, and a contributor to it. One of the aims of Flatline constructs is to play off Deleuze-Guattari and Baudrillard against each other on the question the Meyerinckx passage poses. In developing theories radically antipathetic to subjectivity, Deleuze-Guattari and Baudrillard have occupied parallel trajectories, sometimes closely intermeshing, sometimes radically diverging. One common feature is the cybernetic emphasis on code, as we shall see. Baudrillard can also be placed as probably the principal theorist of what we might call the negativized Gothic. Baudrillard is the inheritor of a social critical tradition that has tended to cast its narratives about the decline of civilization in terms of what it would no doubt think of as metaphors of inorganic unvitality, dead labor, Marx, mechanical reproduction, Benjamin. Standing at the demetaphorized terminal of this trajectory, Baudrillard's work frequently amounts to what is, in effect, a negativized Gothic. Production is displaced by a totalized reproduction that a priori excludes novelty, new objects, and cultural phenomena increasingly operate on an exhausted but implacable closed loop, which in some sense recapitulates itself in advance. Necrospection. Another of the features Deleuze-Guattari share with Baudrillard is the importance they place on fiction, which leads us to the second term of this studies, subtitle Cybernetic Theory Fiction, a phrase it is worth unpacking a little now. It is Baudrillard who is most associated with the emergence of theory fiction as a mode, and it is the role of third-order simulacra associated by Baudrillard very closely with cybernetics that Baudrillard says puts an end to theory and fiction as separate genres. By circulating the series of exemplary fictional texts Ridley Scott's Blade Runner, William Gibson's Neuromancer, J.G. Ballard's The Atrocity Exhibition, and David Cronenberg's Videodrome throughout the study, we will aim to unravel something of what is at stake in the claim that the era of cybernetics eliminates or smears the distinction between theory and fiction. In some cases, the performance of theory is quite literal. The Atrocity Exhibition and Videodrome include characters who are theorists, Dr. Nathan, Professor Oblivion. But this study will want to take Baudrillard's claim very seriously and approach fictional texts not simply as literary texts awaiting theoretical readings, but as themselves already intensely theoretical. The thesis is divided into 4 chapters, whose themes are as follows. Chapter 1 examines the nexus of postmodernism, cybernetics, and the Gothic. The cluster of approaches that have gone under the name postmodernism, it will be argued, have been haunted by cybernetic themes, in particular the interlocking notions of automatization and feedback. Beginning with an analysis of Blade Runner, which, like Gibson's Neuromancer, has frequently been taken to be an exemplary postmodern text, and is undoubtedly a key cyberpunk text. The chapter contends that many theorizations of postmodernity have been fundamentally concerned with the impact of machines, which can reflect on and consequently adapt to their own performance. Baudrillard in particular will be seen as an inheritor of cybernetic themes. His order of simulacra will be traced back to Wiener's typologization of machines. Following Baudrillard's lead, we will aim to distinguish the features proper to what Baudrillard calls the fiction of third-order simulacra cybernetics as such. In parallel, the chapter also aims to show ways in which cybernetics has been haunted by the Gothic. It rehearses Waringer's account of the Gothic line in Form in Gothic and Abstraction and Empathy. By reference to both Gibson and Deleuze-Guattari, the concept of the Gothic flatline will be introduced. The term comes from Neuromancer and designates states adrift between life and death, or states of simulated life, but will be taken up here as a more general name for the radically immanent line described by Gothic materialism. The chapter will also show the importance to Deleuze-Guattari of the language of horror, the recurrence of descriptions of phenomena in terms of vampirism, zombification, etc. It will be claimed that this is part of a realism about the hyperreal or cybernetic realism, which emerges as equivalent to what will be characterized as the hypernatural. The hypernatural will be positioned as an intensification of naturalism and by opposition the supernatural. Chapter 2 approaches that come in place of contemporary theory, the body, but it does so by opposing a Gothic materialist concept of the body, the arte de luz Guattari body, without organs, to what it calls a science-fictional body. Reinforcing arguments made in the first chapter, it will be argued that cyberpunk fictions need to be placed under the sign of a horror fiction that has been freed from any reference to the supernatural. Baudrillard's essay on Ballard is a crucial resource here. Here Baudrillard argues that traditionally SF has been complicit with classical accounts of the body and technology. What makes cyberpunk Gothic materialist, it will be argued, is the departure from an instrumental view of technology and the organs. Technology is no longer seen, that is to say, as a simple extension of organic function. A genealogy of the science-fictional body will be laid out, passing from Freud through to McLuhan, but these same theorists, it will be shown, also display themes anticipative of cyberpunk. The chapter concludes with an analysis of two texts that have posed a challenge to the science-fictional body, Cronenberg's Videodrome and Ballard's The Atrocity Exhibition. Cronenberg's film quite literally opens up the body. We will parallel the inviginate body of Videodrome, a body unable to process the amount of stimuli with which it is bombarded, with McLuhan's autoamputated body and Baudrillard's schizophrenic body. Baudrillard's equation of cybernetic circuitries with schizophrenia will be paralleled with Jameson's theories of postmodern subjectivity and Deleuze-Guattari's theories of capitalism. Both these themes, the disruption of organismic interiority and the concomitant emergence of schizophrenia, had already emerged in Ballard's novel, which explicitly deals with the question of schizophrenia and radical deterritorializations of the body. It will be shown that some of Ballard's most important ficto-theoretical coinage, the spinal landscape. Chapter 3 focuses on what has always been a theme in Gothic texts, even when the Gothic is conventionally conceived, something that has also been a theme in writings on cybernetics. The artificialization of reproduction was posed as a possibility in the Golem legend, and more recently in the founding story of modern horror and science fiction, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It has also been posited by cybernetics, not only in respect of the reproduction of human beings, but also in connection with the reproduction of machines themselves. This chapter uses Baudrillard and Deleuze-Guattari to provide a framework for examining this theme in fiction, by opposing the former's concept of an ever more perfect reproduction with the latter's ideas of multiplicitous recombination. In both cases, what is crucial is a supersession of the sexual as such. Baudrillard offers a theorization of reproduction in terms of what we have called the negativized Gothic, see above, the dream of the perfect copy which always goes badly wrong. Deleuze-Guattari meanwhile take as their models not organic reproduction, but the explicitly Gothic figures of vampirism, lycanthropy, and disease, what they call propagation. The account of propagation will be preceded by a discussion of the concept of surplus value of code introduced by Deleuze-Guattari in Anti-Oedipus. This involves a discussion of Samuel Butler's important work of theory fiction, The Book of Machines in His Heroine, which offers numerous ingenious arguments contradicting the idea that machines are unable to reproduce themselves. In arguments reconstructed by Deleuze-Guattari in Anti-Oedipus, Butler shows that the fact that human beings are involved in the reproduction or replication of machines does not mean that they lack a reproductive system. On the contrary, human beings form part of such a system. The chapter concludes with an analysis of Gibson's Neuromancer, which will be shown to display themes of Baudrillard's ultramechanical reproduction and Deleuze-Guattari's sorcerer's propagation. Chapter 4 moves into territory associated with Baudrillard, the theorization of hyperreality in terms of the emergence of cybernetic systems, but aims to move beyond Baudrillard's position of terminal melancholy. The role of fiction itself is a crucial theme here. The chapter recounts Baudrillard's narrative about the triumph of cybernetic modeling systems supposedly bringing the end of what might be called the category of the marvelous, comparing and contrasting it with Gibson's description of the return of demonism in the cyberspace matrix. Where Baudrillard's story ends with the burial of the primitive double, the other narrative posits the return of animistic themes, and presents a mode of recursion radically opposed to one based upon a simple reiteration of the same. The question of the return of animism in a cybernetic era will be discussed, and animism will be compared with Deleuze' Guattari's mechanism. The theme of recursion will be dealt with here in terms of the opposition between two processes associated with two types of fiction, hyper and meta. Metafiction will be placed on the side of an imploded transcendence. This will be opposed to hyperfiction and to hyperprocesses in general, which can be defined by its radical immanence as found in Deleuze' Guattari's rhizome. The chapter, and indeed the thesis, concludes with an analysis of John Carpenter's recent film In the Mouth of Madness, which will be shown to describe, if not quite display, many of the features of hyperfiction. Chapter 1: Screens, Screams, Flatlines, Cybernetics, Postmodernism, and the Gothic 1.1 How an Android Must Feel. Descartes. Replicants weren't supposed to have feelings. Neither were Blade Runners. There's an intriguing scene in the middle of Philip K. Dick's Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Rick Descartes and Phil Resch, two bounty hunters whose prey is not human beings but androids, have pursued a target to a museum where a Munch exhibition is showing. Pausing in front of what is evidently the scream-twisted ripples of the creature's torment echoes of its cry, to anyone acquainted with Frederick Jameson's analyses, the connection Resch makes should raise a number of questions. For Jameson, the scream is a canonical expression of the great modernist thematics of alienation, anomie, solitude, isolation, a virtually programmatic emblem of what used to be called the Age of Anxiety. PC LLC 11, Novel, and Blade Runner have been held up not least by Jameson himself as quintessentially postmodern. If the scream does really communicate the alienation, anomie, solitude appropriate to a melancholy humanist subjectivity, as Jameson suggests, how can an android non-human simulacrum of the human have any affinity with it? Is there something to account for the appearance of expressionist imagery and thematics in Blade Runner other than the notorious pastiche effect? What does an android feel anyway? To begin to answer these questions is to start to pick apart the theoretical approaches that have dominated commentary on Blade Runner and Dick. This will involve, initially, weaving a few more strands in the already existing rhizome theory has run around and through Blade Runner. Much commentary has already made the connection between Scott's film and the almost directly contemporary cyberpunk fiction of William Gibson, thereby clicking onto a literary genealogy that includes Burroughs and Ballard as well as Dick. Parallels have also been made with the films of David Cronenberg. Critical reception of these authors has been dominated by debates on postmodernism and postmodernity. Theorists with a variety of responses to postmodernism, negative Christopher Lasch, ambivalent Kellner, and Jameson, and neutral McHale, have cited one or all of them as exemplars of postmodern practice. Jameson famously goes so far as to call cyberpunk the supreme literary expression, if not of postmodernism, then of late capitalism itself. PCLLC 38. What follows will not reject these postmodernist approaches so much as it will envelop them, as it will envelop cyberpunk fiction, into what it will call Gothic materialism. To suggest that many of Gothic materialism's principal resources come from Deleuze' Guattari's capitalism and schizophrenia is not to imply that it is in some sense a transcendent deployment or application of Deleuze' Guattari's work. So when it emerges, Gothic materialism describes Deleuze Guattari, not the other way around, their work appearing now as a clicking together of Gothic authors, whose names are legion: Lovecraft, Artaud, Freud, Marx, Schreiber, Waringer in part. Then what follows will present a materialist critique of postmodernism. The kind of postmodernist theorists Gothic materialism interfaces with is of those it already haunts, not thinkers, who process reality through a textualist or linguistic grid, but theorists who understand postmodernity as an essentially material phenomenon describing its effects primarily in terms of the impact that new telecommercial configurations have on. Prompted by what, at first sight, appears to be an invasion of the human body by technology, McLuhan and Baudrillard's work follows the metapsychological Freud in describing a becoming technical of the organism. As we shall see in more detail in the next chapter, this reverses the idea of extensions of man McLuhan develops in understanding media. The concept of media as extensions of the human body is a direct echo of the organicist confidence Freud had displayed in civilization and its discontents when he wrote of technology making man a prosthetic god. What Baudrillard picks up on is the other side of Freud and the other side of McLuhan, a side that doesn't stress the extension of an organic interiority or its invasion, but the folding out of interiority into a pure exteriority registered by the subject as shock or trauma. For Baudrillard, then, the cultural reconfigurations that Jameson identifies do not mark the end of the age of anxiety, as Jameson thinks, rather they usher in another new era of anxiety. The characteristics of this new age of anxiety had already been delineated by McLuhan, whereas modernist anxiety is founded on the inescapability of individual freedom. Its themes are individual solitude, social fragmentation, and alienation. By contrast, McLuhan's anxiety, in anticipation of Baudrillard's, is exactly contrary. It has its origins in a social disalienation, and the denial or penetration by the media, and so by everyone else of any margins of solitude or alienation. Modernist anxiety involves the withdrawal to an imaginary identity resistant. McLuhan's postmodern anxiety has given up this resistant identity and has no anchorage in individual thought or feeling. Which brings us back to Munch, to Dick, and to Jameson, who comes across the screen during the course of his celebrated discussion of the waning of affect. In positing a waning of affect, Jameson does not want to argue, he insists, that the cultural products of the postmodern era are utterly devoid of feeling, but rather that such feelings which it may be better and more accurate, following J.F. Lyotard, to call intensities are now free-floating and impersonal and tend to be dominated by a peculiar kind of euphoria. PCLLC 16. This peculiar kind of euphoria, feeling floating free from any qualification by the personal, is what Baudrillard has called ecstasy. Ecstasy, which has an ostensibly inverse but effectively indistinguishable state. Dread arises when the subject is jacked into late capitalism's network of cybernetic communications. Plugged into the network, traversed by it, Baudrillard's terminal man knows that retreat into private space is no longer an option, and this awareness generates a new sense of terror for Baudrillard, the state of terror proper to the schizophrenic, too great a proximity of everything, the unclean promiscuity of everything which touches, invests, and both dread and ecstasy arise from a loss of the sense of self as a delimitable entity, a white or black out of identity that can just as easily be experienced as terror or euphoria. Dread is a kind of jouissance in negative, a slow subsidence into uncontrol and panic. Following Lyotard through his rerouting of Kantian aesthetics, Jameson calls this simultaneous apprehension of ecstasy and dread the postmodern sublime. For Gothic materialism, the sublime still belongs to a humanist aesthetics of representation precisely because it fixes what lies beyond representation as the unrepresentable. Gothic materialism's aesthetic theory, as we shall see below, derives not from Burke and Kant nor from some postmodern reinvention of their theories, but from Wilhelm Wöhringer, whose two treatises on barbarian art, form in Gothic and abstraction and empathy, both animated by Deleuze, Guattari, and 1000 Platus, oppose representation not. Gothic materialism is above all an abstract materialism distinguished from other types of materialism, including what Baudrillard disparagingly refers to as Anthropo-Marxism SED 140, and from every sort of idealism by its focusing principally on the organ grinder, the non-organic processes of stratification that produce the organism, AO 250, while Anthropo-Marxism still posits a transcendent and authentic human agent which could overcome capital. Gothic materialism takes it for granted that real materialism must involve total immanentization. For Spinoza there is agency everywhere, but this never belongs to human subjects. The ethics, therefore, does not identify subjects or objects, rather it identifies. Spinoza disentoologes all subjective, generic, and species distinctions into a single Gothic classification, the entity. We are wont to classify all the individuals in nature under one genus, namely, the notion of entity, which pertains to all individuals in nature without exception. ETH Prif. 153. Bodies are defined not by form or function, but as processes. In other words, true entities are events. 14. Crucial in this respect is Deleuze's Guattari's concept of the haxity. The haxity can be defined briefly as non-subjectified individuation. It is individuation as intensive multiplicity, not extensive address. For Deleuze's Guattari Memories of a Haxity TP 262-65, a season, a winter, summer, an hour, a date have a perfect individuality lacking nothing, even though this individuality is different from that of a thing or a subject. TP 261, the haxity is the entity as event, and the event as entity. It occurs when things cease to be subjects to become events. TP 262. It should not be thought that a haxity consists simply of a decor or backdrop that situate as subjects, or of appendages that hold things and people to the ground. Deleuze Guattari warn. It is the entire assemblage in its individuated aggregate that is a haxity. TP 262. The Gothic has an affinity with the concept of the haxity because it refuses to distinguish human figures from backgrounds. The Gothic or northern decorative line is a broken line which forms no contour by which form and background might be distinguished. 15. You can't enter such zones without entering into composition with them. 1.2 Cybernetics, Postmodernism, Fiction. Gothic Materialism. First definition. Gothic materialism is equivalent to cybernetic realism. Written a few years ahead of key cyberpunk texts such as Blade Runner and Neuromancer. Baudrillard's two essays on SF, Simulacra and Science Fiction, and Crash are stunningly prescient in their recognition that the good old imaginary of science fiction is dead, and that something else is in the process of emerging not only in fiction but in theory as well. The same wavering and indeterminate fate puts an end to science fiction, but also to theory as specific genres. SS 121. The theme of the end of theory and its absorption into a science fiction, which is no longer one, will be taken up more fully in Chapter 4. For now, cyberpunk conforms to Baudrillard's prophecies. This is more than a question of Neuromancer and other novels, providing stunning examples of how realist extrapolative science fiction can operate as prefigurative social theory. Although it certainly involves this, it is a matter of fictional concepts becoming what used to be called social facts, the most obvious example of this phenomenon being the migration of Gibson's cyberspace. Baudrillard's own examples of the new science fiction that is not one are Dick and Ballard, two influences Gibson has repeatedly acknowledged. It is precisely Ballard and Baudrillard's shared sense of immanence, their refusal, Jameson would want to say inability to offer any kind of social criticism, that make both quintessentially postmodern in Jameson's terms. Unlike Baudrillard, for whom SF proper replaces the utopian as a mode, Jameson assumes that, in its more confident period, science fiction was very much in the business of dealing with utopia. According to Jameson, the critical examination of images of utopia in SF novels such as Ursula Le Guin's The Dispossessed meant that these fictions were capable of exercising political responsibility in a way that the new science fiction cannot. PCLLC 160. As we shall see, for Baudrillard, the dream of transformation belongs to the productive, Promethean-era industrialism that cybernetics has terminated. Like cybernetics itself, SS-122 in what follows the emphasis will be placed on cybernetics rather than postmodernism, in part because it will be argued that cybernetics plays a crucial part in the genealogical development of what has been called postmodern theory. In his somewhat pompous essay The Postmodern Dead End, Felix Guattari attributes all postmodern thought to hastily developed and poorly mastered references made in the immediate post-war period to the new communications and computer technologies. The secret link that binds these various doctrines stems, I believe, from a subterranean relationship marked by reductionist conceptions and conveyed immediately after the war by information theory and cybernetic research 27. Whilst not wanting to be quite so peremptory as Guattari, it will be argued here that postmodernist theory, in particular that of Jameson and Baudrillard, is substantially given over to description of processes that are often explicitly identified as cybernetic. Briefly, the crucial insight of cybernetics as presented in Wiener's 1948 Cybernetics, or Control and Communication in the Animal and the Machine, and in the later The Human Use of Human Beings Concerned Feedback, the property of being able to adjust future conduct by past performance. HUHB 33. In the Second World War, Weiner had worked on anti-aircraft weaponry, whose efficacy depended upon the ability of the machines to record the performance and non-performance of their own tasks. HUHB 36. The study of feedback is immediately a study of control, and communication control is distinguished from domination. Two types of feedback could be distinguished. Negative feedback. Technology 29 is therefore important to cybernetics, but it is not, as a certain contemporary usage of the cyber prefix implies, its sole focus. Rather, technical machines are significant precisely because their analysis, in the double sense of the analysis that can be made of them and the analysis, they make possible demands that the distinction between human beings, animals, and machines be decoded. What Weiner characterizes as the Cartesian theory privileging of the human over the animal and of the organic over the inorganic is revealed by cybernetics, Weiner thinks to be an arbitrary prejudice attributable ultimately to monotheistic theology. Since all working systems can all be described abstractly in terms of particular feedback processes, input and output of information, cybernetics is able to develop what Weiner still has to think of as a functional analogy between humans and machines. Yet, as Baudrillard very quickly realized, this very functionality or operationality, as he calls it, means that the relation is always more than merely analogical. Evidently, and as Weiner himself had realized, the emergence of cybernetics was not only a matter of theory. The problem of unemployment arising from automation is no longer conjectural. His speculations on the moral and theological implications of cybernetics as presented there, and in the earlier The Human Use of Human Beings, are prompted by a sense that cybernetics has made a certain social and scientific impact, not only as a relatively new idea, but as a set of practices that are already mutating the social machines. Cybernetics provides the pretext for the mechanized control of social life of the body itself, and all of it through the delicate nets of non-Machin-derived mathematical formulae. Cicero-Rone writes, summarizing a certain leftist social criticism's glum perception of cybernetics. Cybernetics represents the hardening and exteriorization of certain vital forms of knowledge, the crystallization of the Cartesian spirit into material objects and commodities. Cybernetics is already a paradox, simultaneously a sublime vision of human power over chance and a dreary augmentation of multinational capitalism's mechanical process of expansion, so far characterized by almost uninterrupted positive feedback. Deleuze, Guattari, Baudrillard, and Jameson all recognize that capitalism, which has always functioned as an adaptive self-compensating system, is becoming increasingly cybernetic. For Deleuze, Guattari, capitalism has entered a cybernetic and informational phase. The older power regimes of mechanic enslavement in which human beings function as parts of a social technical megamachine and social subjection in which human beings are subjected to the technical machines they use combine in a new aggregate which includes both subjection and enslavement taken to extremes as two simultaneous parts that constantly reinforce and nourish each. Elsewhere, Deleuze characterizes this formation as control society and credits Burroughs with being its first cartographer. When, in the ecstasy of communication, Baudrillard announces the arrival of the proteinic era of networks, the narcissistic and protean era of connections, contact, contiguity, feedback, and generalized interface that goes with the universe of communication EC 127, he is very obviously describing an era dominated by the same cybernetic and from his first book, The System of Objects, through to For a Critique of the Political Economy of the Sign, and on into his latest work, Baudrillard has been obsessed with cybernetics and its implications. As Scott Buchitman tirelessly points out, 34, Baudrillard's subject is a terminal, rather than criticizing this self-regulating selfsome cybernetic control generation through models differential modulation, SED 57. The system dozed work by suppression or repression, but through participative processes. An archetypal phenomenon is the opinion poll, which, according to Baudrillard, doesn't represent or even manipulate public opinion, but substitutes for it. We live in a referendum mode precisely because there is no longer any referential. SED 62, as we shall see in Chapter 4 for Baudrillard, these fictions, which are by no means fictions in the old sense, stand in for a social scene that has been thoroughly cybernetized. This is no longer a matter of feedback, but of simulation circuitries which have no referent beyond themselves. Public opinion is par excellence both the medium and the message. The poles informing this opinion are the unceasing imposition of the medium as the message. They thereby belong to the same order of television as the electronic media, which are also a perpetual question-answer game, an instrument of perpetual polling. SED 66 Baudrillard's description of these flattened-out feedback processes tends to refer not to Weiner, but to McLuhan himself, a theorist clearly strongly influenced by cybernetics, and to Menad. Yet Weiner appears to be a powerful, if uncredited, influence on Baudrillard. One of the most celebrated aspects of Baudrillard's work, his order of simulacra, could almost be a gloss on Weiner. Not only do the order of simulacra culminate in cybernetics simulacra of simulation, arguing there that the ability of an artificer to produce a working simulacrum of a living organism has always intrigued people, and claiming that the desire to produce and to study automata has always been expressed in terms of the living technique of the age, Weiner divides modern technology into three eras. In the time of Newton, the automaton becomes the clockwork music box, with the little effigies pirouetting stiffly on top. In the 19th century, the automaton is a glorified heat engine, burning some combustible fuel instead of the glycogen of the human muscles. Finally, the present automaton opens doors by means of photocells, or points guns to the place at which a radar beam picks up an airplane, or computes the solution of differential equations. C40, the order of simulacra as Baudrillard presents it, makes the same differentiation between mechanical, thermodynamic, and cybernetic machines, expressed initially as the distinction between the automaton, which, for Baudrillard, is understood as a purely mechanical being, and the robot, which is an industrial creature. A world separates these two beings. The automaton plays the man of the court, the socialite. It takes part in the social and theatrical drama of pre-revolutionary France. As for the robot, as its name implies, it works. End of the theatre, beginning of human mechanics. The automaton is the analgon of man, and remains responsive to him, even playing drafts with him. The machine is the equivalent of man appropriating him to itself in the unity of a functional process. This sums up the difference between first and second order simulacra. SED 52. The third order simulacra are the information processing systems of late capitalism, which no longer constitute either transcendence or projection. They are models which are themselves an anticipation of the real, and thus leave no room for any kind of fictional anticipation. SS 122. If Baudrillard's theory fictions of the three orders of simulacra must be taken seriously, which means as realism about the hypereal or cybernetic realism, any theory which thinks it can unmask the fictions of capital belongs to the second order simulacra, the 19th century phase of industrial capitalism that was anyway always eluding it, dressed up in the apparently cynical garb of ideology critique or the hermeneutics of suspicion. Such theories nevertheless credulously assume a certain stock of reality that can be metaforensically analyzed and distinguished from its supposedly merely phenomenal counterfeits, not grasping that, since industrialism, reality has been produced. Baudrillard would want to say, yet capitalism is the story of the successful implementation of a quantitatively increasing fiction, i.e. capital itself. What Deleuze-Guattari call fictional quantities, AO 153 absorb the socius into themselves in an irreversible process of artificialization that happens at the level of code, the very biological and socio-psychic formatting protocols from which all identity is produced. Exactly like the splicing between man, machine, and insect Cronenberg shows in his version of The Fly, the merging Baudrillard describes takes place at the molecular level, so that distinguishing the so-called natural from the artificial is radically impossible. In this cybernetic age of anticipative simulacra fiction, it forms a rhizome with the world. There is a parallel evolution of fiction and the world. TP 11. The empirical as such is increasingly the mere playing out of what has already happened virtually in simulation. Baudrillard is fascinated by this immanentization, but typically tends to recode it, as in his essay Crash, in semiurgic and nostalgic terms. What Ballard points to in Crash, Baudrillard thinks, is the limit point of the hyperational, the point where the system compensates, in favor not of capitalist demystification but symbolic exchange, reverting back to the primitive rituals whose excision from hypercapitalism Baudrillard is always lamenting, accepting, and perpetuating the Weber-Bataille narrative of rationalist disenchantment. Baudrillard sees only fleetingly what is evident to Weiner and Gibson, the convergence of cybernetics and sorcery on the Gothic flatline. 1.3 Flatline's Gothic Materialism. First principle. The Gothic designates a flatline. Well, if we can get the flatline, we're home free. You know he died brain-dead 3 times. N65. One of Gothic materialism's crucial concepts, perhaps the single most crucial, is that of the flat line. The concept of the flat line has at least a double sense. Firstly, it indicates a vernacular term for the electroencephalogram eg read out. For Gothic materialism, though the flat line is where everything happens, the other side, behind or beyond the screens of subjectivity, the site of primary process where identity is produced and dismantled, the line outside. It delineates not a line of death. She nodded. And 65. Secondly, the flat line designates an immanentizing line, a streamlining, spiraling, zigzagging, snaking, feverish line of variation, a line of variable direction that describes no contour and delimits no form. TP 499. In cyberpunk, this emerges as a Spinozistic refusal to distinguish nature from culture. Flatlined on his eg. Showed me his tapes. Boy, I was dade. N65. The term flatline is central to Neuromancer, Gibson's 1984 novel, and the acknowledged or text of cyberpunk fiction proper. In Neuromancer, flatline functions as both a verb. Characters flatline surf what for the organism? Neuromancer smears a number of traditional Gothic themes: unnatural participation, demonic pacts, the escape of the inhuman, the unfolding of the organic into the non-organic, into an ultramodern updating of the old science fiction story of infotechnical machinery becoming sentient. By the end, it is the story of the convergence of two artificial intelligences, Wintermute and Neuromancer, in the matrix cyberspace. The eyes belong to Tessier Rashpool, a mysterious dynasty corporation Family Organization, Corporate Structure, and 95. Wintermute engineers the convergence using a group of cyberspace hackers assembled by Armitage, a personality construct built out of a schizophrenic ex-soldier called Corto. Wintermute rescues Corto from an asylum much in the same way that Dracula, correlate for another earlier form of capitalism, recruited his assistant Renfield. If cyberpunk can function as a new realism, as Jameson, for one, has suggested, it is because it maps the convergence of horror and science fiction narratives in late capitalism itself, a perception consistent with Morris' writings on capital. Marx himself emphasized the Gothic nature of capitalism by deploying the metaphor of the vampire to characterize the capitalist. In the First International, Marx writes, British industry, vampire-like, could but live by sucking blood, and children's blood too. The modern world for Marx is peopled with the undead. It is indeed a Gothic world haunted by spectres, and ruled by the mystical nature of capital. He writes in Grundrisse, capital posits the permanence of value to a certain degree by incarnating itself in fleeting commodities and taking on their form, but at the same time changing them just as constantly. But capital obtains this ability only by constantly sucking in living labor as its soul, vampire-like. While it is fascinating to note the coincidence here between Morris' description of capital and the powers of the vampire, it is not enough to say that Marx uses Gothic metaphors. Marx, in fact, is describing an economic system, capitalism, which is positively Gothic in its ability to transform matter into commodity, commodity into value, and value into capitalism. As capitalism exemplifies and outstrips Morris' most horrified descriptions of it, the Gothic escapes codification as a generic psychological or fantastic mode to become the most persuasive materialist account of the contemporary socio-economic scene. For cyberpunk, Morris' most Gothic language has become his most realistic, whereas his organicist protestations against capital look like antique sentimentalities. What Marx only thought as fantasy reeked as and resembles reality, as capital becomes the DNA of determinate technology. Living labor is retrofitted as mere conscious linkages, reacting to digital stimuli in an automated system of machinery set in motion by an automaton, a moving power that moves itself. Jameson's definition of late capitalism, derived from Mandel, depends upon an identification of just this production of machines by machines. Jameson quotes Mandel on the three general revolutions engendered by the capitalist mode of production since the original industrial revolution of the late 18th century, machine production of steam-driven motors since 1848, machine production of electric and combustion motors since the 90s of the 19th century, machine production of PCLLC 35, processing this perception in advance of Jameson, Deleuze, Guattari's. Cybernetic realism inherits and supplements Morris' Gothic vocabulary. Citing Marx, they refer to capitalism as a post-mortem despotism. The despot become anus and vampire. Capital is dead labor, that vampire-like only lives by sucking living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks. AO 228, and also as the thing, the unaimable, the generalized decoding of all flows. AO 153. You ever try to crack an eye? And 139. The only modern myth is the myth of zombies. They add mortified schizos good for work, brought back to reason. AO 335. Neuromancer presents a number of variants of zombification. The Dixie Flatline, a read-only memory construct of Case's dead mentor, McCoy Pauley. The brain-body states Neuromancer zones in on are adrift between life and death, immediately recalling those which Gothic figures, the zombie, but also the vampire and Frankenstein's creation, have always occupied. Neuromancer decodes horror fiction into realism by refusing to codify these states as fantastic or supernatural. The lead male character Case interfaces with Wintermute in states of catatonia, as the authors of horror stories have understood so well. It is not death that serves as the model for catatonia. It is catatonic schizophrenia that gives its model to death. Zero intensity. AO 329. Sure, I flatlined. Hit the first strata and that's all she wrote. My Joe-boy smelled the skin frying and pulled the trotas off me. Mean shit, that ice. And 138.9 for Gothic Materialism. Body horror is not something with which the body is afflicted merely contingently. It is not body horror cybernetic realism. Cronenberg, one of our touchstones for reality is our bodies. And yet they are by definition ephemeral. Wider our tissues changes as we live, the food we eat and the air we breathe become flesh of our flesh and bone of our bone, and the momentary elements of our flesh and bone pass out of our body every day through excreta. We are not stuff that abides, but patterns that repeat themselves. HUHB 96. From the point of view of a residual subject, then body horror is a horror of the body's terrifying mutability, its sheer meat materiality. As Deleuze observes when writing on Bacon, the body is always that which is escaping the subject. It is not me who tries to escape my body, it is the body which tries to escape through itself. But it is also a horror the body registers itself, when beneath its organs it senses there are larvae and loathsome worms, and a god at work messing it all up or strangling it by organizing it. A09 and your egg was flat. And 139. The struggle, then, is not between mind and body, but between different modes of the body, some of which produce transcendence effects at the level of mentalist misdescription. So where, faced with cyberpunk, a melancholy organicist postmodernism always returns to Descartes. Gothic materialism discovers a Spinozism emerging out of cyberpunk's ostensibly dualist narratives. 56. Cyberpunk revives Cartesian skepticism only to materialistically Spinozistically subvert it. Everything that for the ostensibly skeptical Descartes of the early Meditations is evidence that consciousness is the be-all and end-all becomes, for Spinoza and cyberpunk, a signal that all perception is a matter of bodily stimulation. By affecting the body, whether it's with television, drugs invented or otherwise, you alter your reality. Reality for Gibson's characters may be a state of mind, a consensual hallucination, as Neuromancer suggestively puts it, but mind, as Spinoza would have it, is an idea of the body. ETH 2, Prop 1371-2. What, from a neo-Cartesian perspective, is an epistemological question, becomes in cyberpunk a rigorously technical matter if subjectivity can be experienced by a brain in a vat, as it is in Gibson's Count Zero. Well, that's the stuff of legend, ain't it? And 139. What for Case and the other console cowboys is mind floating free from the body is really a matter of brain stimulation by electrodes, as Wintermute knows. Its meetings with Case occur as Case's brain is offline, and are constructed out of memories. Wintermute has already hacked another memory. I tapped out of you when I flatlined you that first. The real encounter, then, happens impersonally when Case's brain is taken out of sequential time into Joan. But Wintermute relies on the fact that, by the time Case is conscious again, the perceptual consciousness system's organic security apparatus will have narrativized what is basically an interruption of brain function in personalized terms, packaging it as an experience occurring in chronos. Case is made to think, talked to one of his old acquaintances, the faces Wintermute wears on the Flatline, Julie Dean, and the Fin, when in fact Wintermute has just precision engineered a near-death experience in order to achieve what at the secondary level is a data transfer. As primary process this is in a storm of electric signal, and it is only at the tertiary level that personal experience gets a look in. This is tantamount to saying that the subject is produced as a mere residuum alongside the desiring machines, or that he confuses himself with this third productive machine and with the residual reconciliation that it brings about. AO18. It's something these guys do, is all. Like he was dead, and it was only a few seconds. And 147. The achievement of the best cyberpunk fiction is to effectuate a critique fundamental to the Gothic and to schizoanalyses of the wisdom and limits of the organism and organic harmony. A 115 in 1,000 Platus Deleuze Guattari cite Waringer's work as a forerunner of the critique of the organism and the organic they had begun in Anti-Oedipus. Waringer's finest pages, they write, are those in which he contrasts the abstract with the organic. TP 498. In this respect, Waringer's work commensurates with that of two other key schizoanalytic figures, Spinoza and Artaud. In How Do You Make Yourself a Body Without Organs, Spinoza and Artaud are counted together as precursors of schizoanalyse's engineering of bodies without organization. After all, is not Spinoza's Ethics the great book of the Bois? TP 153. Artaud wages a struggle against the organs, but at the same time what he has it in for is the organism, the body is the body. Alone it stands, and in no need of organs. Organism it never is. Organisms are the enemies of the body. TP 158. See also A09 I saw the screen. Ig read in dead. Nathan Movin 42nd. 947. The schizoanalytic dismantling of the organism converged Spinoza's sober geometric experimentation with Artaud's catatonic delirium on a flat line where the body is open system of possibilities is always rigorously distinguished from the organism, the homostatically sealed and hierarchically arranged bio-container. Schizoanalytic desire produces what case is compelled to do only, if not quite against, then certainly in spite of his will, a destratification of the organism that, far from being an escape from the body, is the out-to-body experience Spinoza and Artaud map. The body without organs emerges on the flat line as the model of death. AO 329. Antonin Artaud discovered this one day, finding himself with no shape or form whatsoever, right there where he was at that moment. The death instinct, that is its name, and death is not without a model. A08. Case flatlined on the matrix makes the same discovery, his disassembly signaling not the transcendence of the body, but the autoimputation of the organs. The death model appears when the body without organs repels the organs and lays them aside, no mouth, no tongue, no teeth, to the point of self-mutilation, to the point of suicide. AO 329. Well, has OK now. And 147. But what is encountered out here is not death as the irrevocable termination point in chronos of the organism. The flat line is not a line of death, but a journey into death as jonic event, a voyage into the loops or meat circuits TP 152, in which the organism falls back towards the process of its own production. It is a simulated or artificial death that marks the outer limits of the organism death system. Ig flat as a strap, Malcolm protested. And 147 it is, in other words, a plateau, a concept Deleuze Guattari adapt from Gregory Bateson's Cybernetics. In Bateson's version, the plateau was a type of negative feedback, a variant of what he called steady state, and was opposed to the runaway positive feedback processes he termed schismagenesis. Deleuze Guattari's Platus cannot be described straightforwardly as either positive or negative feedback systems. They are dynamic systems which nevertheless do not burn out in self-consuming runaway, continuous regions of intensity constituted in such a way that they do not allow themselves to be interrupted by any external termination, any more than they allow themselves to build toward a climax. TP 158. Means of exploring the opening up of the organism. You dead a while back there, Mon. And 217. Bateson's work, together with Iliades on shamanism and Carlo Ginzburg's on witchcraft, established that in certain non-capitalist cultural configurations, the dismemberment of the organism is a socially coded ritual practice. For Eliade and Ginzburg, the dismembering of the organs is a preparation for the shamanic voyage to the world of the dead. Neuromancer tells this to Case on the flat line, where you are, my friend. Necromancer, I call up the dead, but no, my friend, I am the dead and their land. and 289. In Capitalism, Deleuze Guattari claim, this voyage is left to the schizophrenic, who, they say, is translived. AO 77. It happens, he said, in getting used to it. And 217. 1.4 constructs Gothic Materialism, second principle. There are no subjects. There is only subject matter. Selves are no more immaterial than electronic packets. Private persons are simulacra. AO 264. For Deleuze Guattari and Spinoza, primary process always operates at the level of the body, not the organism, and certainly has very little to do with the subject thinks is happening. In Anti-Oedipus, Deleuze Guattari characterized their own materialism as transcendental. AO 75. This transcendental materialism remains properly Kantian in the attention it pays to conditions of possibility, but these conditions are understood now in completely material terms as the abstract grids necessary for the functioning of mechanic assemblage. Deleuze Guattari's emphasis on impersonal production and the transcendental unconscious states, in philosophical terms what is one of cyberpunk fiction's working assumptions, synthesize the conditions and you produce the experience. You can have the experience of subjectivity, all the memories and dreams that post-Freudian man thinks defines him uniquely, so long as the right material conditions are simulated, artificially produced in the real. Hence one of cyberpunk's key nouns, the construct, the artificially produced subject. Embodiment does not underwrite subjectivity, far from it. Gross organic persistence is no guarantee of continuing identity, as Spinoza in a moment of pure cyberpunk establishes. It sometimes happens that a man undergoes such changes that I would not be prepared to say that he is the same person. I have heard tell of a certain Spanish poet who was seized with sickness, and although he recovered, he remained so unconscious of his past life that he did not believe that the stories and tragedies he had written were his own. ETHIV Prop 38, Sh 177. It's possible to forget who you are, or, as in the case of Blade Runner, to remember who you are not. In one of Blade Runner's most affecting scenes, Descartes, having tested Rachel and found her to be a replicant, tells her that her memories are not her own, they belong to the niece of the corporation's head Tyrrell. Descartes, remember when you were 6. You and your brother snuck into an empty building through a basement window. You were gonna play doctor. He showed you his, but when it got to be your turn you chickened and ran. Remember that. You ever tell anybody that? Your mother Tyrrell anybody hung. You remember the spider that lived in a bush outside your window. Orange body, green legs. Watched her build a web all summer. Then one day there was a big egg in it. The egg hatched Rachel. The egg hatched Descartes, and Rachel and 100 baby spiders came out. And they ate her. Descartes implants. Those aren't your memories. Fire somebody else's. Fire Tyrrell's nieces in Blade Runner's 21st Century Capitalism. Identity has decoded into a matter of engineering. Memories and dreams, psychoanalysis ostensibly private, and unique biosecurity access codes have been decoded via lab synthesis. The Tyrrell Corp reproduce Rachel's memories just as they reproduce her eyes, by copying the carbon. In a materialist parody of Russell's famous conjecture now, that they can remember it for you wholesale, you really could have been born yesterday. Anyway, as Wintermute and the replicants realize personality does not await the arrival of I-programs to be a matter of mechanic process. There's no subject, but the production of subjectivity. From a strictly Spinozist point of view, the personal is always the simpersonal, the simulation of the personal the conscious ego in extension, by the impersonal the mechanic unconscious in intensity. For Spinoza, self-consciousness as pure introspection simultaneous with what it is introspecting is impossible. Subjective reflection is always behind the process, its epiphenomenon. In Spinoza it is only when the idea of the affection is doubled by an idea of the affection that it attains the level of conscious reflection. Conscious reflection is a doubling over of the idea on itself, a self-recursion of the idea that enwraps the affection, or impingement at two removes. Everything really happens at the level of affect, what Masumi calls non-conscious impingement. Consciousness, like memory and habit, is always a reflection on which is to say, after the unconscious processes which produce it. The attempt by a subject to grasp the moment will only ever produce a misanabime of auto-monitoring neurosis always too late, the postmodern bad, infinity of self-consciousness, crippling activity whilst not achieving transparency. Wintermute and the replicants effectuate an active nihilist anti-Oedipal program by exploiting the knowledge that is the very condition of their existence. For the technical machines to have reflection is for them to automatically realize that consciousness is nothing the ghost in the machine. A impersonator able to simulate personality and or personalities, what Wintermute lacks is not personality, but the ability to confuse personality function with its essence. Like Rachel, it does not know what it is, not because of what Descartes has to think of as unfathomable epistemological conundra, but because it knows it cannot know what it is becoming. The entity manipulating you is a sort of subprogram 3 Gentell's case. And 272, Wintermute in most of the book is only an emissary from another entity, Wintermute neuromancer, as they will be fused with the matrix in the future, whose complexity is unknowable even especially to itself at that stage. Well, case, Wintermute explains all I can say, and I really don't have nearly as many answers as you imagine I do, is that what you think of as Wintermute is only a part of another, or shall we say, potential entity. I, let us say, am merely one aspect of that entity's brain. It's rather like dealing, from your point of view, with a man whose lobes have been severed. Let's say you're dealing with a small part of the man's left brain. Difficult to say if you're dealing with the man at all, in a case like that. And 146 reversed, this same issue echoes throughout Blade Runner, in the metallic irony of Deckard's question to Tyrell in respect of Rachel. How can it not know what it is? Descartes, a machine that thinks but thinks it is what it is not certain that it is not what it is, ironically answers his own question. The debate surrounding the director's cut is Descartes, a replicant, misses the Gothic materialist implications of the film in any of its versions. Since in Blade Runner the criteria for rating the human above the replicants and anything else have now evaporated, Cartesian epistemological questions have been obsolesced by functional Wiener-operational Baudrillard criteria. Since you could be a replicant, which is to say, since replicants can do anything you can and, in some cases, have the same beliefs about themselves that you do, it is already as if you were a replicant, a desiring machine. Becoming replicant is therefore not a matter of identifying oneself as a technical machine. It is not a question of identification at all, but of recognizing all identity as construction. It is to decode the false memory chips of anthropocentrist Oedipalism, to recognize that because everything has been produced, nothing is given. 1.5-second naturalism Tyrell, the facts of life. To make an alteration in the evolvement of an organic life system is fatal. A coding sequence cannot be revised once it's been established. In abstraction and empathy and form in Gothic, Warringer theorized the Gothic or Northern line by contrast with two other lines, the organic or naturalistic line and the geometrical or mechanical line. As Norman Fisher Summaris, Warringer questioned and creatively incorporated into his analysis the results of two types of German aesthetics of his day. The first was the art history of Alois Riegel and others who had explored non-representational, abstract art, often of a largely geometric nature, and largely outside the canon of classical Western painting and sculpture. Riegel, for example, had studied late Roman crafts. The second line was that of Theodor Lipps, who had suggested that the emotion of empathy inflammable was particularly elicited by the works of the naturalistic classical Western canon of great painting and sculpture. Starting with these two lines of research, Warringer asked what the emotional correlate of the abstract geometrical art was. In asking this question he assumed the answer was not empathy. His answer was essentially alienation and denial of the world. Thus Warringer saw art as either naturalistic and empathic, or abstract and life-denying in the extended tripartite as opposed to dualistic version of the theory. There is a third possibility, an abstract art, which was neither as geometric as the art studied by Riegel, nor as naturalistic as the art studied by Lipps, but a distorted version of nat. Such work aroused emotion between anxious denial and empathic affirmation. Deleuze's Guattari's absorption of Warringer proceeds by essing empathy, not extending it. The organic does not designate something represented, but above all the form of representation, and even the feeling that unites representation with a subject in Falun empathy. They write, TP 498, the Deleuze-Guattari version of abstraction is defined by its complete refusal of empathy and coterminously the subject. Both Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep and Blade Runner centrally concern the question of empathy, a quality that is supposedly definitionally human. Empathy, Dick writes, only existed within the human community, whereas intelligence to some degree could be found throughout every phylum and order, including the arachnids. The limits of the community are marked by the limits of empathy. The bounty hunters, who become Blade Runners in the film, police the boundaries of the human community by performing an empathy test, an exam whose stakes are the death penalty, a register of ocular motion, hair triggering a response from an Uzi. Failing the test, the Bonley test in the novel, the Voigtkamp test in Blade Runner, means that the android must be destroyed, or, as the cute euphemism has it, retired. For Ian Hamilton Grant, the VK test serves to retain affectivity, the last stripped-down substance of above. The single city sensus communis against the pathic ravages of integrant world capitalism. Pathic has a double connotation, here signaling both feeling and perception, and disease, contagion. In the end, what both Dick's novel and Scott's film show is the escape of affect from personal and communal qualification, and the coterminous failure of empathy to serve as an adequate index of affectivity, a phenomenon exemplified by Blade Runner itself. Blade Runner itself flunks the cultural empathy test because it deals with this new reality intensification not by representing it, but by participating in it. Rather than reflecting social facts, it forms a rhizome with the decoding capitalist socius, anticipating scenarios already imminent to its current futures. As Mike Davis shows, the film's ostensibly future Los Angeles setting is already a feature of Los' contemporary demographic policy. In these conditions, the old indices for assessing cultural production no longer obtain. Contra Jameson et al. In Blade Runner and Do Androids. The affect has not been lost, but stolen, striking a migrant passage through the machinic phylum that carries the affective community with it, with the effect that the problem for the Blade Runners is one of limiting transphilic affective transfer, localizing the affect, the geographizing of points of intensity. The other side of Blade Runner geographization, anthropolitical delimiting of intensity, is thus the long overdue liquidation of bourgeois realism, the preferred mode of expression of what Ballard calls retrospective culture, by cybernetic fiction. Criticizing what McLuhan would call rear-view mirrorism, Ballard spoke, in 1969, of the ways in which the conventions of traditional narrative technique were unable to deal in any way adequately with contemporary reality. The great bulk of fiction still being written is retrospective in character. It's concerned with the origins of experience, behavior, development of character over a great span of years. It interprets the present in terms of the past, and it uses a narrative technique, by and large the linear narrative, in which events are shown in more or less chronological sequence, which is. But when you turn to the present, I feel that what one needs is a nonlinear technique, simply because our lives today are not conducted in linear terms. They are much more quantified. A whole stream of random events is taking place. Retrospective culture is thus triply backward-looking, the sense of time assumed by both the conventional novel and Oedipal psychoanalysis, itself a form of retrospective fiction. Perhaps the most successful breaks down under pressure of telematic mediatization, of which more later, see Chapter 4. Ballard goes on to enumerate examples of these quantified non-linear terms. We switch on television sets, switch them off half an hour later, speak on the telephone, read magazines, dream, and so forth. 57. Tyrol commerce is our goal here at Tyrol. More human than human is our motto. Gothic materialism, second definition. Gothic materialism is equivalent to hypernaturalism. If cyberpunk demands to be read as a sequel to naturalism, as Jameson urges, it is because of its development into what is in effect a hypernaturalism. In Choice Moments, Ross points out, Gibson reduces the naturalist mode. Nowhere is this more striking than when the icosphere is presented as a technosphere, as in the unforgettable opening line of Neuromancer. The sky above the port was the color of television tuned to a dead channel, which brazenly announces that henceforth everything here, even the sky, the home of the weather, will be a mediated second nature. In Edmund Wilson's classic description, naturalism was a response to the origin of the species, a reassertion of mechanism against romantic organicism. In the middle of the 19th century, science made new advances and mechanistic ideas were brought back into fashion again. But they came this time from a different quarter, not from physics and mathematics, but from biology. It was the effect of the theory of evolution to reduce man from the heroic stature, to which the romantics had tried to exalt him, to the semblance of a helpless animal, again very small in the universe, at the mercy of the forces about him. Humanity was the accidental product of heredity and environment, and capable of being explained in terms of these. This doctrine in literature was called naturalism, and it was put into practice by novelists like Zola, who believed that composing a novel was like performing a laboratory experiment. You had only to supply your characters with a specific environment and heredity, and then watch their automatic reactions. For Andrew Ross and Csikszentmihalyi, cyberpunk is differentiated from naturalism proper by its abandoning of what was always an aspect of the naturalist project, the didactic or ideological imperative to social change. Cyberpunk takes mechanism to an extreme, so that the subjective agency to which naturalism always appealed is now eliminated. Cyberpunks can't help themselves, Csikszentmihalyi writes. Like near addicts of amphetamines and hallucinogens, they write as if they are both victims of a life-negating system and the heroic adventurers of thrill. In Jameson's version, the original naturalist texts were those in which the lower depths, the forbidden spaces of the new industrial city, were disclosed to a horrified bourgeois readership in the form of perilous journeys and accounts of the pathetic destinies of the various underclasses, which you could read about in your comfortable armchair, and that thereby offered the double bonus of sympathy and knowledge of the social totality on the one hand, and class reconfirmation, and the satisfaction of the bourgeois order on the other, with Warringers, and even as it promises a connection, the power of understanding and imaginatively entering into another person's feelings. Empathy implies distance. It is also the attribution to an object, such as a work of art, of one's own feelings about it. The price of extending empathy had always been the right of bourgeois realist conventions. Cyberpunk then supersedes naturalism by registering the meltdown of the social machines which naturalism both emerged out of and represented. In a sense, Marx himself was a naturalist writer, redescribing capitalism in order to protest against it. But the space for such a protest was always dependent upon the subordination of the Gothic to an organicist reality principle. By the time of cyberpunk, Jameson suggests, capitalism has decoded the social and narrative basis for this subordination, just as naturalism has resolved into a cybernetic realism. Cybernetics, at least in the anti-personal version Deleuze Guattari inherit from Bateson, does not dismiss agency any more than it announces the triumph of mechanism, rather it reformates both. Pursuing technical explanations to their limit moves far beyond crude Newtonian mechanism, If cybernetics is a species of mechanism, it belongs to Waringer's Gothic mechanism, in which matter lives sick solely on its own mechanical laws, acquired expression, and in place of the supposedly delimitable motivations of a subject, there is the ever-growing and self-intensifying restless striving without deliverance 115 of a Gothic Avatar TP 499. In the move from naturalism to hypernaturalism, the old distinction between vitalism and mechanism, which, Weiner says, had been rendered illegitimate by cybernetics, collapses. Whenever we find a new phenomenon which partakes to some degree of the nature of those which we have already termed living phenomena, but does not conform to the term life, Weiner points out, we have encountered this problem in the past in considering viruses, which show some of the tendencies of life to persist, to multiply, and to organize, but do not express these tendencies in a fully developed form. It is, in my opinion, therefore, best to avoid all question-begging epithets such as life, soul, vitalism, and the like. HUHB B46. Freud's metapsychology had made the same discovery, that organic life is inextricable from the non-organic. The organic is possible only on the basis of a non-organic shield from which it is indistinguishable. The organism is a differential inserted into the cascade of powerful energies that threaten to destroy it before it can destroy itself in its own manner. This differentiation is premised on an increasingly densely laminated mechanism of exclusion, within and by means of which the psychical apparatus can operate, binding and discharging appropriate quantum of energy. Were this protective membrane removed, then we would be left with both energy and the proto-organism undifferentiated and indistinguishable, in other words, undifferentiated matter-energy. Can we say, however, whether the laminar filter is itself living or dead? Freud has it that the envelope itself is inorganic, but it nevertheless forms an essential part of a living system. Thus, the lamina are themselves both living and non-living, not having the requisite depth or dimensions in themselves to constitute a living dimension. In itself, it forms the inconceivable differential from which the depth proper to systems is derived. One cannot conceptually pin this layer to the category dead, nor to that of living. Instead, it can only be thought as matter-energy circulating endlessly in its permanent revolution. Having, as Freud puts it contra cant, no time proper to them, these energies neither live nor die. They are what conjoin the material processes of life and death in a continuum so absolute as to preclude the possibility of differentiating one from the other. Freud's own concept of the death, Drive and Deleuze Guattaro-Oringer's concept of non-organic life, both fall short of the radicality Freud's description of this continuum implies. Its adequate theorization demands a Gothic vocabulary that scrambles, rather than reinvents, the vitalist mechanistable pincer. As Weiner points out, with cybernetics vitalism has won to the extent that even mechanisms correspond to the time structures of vitalism, but this victory is a complete defeat, for from every point of view which has the slightest relation to morality or religion, the new mechanics is fully as mechanistic as the old. C56. A neo-vitalism is therefore no more satisfactory than a neo-thanatropism. What arrives on the Flatline is certainly non-organic, but it is no more alive than it is dead. Gothic fiction offers a ready-made term for this state of inorganic animation, undith. In line with Freud's analysis of the unprefix in his essay on the uncanny, undith, of course, does not designate the opposite state of death-life. Following Freud again, who famously maintains that there is no negation in the unconscious, we can think of unlith and undith not as opposed to life or death, but as designating a continuum which includes, but moves beyond, the so-called living. Hypernaturalism or cybernetic realism would inevitably be a matter of confronting what happens when the non-organic shield is unraveled, as it is notoriously in the astonishing opening paragraph of Lyotard's Libidinal Economy, where postmodernism often tends to be a screening process locked into the Kantian procedure whereby the categories of the mind itself normally not conscious and inaccessible to any direct representation, or to any thematizable consciousness or reflexibility are Flex PC LLC 157. Gothic materialism confronts abstract lines. Neg 110. But these are not lines of thought, as Deleuze would like, rather they are lines of affect, abstract feeling, exactly sensations so new they haven't got a name yet. Deleuze' logic de sensation opens up. In Deleuze's account, the problem Bacon confronts as Gothic materialist, exactly a matter of registering the unaimable, the unpaintable. This is what Bacon means when he talks of wanting to paint the scream more than the horror. One could set out the problem thus: either I paint the horror and omit to paint the scream, since I am representing the thing that is horrible, or I paint the scream, and I do not paint the visible horror, and continue to paint the visible horror less and less. Realism, as Bacon rightly insists, does not have to be empirical. Indeed, it cannot be. Bacon's images flatten out organic experience back onto its real material conditions, as meat becomings well, of course. We are meat. Bacon's imagery is already propagated across Gothic materialist films in the distorted, spasmoid bodies in Cronenberg's body horror bodies which splatter, burst, writhe, pulsate, secrete, in the torsional metamorphose of John Carpenter's The Thing 1982, in the demonic hallucinations of Adrian Lyne's Jacob's Ladder 1990, in Libidinal Economy and Duchamp's Transformers. Lyotard suggests ways in which such body horror might be a realist description of late capitalism. Bodies under capitalism are not alienated, he insists, but machined, transformed, mutated. But Jameson, hung up on Adorno's dialecto-melancholy, is far too quick there when he argues that the corporal revulsion arising from Videodrome's grotesquely sexual nightmare images, in which males are feminized by the insertion of organic sick cassettes, if not revolvers, into a newly opened dripping slot below the breastbone, probably has the primary function. If the image of the Bogart of the postmodern James Woods, who plays Max Wren becoming VCR, tells us anything, it is that capitalism establishes increasingly tight feedback loops between technical machines and biotics, performing its own hypernaturalist critique of the mechanism-vitalism split. The cybernetic environment does not start beyond the skin, just as cybernetic causality is not a question of Newtonian mechanics, a causes be but loops, a causes be causes a in a multilinear system. Everything happens at once. TP 297. Videodrome then gives us another image of anxiety without a subject, that is also the image of a body opening up. This opening parallels Bacon's scream. The scream, Bacon's scream, is the operation through which the entire body escapes through the mouth. Significantly, Cronenberg's schizophrenic body is utterly traversed by media systems, but media systems which no longer function as screens. Instead, these cybernetic systems operate precisely to break down the organism's assumed interiority. It's time now for us to take a closer look at both the body which lies behind or beyond the screens, a body, according to Deleuze, Guattari, Baudrillard, and Gibson, that is without image. Bacon: we nearly always live through screens, a screened existence. And I sometimes think, when people say my work looks violent, that perhaps I have from time to time been able to clear away one or two of the veils or screens. Chapter 2: Body Image Fading Down Corridors of Television Sky, the Media Landscape. On this decoded body, flows can flow under conditions where they can no longer be decoded. This is why we fear decoded flows, the deluge, because once flows have been decoded, you can no longer subtract anything or break into them, no more than you can detach segments from any code in order to dominate, orient, or direct the flows. And the experience of one who has been operated on, of her body without organs, is that on this body there are literally non-codable flows which constitute a thing, an unaimable thing. Early on in Neuromancer, when Case is being operated on in order to restore his ability to use a cyberspace deck, Gibson describes his catatonic state in suggestive terms: body image fading down corridors of television sky. and 43. During the course of the transparency of evil, Baudrillard also invokes a body without image. Discussing the body under the influence of psychotropic agents, he writes of a body that is no longer subject to the perspectivist space of representation of mirrors in discourse. A body silent mental, already molecular no longer specular, a body metabolized directly without mediation of act or look. This body, he says, is a body not far from the absolute loss of body image. T121. Why should cyberpunk be concerned with a body without image? How does this connect with the media and post-media technical systems around which its narratives have been constructed? And how does all this connect to Cesare Rone's comments about the relationship? In this chapter, we shall explore these questions with reference to fiction and theory which has been concerned with the relationship between bodies, media systems, and cybernetics, concluding with an analysis of two exemplary texts, Cronenberg's Videodrome and Ballard's The Atrocity Exhibition. But before that, we shall discuss the theorization of the body that is central to Gothic materialism, the Deleuze-Guattari-oriented hyperconcept of the body without organs. 2.2 The body without organs and intensive quantities. If Gothic materialism utilizes Deleuze-Guattari as the principal theorists of horror, it is because Deleuze-Guattari insists on reading horror in terms of the body without organs. Gothic materialism apprehends horror not merely negatively, but as one face of an abstract erotics whose program is the opening up of the organism into desiring circuits, the production of what Cronenberg calls new flesh. The body without organs is simultaneously the object of horror. It can be terrifying. TP 149, as the authors of horror stories have known so well. AO 329, and the model of desire. It is that which one desires and by which one desires. TP 165. When Deleuze-Guattari introduced the body without organs early in Anti-Oedipus, it is by contrast with the body as image. Body image, they write, is the final avatar of the soul, a vague conjoining of the requirements of spiritualism and positivism. AO 23. What is encountered out on the flat line, what you become, there is the body without organs, which has nothing whatsoever to do with the body itself, or with an image of the body. It is the body without an image. AO 8. Body image, they suggest, is an overcutting of the body by the subject, a representation of the organism rather than an expression of the body's potential, which is always abstract and always unknowable. In Deleuze's favorite Spinozist formula, no one knows what a body can do. The Spinozistic body can never be correlated with an image because it is always in process, defined ultimately only by its abstraction, but an abstraction that never ceases to be utterly material. The Spinozist body is not defined topologically by extensive limits, but intensively by the set of effects of which it is capable, along with related but not equivalent concepts such as the plane of consistency and the machine phylum. The body without organs points to what is the primary Gothic materialist intuition, an organic continuum. The qualification inorganic here is perhaps unnecessary. What the essentially Spinozistic concept of the bois, when it is a matter of the body without organs, it is a matter of Spinoza, allows is a radical dissociation from the organism that cannot be conceived of in terms of Cartesian dualism. The experience of the body as container for subject-body image, fading down corridors of television, sky breaks down, allowing not an escape of the subject from physicality, but an exploration of the body as depersonalist potential, abstract matter. Abstraction without empathy. The name body without organs is itself sufficient clue to what is at stake in the thought. The body without organs is an abstraction without being an achievement of reason. The body without organs is what stands in for any transcendental ground in conditions where everything is produced, nothing is given. It is what remains when you take everything away. TP 151. In no way connoting lack, it is the degree zero of any possible assemblage, the baseline from which all intensities are immanently differentiated. The body without organs is the matter that always fills space to given degrees of intensity, and the partial objects are these degrees, these intensive parts that produce the real in space starting from matter as intensity zero. The body without organs is the most immanent substance in the most Spinozist sense of the word. AO 329 of Bois is made in such a way that it can only be populated by intensities. Only intensities pass and circulate, Deleuze-Guattari insist. TP 153. The Gothic is essentially exercised by what Deleuze, in his discussion of expressionism, calls the subordination of the extensive to intensity, but, as the above passage from Anti-Oedipus makes clear, the Deleuze-Guattari theorization of intensity is not to be understood by opposition with extension thought of simply as occupation of space. It is a different type of occupation of space that is at issue. The crucial thought is one of continuum, and is derived in part from Kant's discussion of intensive quantities in the first Critique. For Kant, it is the notion of degree that is crucial to an understanding of intensive scaling. All intensities are measured in infinitely divisible degrees, counted up from zero, which operates not as a lac, but as a baseline that is itself an intensity zero. Every sensation, therefore, and likewise every reality in the field of appearance, however small it may be, has a degree, that is, an intensive magnitude which can always be diminished. Between reality and negation there is a continuity of possible realities and of possible smaller perceptions. Every color, as for instance red, has a degree which, however small it may be, is never the smallest, and so with heat, the moment of gravity, etc. One of Deleuze-Guattari's best examples of intensive becoming as infinite divisibility comes not from horror, but pulp SF Richard Matheson's The Incredible Shrinking Man. No matter how small he becomes, it is always possible for Matheson's character to shrink yet further. While being shrunk to a particular size would still only be an extensive matter, shrinking is an encounter with becoming in itself, a becoming intense. See Becoming Intense, TP 279. Matheson's shrinking man passes through the kingdoms of nature, slips between molecules, to become an unfindable particle in infinite meditation on the infinite. For we recognize that although two equal spaces can be completely filled with different kinds of matter, so that there is no point in either where matter is not present, nevertheless every reality has, while keeping its quality unchanged, some specific degree of resistance or weight which can, without diminution of its extensive magnitude or amount, become smaller in infinitum, before it passes into the void and so vanishes out of existence. Thus a radiation which fills a space, as for instance heat, can diminish in its degree in infinitum without leaving the smallest part of this space in the least empty. It may fill the space just as completely with these smaller degrees as another appearance does with greater degrees. Deleuze-Guattari follow Kant in offering heat and temperature as examples of intensive magnitudes. The individual characteristics of a particular temperature, they say, cannot be adequately apprehended, as the metric chunking up of homogeneous quantities intensities of heat are not composed by addition. TP 243. Degree of intensity correlates directly with a particular type of individuation, since each intensive quantity designates a particular quality. A degree of heat is a perfectly individuated warmth distinct from the substance, or the substance that receives it. A degree and intensity is an individual, a haxidi, that enters into combination with other degrees, other intensities, to form another individual. TP 253 2.3 Intensive voyages in cyberspace. In Neuromancer, Case's body, when out on the matrix, is, in a sense, a body which, like Baudrillard's body without image, is connected up internally only not to objects of perception, which is why it may be imprisoned in a blank or void sensory world by simply disconnecting it. If Case's body is disconnected from its own sensory nerve endings, this is less because it has autistic ally imploded into interiority than because it has decoded the Freudian perceptual consciousness system in order to access a set of hyperceptions belonging to a technical environment, which is in no sense that of the organism. Case's body out on the matrix can be placed alongside the examples of bodies without organs given by Deleuze-Guattari in 1000 Platus. Like the junkie body or the masochist body, it is a body in which the organs have been programmatically annulled. The blow it is already underway the moment the body has had enough of its organs and wants to slough them off. TP 150. Cyberspace, like the junkie's drugs or the masochist's machinery, does not close up the organism unto itself. It opens up the body to a set of extra-organismic effects. Travel in cyberspace then becomes less a question of floating detached from all sensory input than of what Deleuze-Guattari call intensive voyage. The components from which cyberspace is produced, the hardware and software of the cyberspace decks, are in space, but cyberspace itself could not be said to be. Where, then, is the space of cyberspace? In an apparent paradox we shall explore again in Chapter 4, the matrix illusion of infinite. Space is accessible by or in one brain. Yet this is not because the reality of cyberspace is something merely phenomenal. On the contrary, beyond the screens of representation, the matrix is nothing but a differential grid, data as a set of intensive quantities. It's not a place, it only feels like it is. MLO 188. The often dizzying confusion of Neuromancer's narrative arises in large part from its hypernaturalistic description of intensive voyages. Different realities can be accessed intensively while the body lies prone in the same extensive space. The concept of intensive voyage allows us to deflect assumptions that cyberspace travel is merely a psychological illusion, a phenomenological or interior projection. In a move we shall explore more fully in the final chapter, it is crucial to cyberpunk that virtual or artificial zones are not alternatives to but additions to or folds in the real, all of which poses questions about Caesare-Rone's claims about hallucination and cyberpunk. As we shall see shortly, the process of technicization dephenomenologize hallucination by making it a matter of real if no longer organic perception. Extra-organismic perception is packaged as technical collectively accessible hallucination. One of Gibson's key technical innovations is a rendering of the resultant body amnesia in terms of a hypernaturalization or airbrushing of the ostensibly radical Burroughs cut-up technique. In the Neuromancer trilogy, Gibson presents reality as a series of options to be flicked through at high speed as if by television remote control, giving digitic motivation for a splicing of Burroughs Ballard collage with a Philip K. Dick-like picture of nested alternate realities. The climax of Neuromancer finds case flipping jacking switching from a sensory stimulation link with Razor Girl partner Molly Millions to the Matrix, where he is sucked into an embedded world created by the Neuromancer to his own primary body, where electrodes allow him to make the connections. Movement around the matrix, or from the matrix into the outside world, is described as if it is being operated by a gaming console. He flipped. And 201. Hold on, ill fast forward us. And 205. Freefall. And 201. The walls blurred. Dizzying sensation of headlong movement, colors whipping around corners and through narrow corridors. And 205. 2.4. The mediatized body. Gothic materialism understands cyberpunk not as the dialectical fusion of horror and science fiction, but as the materialist critique of science fiction from hypernaturalist horror. What is at stake is a new account of the body, abstract, cybernetic, and denaturalized. 14. Ironically, perhaps, given all the discourse of disembodiment that often surrounds the technical apparatus with which cyberpunk texts have typically been obsessed, virtual reality machines, simulators, cyberspace decks, cyberpunk constitutes an earthing of traditional ideal or non-physical body, but the outlines of the body at emphasis are not defined by the limits of the organism. Cyberpunk or imploded science fiction, Caesare-Rone observes, finds the scene of SF problematics not in imperial adventures among the stars, but in the body physical-bodied social, and a drastic ambivalence about the body's traditional and terrifyingly uncertain integrity. 15. This is a shift Baudrillard had also identified. Classical science fiction, he argued, was that of an expanding universe. Besides, it forged its in the narratives of spatial exploration counterparts to the more terrestrial forms of exploration of the 19th and 20th centuries. SS 123. This classical science fiction corresponds with what Baudrillard, in his essay on Ballard's Crash, calls a classical account of technology. From a classical, even cybernetic perspective, technology is an extension of the body. It is the functional sophistication of a human organism. From Marx to McLuhan, the same functionalist vision of machines and language, they are relays, extensions, mediators of nature, ideally destined to become the organic body of man. In this rational perspective, the body itself is nothing but a medium. SS 111. As we can see by the end of the paragraph, the classical perspective on technology has also become a story about the body. In fact, the two are indivisible. The classical or functional paradigm defines everything prosthetically. As Baudrillard realizes, the logic of this position ends up defining the body not as an organic origenicity awaiting technical supplements, but as itself a prosthesis. The body is nothing but a medium, but for what? As someone alive to the implications of cybernetics, Baudrillard has repeatedly refused the idea that media are themselves mediators as such. It is not as if the media are signifying apparatuses, a network of transmitters and receivers, which mediatize extrinsic input. Rather, media are inorganic intensity circuits, not translating a message, but transforming all input, including the organic bodies that function as intrinsic component pieces of the assemblage, into code. The media-message confusion is certainly a corollary of that between the sender and the receiver, thus sealing the disappearance of all dual, polar structures. That discourse circulates is to be taken literally, that is, it no longer goes from one pole to another, but it traverses a cycle that without distinction includes the positions of transmitter and receiver, now unlookable as such. SS 41. As the theorist who did most to pioneer a non-representational approach to media analysis, McLuhan, whose notorious formula "the medium is the message" is referenced above by Baudrillard, is a pivotal and ambiguous figure here, if only because his most provocative pronunciations always concern the relationship between the body and the emergent technical environment. McLuhan's organicist leanings, his well-known contention body image fading down corridors of television sky, that technics in general and media in particular are extensions of man, was always haunted by a set of propositions more susceptible to Gothic materialism. And it is this darker side that Scott Buchitman fails to process when he dismisses McLuhan. Buchitman's contention that by electing to ignore the psychosexual and sociopolitical realities which govern the use of technologies, McLuhan's prognostications become science fiction, and not very good science fiction at that. Interestingly, Buchitman quotes Ballard's unfavorable comparison of McLuhan with Freud from the introduction to Crash here. Despite McLuhan's delight in high-speed information mosaics, we are still reminded of Freud's profound pessimism in civilization and its discontents. As we shall see, there is a lineage from Freud to McLuhan, a continuity of both science-fictional and the most Gothic materialist thematics. Ironically, though, the most science-fictional side of McLuhan's theories can be read precisely as an inheritance from Freud's civilization and its discontents. Ballard seems to forget that the grand, tragic thematics of Freud's essay are offset by an extraordinary technological optimism. In a direct anticipation of McLuhan, Freud describes technical machines as extensions of the organs. With every tool man is perfecting his own organs, whether motor or sensory, or removing the limits to their functioning. PFL 12-279. Technology soups up the feeble organism. PFL 12-280. To the extent that it can achieve what had once been a fairy tale wish, man has, as it were, become a kind of prosthetic god. PFL 12-280. When he puts on all his auxiliary organs, he is truly magnificent, Freud adds, qualifying this overblown technoptimism only with the enormously understated disclaimer that those organs have not grown onto him and they still give him much trouble at times. PFL 12-280, whilst positing still further improvements on the road to techno-utopia, future ages will bring with them new and probably unimaginably great advances in the field of civilization, and will increase man's likeness to God still more. PFL 12-280, Freud asserts what Ballard calls his profound pessimism only in the remark that we will not forget that PFL 12-280, yet McLuhan's doubtfulness, as we shall see, is anticipated by Freud's. If the extensions of man narrative is an inheritance from Freud, then so is the inorganic emphasis on autoimputation, but the lineage can be traced back here not to civilization and its discontents, but to the more materialist metapsychology, especially as is developed in Beyond the Pleasure Principle. 2.5 Jumping out of our skin today, men's nerves surround us. They have gone outside as electrical environment, McLuhan writes at the beginning of his essay Notes on Burroughs. The human nervous system itself can be reprogrammed biologically as readily as any radio network can alter its fare. Burroughs has dedicated Naked Lunch to the first proposition, and Nova Express to the second. McLuhan's essay clearly has as much to do with McLuhan's own theses as it has to do with Burroughs' fictions anticipating their splicing in cyberpunk and its vision of mankind's extended nervous system, the electronic consensus hallucination of cyberspace. McLuhan reads Burroughs as registering the epidermal crisis that will erupt in the violent imagery of Lyotard's libidinal economy and Cronenberg's Videodrome, the sense that under pressure from enormous stimuli the skin is no longer a secure marker of organic integrity. Our language has many expressions that indicate the self-amputation that is imposed by various pressures. We speak of wanting to jump out of my skin, or of going out of my mind, being driven batty, or flipping my lid. 42. In the age of cybernetic hyperconnectivity, McLuhan suggests, we cannot contain ourselves. Notes on Burroughs rehearses themes McLuhan had explored in the almost directly contemporaneous Understanding Media. Both came out in 1964. With the arrival of electric technology, man extended or set outside himself, a live model of the central nervous system itself, McLuhan famously argued there. To the degree that this is so, it is a development that suggests a desperate and suicidal autoimputation, as if the central nervous system could no longer depend on the physical organs. It could well be that the successive mechanizations of the various physical organs 43. A proto-cyberpunk work of theory fiction. Understanding Media is also a sequel to the speculative fictions of Beyond the Pleasure Principle. Beyond the Pleasure Principle itself marked the resurfacing of Gothic materialist themes that had haunted Freud since the steampunk 1895 project for a scientific psychology. This is the original case history, the story of how organic individuation emerges out of processes of binding, damming, and filtering, which operations the project and Beyond the Pleasure Principle make clear, define the organism as an inherently cybernetic system. Far from organic bodies being constituted by means of a reference to an absolute self-possession, an absolute propriety, they are constituted, as is any closed system, by the exclusions that define the as near as possible noiseless or determinate channels through which the only information that flows is that which reproduces the identity of the system as such. In other words, the borders, the skin to pursue the libidinal apparatus, is the product of the identitarian reproduction of the system, its representation of its own constitution to itself. The organism, one might be tempted to say, is defined by the skin, yet, as we have already seen, the skin itself is not organic, but a live-deed inorganic shield. It cannot be said, strictly speaking, that the ego is inside, since this topologization already assumes the distinction between outside and inside that only belongs to the ego. The ego, or consciousness, therefore, lives on the skin, as Freud says, not beneath or behind it. It is, in Freud's characterization, a border creature in the double sense that it constitutes borders by patrolling them, following the Freud of beyond the pleasure principle, who famously remarks that protection against stimuli is an almost more important function for the living organism than reception of stimuli. PFL 11, 298. McLuhan conceives of the organism as an homeostatic system whose aim is to neutralize or disintensify stimuli. The function of the body as a group of sustaining and protective organs for the central nervous system is to act as buffers against sudden variations of stimulus in the physical and social environment. 43. Media function ambiguously in this respect. As what McLuhan misleadingly characterizes as extensions of man, they form an artificial, perceptual system fusing with the organism's ectoderm so as to present an extra protective layer against the acceleration of exchange by written and monetary media whilst simultaneously contributing to capitalist What McLuhan calls auto-amputation is a numbness or blocking of perception arising from an organic attempt to regain equilibrium in the face of unmanageable stimuli. The autoimputative power is resorted to by the body when the perceptual power cannot locate or avoid the source of irritation. 42. Whatever threatens the function of the central nervous system must be contained, localized, or cut off even to the total removal of the offending organ. 43. We have to numb our central nervous system when it is extended and exposed, or we will die. 47. This numbness corresponds to what Freud describes as the development of an insensitive crust on the ectoderm, a baking through of the organism's outer layer brought about by the ceaseless impact of stimuli. PFL 11, 297. Since this surface can undergo no further permanent modification from the impact of excitation, it presents the most favorable conditions for the reception of stimuli. PFL 297. For McLuhan, as for Freud, the sense organs and their inorganic prostheses have a Kantian ambivalence in sampling the external world. They also necessarily screen it out, formatting its enormous energies so as to make them compatible with organic interiority. As Freud puts it in the project, the sense organs operate not only as screens against quantity Q like every nerve ending, but as sieves. McLuhan explicitly invokes Freud to explain the functioning of this mechanism. The Freudian censor is less of a moral function than an indispensable condition of learning. Were we to accept fully and directly every shock to our various structures of awareness, we would soon be nervous wrecks, doing double takes and pressing panic buttons every minute. The censor protects our central system of values, as it does our physical nervous system, by simply cooling off the onset of experience a good deal. For many people this cooling system brings on a lifelong state of physical rigor mortis or of somnambulism, particularly observable in periods of new technology. 24. 2.6. From narcissism to schizophrenia. Gibson, numb, he said, had been numb a long time, years. All his nights down in Nincy, his nights with Linda, numb in bed, and numb at the cold sweating center of every drug deal. And 181. McLuhan points out that the Greek word narcosis, or numbness, is the etymological root shared by the words narcotics and narcissism. 41. The attempt to become a closed system results in a freezing out of stimuli. As McLuhan writes in the essay on Burroughs, during the process of digestion of the old environment, man finds it expedient to anesthetize himself as much as possible. He pays as little attention to the actions of the environment as the patient heeds the surgeon's scalpel. The gulping or swallowing of nature by the machine was attended by a complete change of the ground rules of both the sensory ratios of the individual nervous system and the patterns of the social world. Today, when the environment has become the extension of the entire mesh of the nervous system, anesthesia numbs our bodies into hydraulic jacks. In Understanding Media, McLuhan electronically renomates the myth of Narcissus to discuss both the implosion of subjectivity and the autoimputation induced by the move into a fully mediatized environment. According to McLuhan, Narcissus' plight arises not because he falls in love with himself, but because he is unable to recognize his image as belonging to him. The youth Narcissus mistook his own reflection in the water for another person. This extension of himself by the mirror numbed his perceptions until he became the servo-mechanism of his own extended or repeated image. Now, the point of this myth is the fact that men at once become fascinated by any extensions of themselves in any material other than themselves. The wisdom of the Narcissus myth does not convey any idea that Narcissus fell in love with anything he regards as himself. Obviously, he would have had very different feelings about the image had he known it was an extension or repetition of himself. 42 from McLuhan, The Modern Technical Environment. Gibson's matrix is continuous with the human nervous system, misrecognized as something separate because the sheer amount of stimuli cannot be dealt with except by an enormous numbing, or autoimputation of the electronic sense organs transmitting the stimuli. As McLuhan insists, the sense of the Narcissus myth is that the young man's image is a self-amputation or extension induced by irritating pressures. As counter-irritant, the image produces a generalized numbness or shock that declines recognition. Self-amputation forbids self-recognition. The principle of self-amputation as an immediate relief of strain on the central nervous system applies very readily to the origin of the media of communication from speech to computer. 43. What differentiates later theorists, such as Baudrillard, Lasch, and Jameson, from McLuhan is an increasing sense that the screens have failed the organism and or the self is no longer able to protect itself from the slings and arrows of outrageous cybernetics. In Seduction, Baudrillard revives McLuhan's formula. Narcissus Anarchis's McLuhan had already made the connection. S-166, he quotes Jean Crazzolo, who writes of an electronic Narcissus, a slip from Oedipus to Narcissus. S-166. In part, Baudrillard's narcissism designates a condition in which selves collapse into their images. Baudrillard invokes a digital Narcissus, who is going to slide along the trajectory of a death drive and sink in his own image. S-166. More radically, though Baudrillard's narcissism is about the inability to detach a Delamite self, narcissistic self-referentiality happens at the level of the network's circularity. S-166, not at the level of the subject, who exists only as the micro-recapitulation of its seamless integrity. With Jameson, Baudrillard declares the end of alienation, but where Jameson describes a shift of the dynamics of cultural pathology in which the alienation of the subject is displaced by the latter's fragmentation. PCLLC 14, Baudrillard emphasis not fragmentation but integration. The structure of our relationships with networks and screens is one of subordination, not alienation, the structure of the integrated circuit. T56. Like McLuhan and Baudrillard, Christopher Lasch theorizes capitalism's total integration in terms of the Narcissus myth. As the Greek legend reminds us, it is the confusion of the self and the not-self. The minimal or narcissistic self is, above all, a self uncertain of its own outlines. For McLuhan, this is all anticipated in Burroughs' supposed collapsing of the category of the private. Burroughs, according to McLuhan, presents a paradigm of the future where there can be no spectators, but only participants. There is no privacy and no private parts. The effacement of the distinction between private and public will, of course, become a commonplace of postmodern theory. The loss of public space occurs contemporaneously with the loss of private space, Baudrillard observes. The one is no longer a spectacle, the other no longer a secret. EC 130, the disappearance of the distinction between private and public realms brings with it the concomitant disintegration of what Lasch calls the imperial ego, Jameson's bourgeois monad, with its conception of a unique self and private identity, a unique personality and individuality. PCLLC 15. For Baudrillard, as for McLuhan before him, media, particularly television, play a crucial role here, insinuating themselves into all ostensibly private zones. Television is only a screen, or better, It is a miniaturized terminal that appears in your head. You are the screen, and the television is watching you transistorize all your neurons and passes for a magnetic tape. S-162. Private space now becomes a terminal whose function is to relay a public world that only exists at the level of simulation. As Deleuze-Guattari say, the whole world unfolds at home. AO 251, or, as McLuhan put it in the Burroughs essay, no civilian can escape this environmental blitzkrieg, for there is quite literally no place to hide. Hence, the hideous intimacy CZ40 of postmodern culture, what Baudrillard terms its obscenity. The private-public distinction is ifest in a sort of obscenity where the most intimate details of our life become the virtual feeding ground of the media. Inversely, the entire universe comes to unfold arbitrarily on your domestic screen all the useless information that comes to you from the entire world, like a microscopic pornography of the universe, useless, excessive. EC 130. The obscene is defined by opposition to the scene, which Baudrillard says belongs to a certain theatrics proper to what he thinks of as a superseded psychoanalytic paradigm. Here Mimes's representation, projection, and mirroring all still made sense. Distance, a certain staging, was still possible. But these representational dramaturgies have now been displaced into media circuits and networks that are cold and communicational, contactual, and motivational. EC 130. Here there is no reflection, only interminable circulation. The obscene is what does away with every mirror, every look, every image. EC 130. It is the closer than close, so close that the subject is no longer able to distinguish itself from its surroundings. Pornography provides the model for obscene culture, but its ultra-close-up techniques quickly extend beyond the mediatization of sexuality. It is not only the sexual that becomes obscene in pornography. Today there is a whole pornography of information and communication, that is to say, of circuits and networks. EC 130. Narcissism, as McLuhan, Baudrillard, and Lasch understand it, is not about self-love, but the inability to distinguish self from other, object from subject. Cybernetics. As Baudrillard's persistent references to communication and control imply, the postmodern vertigo of the schizophrenic Lasch uncertainty about the outlines of the self is bound up with cybernetics, and with what Gregory Bateson called its new understanding of mind, self, human relationships, and power. Pursued to its most radical extremes, cybernetics obsolesces personological, subjectivist, and organicist ontologies in favor of explanation at the level of systemic process. Cybernetic systems are essentially inorganic because they radically deprivilege the organism as the appropriate analytic focus. Bateson insists that the basic unit of survival is not the organism but organism plus environment, and make no differentiation between biotic and technical components. In Steps to an Ecology of Mind, Bateson had presented a benevolent version of what Baudrillard and Lasch will characterize as the narcissistic or schizophrenic disintegration of the ego, arguing Spinozistically that the mental world, the mind, the world of information processing is not limited by the skin. When we seek to explain the behavior of a man sick or any other organism, the system designated will usually not have the same limits as the self, as this term is commonly and variously understood. 36. Consider a blind man with a stick. Bateson goes on. Where does the blind man's self begin? At the tip of the stick, at the handle of the stick, or at some point halfway up the stick? These questions are nonsense, because the stick is a difference along which differences are transmitted under transformation. The concern in postmodern theory with schizophrenia is in large part a registering of this cybernetic account of subjectivity, a sense that the self can no longer be properly distinguished from the multiplicity of circuits that traverse it. Postmodernity, as Baudrillard and Jameson theorize, is the seeping through of schizophrenia into capitalism, whilst neither goes so far as Deleuze-Guattari in directly correlating capitalism with schizophrenia. For Baudrillard, nerve rays become cathode rays, ubiquitous media circuitries routinize, a heightened hallucinogenic experience, a psychedelic Gedines S162 characterized by somnambular absence and tactile euphoria, S159 in the ecstasy of communication. Baudrillard explicitly associates schizophrenia with the emergence of cybernetic networks. If hysteria was the pathology of the exacerbated staging of the subject, a pathology of expression of the body's theatrical and operatic conversion, and if paranoia was the pathology of organization, EC 133 Jameson 2 theorizes postmodernity in terms of schizophrenia, deriving his account of from Lacanian psychoanalysis, and hurrying to point out that this is in no way a clinical definition. The chief characteristic of Jameson's postmodern schizophrenia is the breakdown in the experience of sequential time and inability to unify the past, present, and future of our own biographical experience or psychic life. PCLLC 27, the schizophrenic, Jameson writes, is reduced to an experience of pure and unreal 27. Both these theorizations of schizophrenia converge with Deleuze-Guattari in defining the schizophrenic experience in terms of a surfeit. For Deleuze-Guattari, schizophrenia is a harrowing, emotionally overwhelming experience which brings the schizo as close as possible to matter, to a burning living center of matter. AO 19. How is it possible that the schizo was conceived of as the autistic reg separated from the real and cut off from life that he is so often thought to be? AO 1920, they ask. While Jameson equivocates, arguing that the schizophrenic charge of affect can be described in the negative terms of anxiety and loss of reality, but which one could just as well imagine in the positive terms of euphoria, a high and intoxicatory or hallucinogenic intensity, PCLLC 2728. Baudrillard is definitive. What character EC 133 hence Cicheri-Ronay's claim about the connections between cyberpunk hallucination, dread, and madness. But if it is no doubt the case that cyberpunk has a new take on schizophrenia and hallucination, these themes could hardly be said to be foreign to horror. As even a cursory reading of Poe or Lovecraft shows, horror is hardly a stranger to hallucination. But what differentiates cyberpunk hallucination from hallucination in horror is essentially its technical replicability and its currency as a duplichologist communication medium. Artificialized hallucination stands in for a decoded socius. If the matrix is a consensual hallucination, its continuing reality as an environment is not dependent upon some act of collective will any more than the persistence of capital is. The sustainability of both, according to Deleuze-Guattari, has gone over to sociotechnical machines which both interpellate human beings as subjects and integrate them as components. TP 458. Techno-capital hallucinations are not epistemological illusions, but cybernetic operational feedback systems. As Cicheri-Ronay writes, in a clear nod to Baudrillard, it is natural to expect that as technology proves more and more able to construct the world in its own image, that is, to create the simulacra to replace the real and the original indeed, yet it is to miss entirely the logic, the delirial anti-logic of the process, to assume that capitalism's hallucinatory nature can be equated with unreality. In a certain Marxist sense, as you enter the matrix, you access what is in effect. Although the matrix and capital are totally artificial, neither are epistemological commitments beliefs you can just opt out of in part, because the artificial can be quantified, hence Deleuze-Guattari's fictional quantities. Gibson's hallucinations differ from Poe's because they cannot be attributed, even provisionally, to psychological dis-ease. In a canonic example of Poe horror such as The Telltale Heart, all the mechanics of interiority can still be seen to obtain. Perceptual warps arise from a guilty internal neurosis that finds itself echoed everywhere in the outside world. In Gibson's world, hallucination emerges as the effect of electrolibidinal affect. Psychology plays no active part. The voice was just part of dying, being flatlined, some crazy bullshit your brain threw up to make you feel better, and something had happened back at the source, maybe a brownout in their part of the grid, so the ice had lost its hold on his nervous system. CZ61 predictably Baudrillard defines the new science fiction in terms of simulation. Ballard's Crash, for instance, becomes the first great novel of the universe of simulation SS119, but it is the combination of simulation with stimulus in what Gibson calls simulated stimuli that is in fact more characteristic of key cyberpunk texts such as Videodrome and Neuromancer. Specifically, SimStim is the name Gibson gives to an ultra-advanced neuro-electronically triggered hypermedia apparatus, something to make the soaps seem more real than real. More generally, though, the combination of simulation-stimulation underlies all the key technical developments Gibson describes: bio or Microsoft's data input devices that can be meshed directly into the nervous system, and the immersive environment of cyberspace, or the matrix itself. Perception has been decoded into a matter of particular set of triggerable stims, capable of simulating any possible experience. The simulation of particular affective states by direct neuronic stimulation had been a concern of cybernetic fiction, hence the relation between the human organism and its technical environment becomes understood not any longer in terms of organic extensions, but of dependent circuitries. The preoccupation with addiction, or more broadly dependency, in cyberpunk fiction and its precursors reflects a supersession of subjectivity by Cybernetic's Oedipus becoming Narcissus. What Gibson calls the intimacy of cyberpunk technical machines indicates a new level of mechanic dependency, but addiction always implies a becoming inorganic since it involves the induction of the organism into extra-organic feedback circuits. Cyberpunk tends towards the abstraction of addiction. Gibson's characterization of Case as a drug addict in 161 seems superfluous. I'm a drug addict, Kath. What kind? Stimulants. Central nervous system stimulants. Extremely powerful central nervous system stimulants. And 161 2.7 stimulating the Gothic body, Videodrome Cronenberg. Dick hallucinations, whether induced by psychosis, hypnosis, drugs, toxins, etc., may be merely quantitatively different from what we see, not qualitatively so. In other words, too much is emanating from the neurological apparatus of the organism over and beyond the structural organizing necessity. No name entities or aspects begin to appear, and since the person does not know what they are, that is, what fire called, or what they mean, he cannot communicate with other persons about them. The breakdown of verbal communication is a fatal index that somewhere along the line the person is experiencing reality in a way too altered to fit into his own prior worldview and too radical to allow empathic linkage with other persons. Jameson, the originality of Philip K. Dick, was then to have reunited the twin fear of addiction and of schizophrenia with its reality loops and hallucinatory alternate worlds in a lethal combination which Cronenberg's media nightmare transcends, replaces, and intensifies all at once, translating it into the society of the spectacle or image. Cronenberg's Videodrome has achieved its canonic status because of its almost emblematic staging of the convergence of cybernetic and Gothic themes. Cronenberg's almost complete stripping away of the conventions of the horror genre, his abandonment of the expressionistic style revived in the almost directly contemporary Blade Runner, the trappings of the Gothic, but Videodrome's echelon of particular horror conventions goes alongside a reinforcement of the principal Gothic theme of an organic continuum, exactly like the expressionist cinema whose conventions it has displaced. Videodrome follows Waringer's Gothic line as it passes across the so-called animate and inanimate, but it shares with Gibson a sense that it is ultramodern cybernetic technical assemblage that are making the distinction between organic and inorganic increasingly unstable. In particular, it focuses on media, especially the so-called postmodern media of television and video, and the still nascent technologies of virtual reality as assemblages which reconfigure the body in new ways, opening it up to desiring trajectories that have as their corollary a new cybernetic account of power. Videodrome's most powerful scenes directly invert the image of the prostheticized body Freud presents in Civilization and Its Discontents. In Videodrome, Mac's body, in what may be a pointed and corrective reference to McLuhan's media organicism, is not extended but inviginated. Here is a body literally overwhelmed by an unmanageable quantity of stimuli, an image of what happens when McLuhan's Freudian censor is unable to sieve out damaging intensities. But if Videodrome's central images of the body are an inversion of the organicized Freudo-McLuhanite extensionalist body, they are also deliberately parodic literalizations of the body posited in the discourse of censorship. With Videodrome, I wanted to posit the possibility that man exposed to violent imagery would begin to hallucinate, Cronenberg has said. I wanted to see what it would be like, in fact, if what the censors were saying would happen did happen. What, that is to say, if the body could not be only triggered, but actually mutated, by television and video signal. In Videodrome, Cronenberg's background in making horror films, albeit of an aberrant kind, crosses over into a fictotheorization of contemporary media in terms of Gothic effect. Here we bring into play another McLuhan, the McLuhan who had understood popular media to be based, like cheap Gothic novels, on what, following the deluge of the Bacon book, we might call a logic of sensation. As early as The Mechanical Bride 1953, his first full-length attempt to provide a symptomatology of media psychopathology, McLuhan had written of the curious fusion of sex, technology, and death in media artifacts. Newspaper layout, effectively a form of collage, according to McLuhan, operates via editorial ghoul techniques, poetic associations of linked and contrasting imagery. McLuhan cites one magazine example, in which the central picture was a wounded man coming home to face it all another day down another death-swept road. Flanking him was a sprawling pin-up, 500,000 servicemen wrote for this one, and underneath him, in exactly the same posture of surrender, was a nude female corpse with a rope around her neck. Enraged Nazis hanged this Russian guerrilla. McLuhan speculates that this may well be what draws people to the death shows of the speedways and fills the press and magazines with close-ups of executions, suicides, and smashed bodies. A metaphysical hunger to experience everything sexually, to pluck out the heart-body image fading down corridors of television sky of the mystery for a super thrill. Pornography and Gothic fiction stand behind the media machineries McLuhan describes as technologies for the targeting and heightening of stimulation. Gothic fiction, like pornography, is sold as a body-stimulating machine, its super thrills not directly sexual but spine-chilling or hair-raising. Although, as McLuhan hints, and as we shall explore more fully below, for Videodrome and Ballard, the tendency in hypermedia sensation culture is towards an abstract sensation and away from a naturalized sexuality, towards a cyberoticism or hypersexuality that precisely puts in question the limits of the sexual as such. Videodrome appears. The Videodrome signal is the ultimate interactive technology distributed via fleshy cassettes that pulse with obscene non-organic animation. Videodrome's inventor is Brian Oblivion, not the name I was born with. Someday all of us will have special names, names that will cause the cathode ray to vibrate. A media guru who has been described both as an obvious McLuhan figure and as a thinly disguised Baudrillard, which tells us as much about the close relationship between Baudrillard and McLuhan as it does about Cronenberg. According to his daughter Bianca, Oblivion saw Videodrome as the next stage in man's evolution as a technological animal, a new organ, a new part of the brain. When Max first encounters Oblivion on a television talk show, he is, we subsequently learn, already dead. The first victim of Videodrome survives as a set of video recordings. He made thousands of them, appearing on television, only on television, as the head of a small cable channel. Although Videodrome appears at first to be merely a particularly hardcore variant of some pornography here is only ostensibly or initially to do with biotic sex, functioning instead as a probe head through which techniques for the maximization of stimulation and concomitantly its management can be explored. Videodrome's purpose is to open the neural floodgates, to trigger recalling the McLuhan-Ballard correlation of mass media with sexualist violence, a convergence explored more fully by Cronenberg in Crash. Videodrome points to an eroticization of everything that immediately deprivileges sex in its bio-reproductive mode. It's not exactly sex, Wren warns. His lover Nikki Brand, Deborah Harry of Videodrome, says who. She counters, echoing Ballard's deterritorialization of sex in the atrocity exhibition, of which more shortly. We live in overstimulated times, Nikki Brand tells Max. I want you, Max, she breathes. Come to me. Come to Nikki. Her lips fill the screen, and all boundaries are removed as the digitic frame of the television screen vanishes from view. The lips now fill the television screen in a vast close-up. Viotic sex becomes displaced by a hallucinatory generalized cyberotics. In one scene the set begins to pulsate. To breathe veins repel the hardware cabinet, a video game joystick woggles obscenely. Believing that it can program Wren as one of its assassins, Spectacular Optical, the megacorporation that is ultimately revealed to be behind Videodrome, we make inexpensive glasses for the Third World and missile guidance systems for NATO, deliberately infects Max with the signal that will transform him into new flesh, seducing him using the image of radio announcer Nikki Brand. Wren has a series of increasingly intense hallucinations, which he eventually connects to his consumption of the Videodrome programming. Ultimately, Wren, reprogrammed by Oblivion's daughter, Bianca, turns on his new masters, killing Spectacular Optical's Barry Convex. Or so it would appear. We are so deep into Philip K. Dick-like reality loops that we can't be sure what is happening for Hyperol. Perhaps much of the film, including the apparent assassinations, are merely hallucinations, safely monitored by Barry Convex using a prototype VR helmet and recording device. 2.8 tactile power Deleuze clockwork automata, but also motor automata in short automata of movement, gave way to a new computer and cybernetic race automata of computation and thought automata with controls and feedback. The configuration of power was also inverted, and instead of converging on a single mysterious leader, inspirer of dreams, commander of actions, power was diluted in an information network where decision-makers managed control, processing and stock across intersections of insomnious and seers. Videodrome operates as a hyper-commentary on horror and its capacity to stimulate and therefore transform the body, and therefore reality. Running alongside the history of horror cinema is a discourse of censorship and control, which has posited a body capable of terrifying transformation, a body that is at once a passive recording surface and a violently libidinized maw hungry for stimulus. Baudrillard's In the Shadow of the Silent Majorities, with its hyperparodic invocation of a pliable body subject to the influence of media, might even be the ironic postscript to this tradition. Meanwhile, somnambulism, mesmerism, and manipulation have been themes in Gothic cinema since The Cabinet of Drive Caligari. What Videodrome adds to this Gothic account of power, of course, is an emphasis on the production of somnambulist desire by media itself, revealing the complicity of certain discourses about media with the language of horror. What is at stake in Videodrome? Videodrome shares with Baudrillard an inheritance from McLuhan that amounts to a critique of spectacular optical culture, emerging in an emphasis on the non- or post-optical functioning of new media. Although obsessed with optics, Cronenberg's film ultimately concurs with McLuhan's claim that electric technology has meant for Western man a considerable drop in the visual component of his experience and a corresponding increase in the activity of his other senses. McLuhan's thesis that television is a tactile medium outlined in some of the most haunting and enigmatic passages in his writing is repeatedly referenced in some of Videodrome's most powerful images in particular those in which we see Max seduced by the Nicky brand Videodrome composite. As Max approaches the screen bulges outward to meet his touch, literalizing the notion of the screen as breast. His face sinks in his hands, fondle the panels and knobs of the set as the lips continue their panting invitation. Here the medium is indeed the massage. But this interactivity is always imminent to television's operations, McLuhan suggests. The television image requires each instant that we close the spaces in the mesh by a convulsive sensuous participation that is profoundly kinetic and tactile, because tactility is the interplay of the senses rather than the isolated contact of skin and object. 314 Baudrillard will cite this formulation in Symbolic Exchange and Death 65 as part of an analysis that simultaneously ironizes McLuhan's position while extending it. So we can understand why McLuhan saw an era of tactile communication in the era of electronic mass media. In this we are closer in effect to the tactile than we are to the visual universe, where there is greater distance and reflection is always possible. SD 65. The tactile becomes part of a contactual tactical universe of communication whose obscene closeness no longer allows the space for response while always ostensibly soliciting it. Videodrome delineates the stealthy intercession into and deletion of private space by television described by both McLuhan and Baudrillard. It is well known, Baudrillard writes in The Ecstasy of Communication, how the simple presence of the television changes the rest of the habitat into a kind of archaic envelope, a vestige of human relations, whose very survival remains perplexing. As soon as this scene is no longer haunted by its actors and their fantasies, as soon as behavior is crystallized on certain screens and operational terminals, what's left appears only as a large useless body, deserted and condemned. EC 129 television is a deeply unheimlich technology, a disturbing presence in the heart of the domestic scene whose apparent reassuring familiarity conceals its insidious destruction of that very scene and all scenes. Baudrillard will insist today it is the very space of habitation that's conceived as both receiver and distributor, the control. EC 128, or beyond science fiction and into cyberpunk as the most recent and spectacular electric extension of our central nervous system. 317 television, McLuhan suggests, is a complex gestalt of data gathered almost at random. 317, a flat two-dimensional mosaic. 313. Television, according to McLuhan, exerts an ambient dominance, subtly but completely altering the domestic environment as soon as it enters it. Television demands participation and involvement in depth of the whole being. It will not work as background. 58. You don't watch television, McLuhan urges, you scan it, you follow it. The mode of the television image has nothing in common with film or photo except that it offers also a new nonverbal gestalt, or posture of forms. The television image is not a still shot. It is not a photo in any sense, but a ceaselessly forming contour of things limned by the scanning finger. The resulting plastic contour appears by light through, not light on, and the image so formed has the quality of sculpture and icon rather than of picture. 313. Television cyberneticized the environment. While film and photography leave in place the dichotomy between subject and object, film is projected over the heads of the audience. Photos are constituted as spatially delimitable. Television cannot simply be looked at by a spectator who retains a distance from it. You have to be with it, it engages you. Perhaps this is why so many people feel that their identity has been threatened. 59. Given his emphasis on the closeness of Cronenberg's film to Baudrillard's work, Scott Buchitman's theorization of Videodrome as part of the science fiction of the spectacle, then, is oddly misleading. Despite arguing that Videodrome seems to be a film which hypostatized Baudrillard's own polemic. 60. Buchitman fails to process Baudrillard's critique of situationist theory. Similarly, Buchitman's hasty dismissal of McLuhan is puzzling. given that Baudrillard's theory of power, insofar as he still recognizes the continuing validity of the term, is very much indebted explicitly so to McLuhan's formulations. An important footnote to Precession of Simulacra uses a gloss on what Baudrillard thinks is McLuhan's most significant formula: the medium is the message as a means of exploring the new power networks. Baudrillard is happy here to classify the new configurations as power, but distinguishes this new delicalized mode of power from power in its classical definition SS 41, which is at an end SS 41. Since the medium-message confusion has now collapsed, thus sealing the disappearance of all dual, polar structures. The passage is one of a number of occasions in which Baudrillard makes an explicit point of differentiating his own position from that of the situationists. Baudrillard could not be clearer. We are witnessing the end of perspectival and panoptic space, and thus to the very abolition of the spectacular, he proclaims in Precession of Simulacra. Television, for example, is no longer a spectacular medium. We are no longer in the society of the spectacle of which the situationists spoke, nor in the specific kinds of alienation and repression that it implied. The medium itself is no longer identifiable as such, and the confusion of the medium and the message is the first great formula of this new era. SS 30. And in the ecstasy of communication obscenity begins when there is no more spectacle. EC 130. The implicit critique of situationist theory Baudrillard presents concerns its continuing assumption of a distinction between power and its objects, between the spectacle and what it conceals. Ultimately, Baudrillard suggests, the situationists are committed to an appearanceriality distinction that is no longer sustainable. Everything circulates now, Baudrillard insists. Nothing is concealed indeed, everything is hypervisible. There is nothing and no one behind appearances that could be exposed, just as there is no alienation from which one can be liberated. Insofar as there is a source of power, it is you. Psychoanalysis provides the model for these decentered circuitries of manipulation. One can always ask of the traditional holders of power where they get their power from. Who made you duke? The king. Who made you king? God. Only God no longer answers. But to the question who made you a psychoanalyst, the analyst can reply you. SS 41. Power has completed the spectacle by making it interactive, but in doing so it has abolished the spectacle as such and inaugurated a new, all-inclusive system which makes alienation and its critique obsolete. Immersion, so central a preoccupation of cyberpunk and its technologies, displaces spectatorship. Videodrome's neo-McLuhanite emphasis on interactivity follows Burroughs and Foucault in suggesting that capitalism increasingly functions not by repressing the body but by plugging it into positive feedback excitation circuitries. In Videodrome, the Burroughs theme of image addiction and McLuhan's theories of habituation to media come together in the Oblivion's cathode ray mission, a kind of updated soup kitchen in which television addicts can get patched back into the world's mixing board. Addiction, already becoming inorganic of the organism, is transferred over onto the technical machines as part of a production of artificial desire immaculate dependency. The spectacular Videodrome generates subliminal overstimulation, and this hype leads to a craving for stimulation for its own sake. The Videodrome through the television screen in words, sound, vision, visual imagery releases spores, pheromones which make us gorge ourselves on it, always wanting more, whether it's tactile, sexual, phenomenal, social, material, or emotional. Instead, bodies are mutated as part of the operations of a non-organic circuit which denaturalize sexuality at the same time as it effectuates a hyper-eroticism of the environment. The Videodrome signal, as we have seen, makes the scene obscene, swarming with unnatural intensities. In terms of the cybernetic systems Videodrome describes, pornography and addiction are interlocking machineries of bodily manipulation, and in both cases, what is crucial is the participatory or interactive relationship. It works so much better when you want it. It is Burroughs who is a crucial figure here, As Scott Buchitman has noted, Videodrome is saturated with Burroughs thematics and imagery. But it is perhaps his role as a theorist of a deterritorialized pornography as a control apparatus that he is most important in Videodrome. Alongside drug addiction, pornography serves as one of Burroughs' chief examples of a control process. Pornography assumes a privileged position in Burroughs' cut-up texts because it exemplifies the process he calls image addiction, exposing the mechanisms by which desire is simultaneously artificialized and channeled. What Burroughs derives from psychoanalysis and his study of Scientology 63 is principally the idea of the subject as a recording and recorded system. The reprogramming of the human nervous system, the major theme, as McLuhan says of Burroughs' Nova Express, is a neo-Spinozist model of the production of sad passions. Like addiction, pornography is an ostensibly participatory process which commensurates the organism to exogenous and arbitrary stimuli. For Burroughs, the consumer of pornography, like the addict, is ultimately himself consumed, locked into ever more predictable circuits of dead affect. Desire learns to love its own repression by allowing itself to be looped into the desolate repetition of mechanical stimulus-response patterns. Needless to say, Burroughs makes no distinction between pornography and ordinary sexuality. On the contrary, for Burroughs, all sexuality needs to be understood on the model of pornography. Sex is a recording, to be ricket-spliced together and replayed. It is all purely technical, a question of habituation to stimuli that could be anything. The body is slaved into idiot compulsive repetitive behaviors by the triggering of what Burroughs calls images. The image for Burroughs is essentially a particular neuronic stimuli around which associations cluster. Repeat the image and you repeat whatsoever is associated with it. Where Freud privileges one particular image or set of images, what Deleuze-Guattari call the family photo, so as to freeze desire into familial representations, Burroughs realizes that, in principle, any image can function to capture desire. Sexuality operates in Burroughs less as a primary instinct than as a reprogrammable stimulus-response circuitry. You see sex as an electrical charge that can be turned on and off if you know the electromagnetic switchboard. Nay, 140. Burroughs' work endlessly insists that pornography operates not as a representation of sex, but as its deterritorialization out onto the technical machines, and complementary capture. Sex escapes into recording technologies that sample and loop repetition compulsions before feeding them back into bio-behavior that increasingly functions as their idiotic replay. As with Spinoza, Burroughs presents a version of behaviorism that operates through rudimentary techniques of associationism, but rather than all stimulus being ultimately attributable to biosexuality, as a certain crude psychoanalytic reductionism would insist, Burroughs shows that associationist collagen can flash cut any random image into a neuronic series and libidinize it. Flash from words to colors on the association screen, associate silently from colors to the act, substitute other factors for the words Arab drum music, musty smell of erections in outhouses, feel of orgasm, color, music, smell, fell to the million sex acts, all time, place, the body, then emerges as a set of non-organic recordings, triggers, and replays. For the Cronenberg of Videodrome, pornography functions as a cybernetic re-engineering of the body rather than a simple matter of optical stimulation. Videodrome draws out the way in which the achievement of the pornographic ideal would precisely not be matter of improving visual resolution, guaranteeing psychic physical integrity, and maintaining specular distance, but of facilitating bodily immersion, compromising all boundaries and doing away with all distance. As William Bogart explains, the practical problem in the production of telematic porn is how the simulated body on screen can become a surrogate for, and a prosthetic of, the real body, more attuned to the user's fantasies and pleasures, and also the reverse, how the real body of the observer can become more integrated into the apparatus of simulation. This translates into a question not so much of vision, nor even exactly of the gaze surveillance technology, but of tactility. McLuhan saw this in relation to television years ago. 156 Bobbard here closely echoes Baudrillard, who argues that the spiraling effect of the shifting of power, the effect of circularity in which power is lost, is dissolved, is resolved into perfect manipulation. It is no longer of the order of directive power and of the gaze, but of the order of tactility and commutation. SS 4142, tactility, as Baudrillard takes it up, indicates less the sensory or intersensory touching loses its sensual value for us, he says SED 64, than a participatory circuit. Whenever Baudrillard writes of participation there are always implicit inverted commas around the word, not because he thinks that the discourses of tactility and participation are ideological mystifications, but because participation implies the possibility of distance, of separation, whereas the circuits he describes are so complete that there is nothing outside them. Response is screened out in advance. With television the viewer is the screen. 313 McLuhan pronounces, in a slogan that clearly anticipates Baudrillard, prime component in the ecstasy of communication and its correlate control. Television is fundamentally cybernetic, operating by drawing the viewer into a circuit 66. Thus the tapes in Videodrome, which induce Max hallucinations, are not entirely pre-recorded. They merely set the tone, as Oblivion puts it, interacting with the specific nervous system they are targeting like intelligent viruses. But pre-recording is nevertheless an important element, since what Videodrome is about is the postmodern fusion of television and video, one of whose effects is the displacement of live broadcasting in favor of pre-recorded footage. 67 Thus Max is reconfigured as a video player, a cybernetic component on which power is recorded, erased, and re-recorded, not a tabula rasa on which power is inscribed once and for all. The axiomatic does not need to write on bare flesh, to mark bodies and organs, nor does it need to fashion a memory for men. AO 250-68, Videodrome shows how profoundly illiterate AO 240 capitalism keeps up the symbolic order only for show 69. You don't read capital. Videodrome makes clear. You play it, it plays you. A logic of contagion, of contact and infection saventi, replaces any strategy of ideological persuasion. Simply to have contact with the Videodrome signal is to be infected by it. Jameson comes close to this perception when he writes of the fear of the subliminal in Videodrome. Primary here is no doubt the fear of the subliminal itself. The putative subliminal signals of the Videodrome image can be seen to be intensifications of Buñuel's inaugural assault on the viewer's eyeball with a straight razor, while the deeper fantasy about the lethal properties of commodity consumption runs, at least from the legendary Coke in Coca-Cola. GA 2930. The body subject to such assault is not in any sense a sealed organism, but a body capable of mutation, of fusion with capital and its commodities, a Gothic body, a body without organs. And in the end Videodrome is far more ambivalent about the extent of cybernetic control than is Baudrillard. Mac's assassination of spectacular opticals, Barry Convex, and his final transformation into new flesh suggest that, as a true Gothic technology, the infection, the Borovshian image virus, may not remain loyal to its masters. The tactile then registers not only as a power mechanism, but as a new post-optical, desiring trajectory. Cronenberg's point is that the two, desire and power, become increasingly interfused in deluged societies of control. 2.9 The atrocity exhibition, the until then implicit connection between Cronenberg and J.G. Ballard as theory fictional explorers of contemporary cybernetic culture was concretized in Cronenberg's notorious film version of Ballard's Crash. A scene added by Cronenberg himself to the original Crash novel immediately reminds us of Videodrome's logic of sensation, its fusion of body and media landscape. At one point in the film we find Von Crash's anti-hero trauma technician performing a public restaging of the crash which killed James Dean, complete with live commentary. We are reminded immediately of McLuhan's curious fusion of sex, technology, and death, a phrase which could serve as a handy soundbite introduction to Ballard's universe. Here we have it, a mediometic repetition compulsion culture, in which trauma and mass communication have become indivisible. Cronenberg's appropriation of Ballard absolutely logical given their shared obsessions with the interactions between media, technical systems, and the body gives an intriguing hint. Fundamentally, it is Ballard's treatment of technical, organic, and geological features as elements belonging to a single plane that makes him an explorer of the Gothic line, all junctions, whether of our own biologies or the hard geometries of these walls and ceilings are equivalent to one another. A61. What Crash, both the novel and the film radically displaces, as Baudrillard says, is the classical account of technology and of the body. In its place, according to Baudrillard, we have a body confused with technology in its violating and violent dimension, in the savage and continual surgery that violence exercises, incisions, escissions, scarifications, the chasms of the body, of which the sexual wounds and pleasures of the body are only a particular case, a body without organs or pleasure of the SS 111. In his key works, Ballard performs a literal deterritorialization of science fiction, a shift from the thematics of spatial domination that, according to Baudrillard, had dominated it in its classical period. What Ballard has himself characterized as his stress on inner as opposed to outer space could give the misleading impression that Ballard has made a phenomenological move, privileging a psychological interiority over a concern with the outside world. Nothing could be further from the truth. In Ballard's world, the distinction between inner and outer has fallen away, but not in favor of interiority. Ballard's reversal of Promethean SF goes by way of a new account of the body, or, more Spinozistically, of bodies, rather than positing a neutral or transcendent body that can terraform space. Ballard shows that it is analytically impossible for bodies to dominate any environment, because bodies are radically inextricable from landscape, and immediately become part of it as soon as they enter it. To enter a milieu is immediately to enter into composition with it, and Ballard's fictions are anti-organicist and cybernetic, not because they hypostatise technical machines, but because in them it is exteriority, the milieu, that becomes the most dynamic element. It is not technology that Ballard confronts. Indeed, some of his most important works make little or no reference to technical machines at all, so much as media in McLuhan's sense of total environment. In a discussion of Ballard, Martin Bax shows how, in traditional literature, the scenery, the physical surrounding don't really matter. Media, whether the car or the landscape, are assumed to be vehicles for content introphysic behavior. In a condensed novel such as The Atrocity Exhibition, Ballard radically reverses this priority. Landscape is no longer the enduring and organic backdrop to a theater of human activity, but is the principal focus of a schizoanalytic procedure. In his Minimal Self, Christopher Lasch discusses this effect in Ballard's work in the context of what he calls the replacement of a reliable world of durable objects by a world of flickering images that make it harder and harder to distinguish reality from fantasy. 19. Like Jameson, who has tried to distance himself from Lasch, but whose critique of postmodern culture is in many respects strikingly parallel, Lasch reads Ballard's work symptomatically as a cultural expression of an all-pervasive process of commodification. But, as Buchitman points out, in many crucial respects Ballard anticipates and outflanks these kinds of positions on postmodernism. Jameson's own essay on postmodernism is strikingly anticipated by J.G. Ballard's introduction to his high-tech porn novel Crash. It was Ballard who, in advance of Jameson, isolated the death of affect, the moratorium on the past, and the irrelevance of the subjective nature of existence as hallmarks of contemporary life. However, for the Ballard of novels such as The Atrocity Exhibition and Crash, it is Jameson and Lasch who can be read symptomatically of what Ballard has called a retrospective culture and its obsolete baggage. Ballard's fiction suggests that the position of transcendent social critic assumed by Jameson and Lash itself marks a failure to adequately register the immanentizing processes capitalism's cybersocius is undergoing. These processes, Ballard insists, can only be tracked homopathically using techniques that are flat with them. The ficto-theoretical elaboration of the concept of an organic continuum is what makes Ballard so crucial a resource for Gothic materialism. Ballard's schizophrenic gaze recapitulates what the set designers of the Cabinet of Drive Caligari had produced: a radical continuity between supposedly organic bodies and inorganic landscape, emerging in a refusal to distinguish figure from background. But this time there is no framing narrative that will attribute the perception to a disordered mind. Instead, Ballard replaces psychology and Oedipal psychoanalysis with what is, in effect, a geotraumatics. At its most radical, this implies a metapsychology stripped of all vestigial organicism, an analytic procedure complementary to Deleuze-Guattari's straightanalysis, whose object is not persons but landscapes. All psychology collapses back into geology. Ballard often talks about the conflict between geometry and posture, the competition between the animate and inanimate, and the way the inanimate often creeps in and wins. According to Brian McHale, Ballard's earliest key works had obsessively played out a pattern of repetition with variation. In each Earth is subject to a global disaster, whether a plague of sleeping sickness, the voices of time, rising sea level, the drowned world, a man-made drought, the drought, or the bizarre crystallization of living matter, the crystal world. Pf 69 of this early sequence, the most important, is the first, the drowned world. The drowned world had described the deluging of the anthropomorphic strata by what Deleuze-Guattari call the biocosmic memory that threatens to deluge all attempts at collectivity. AO 190. In the drowned world, the global disaster is not presented as something against which the characters can struggle as if it were simply an external threat. The rising sea level brings changes in the environment that produce a slackening of the characters' metabolisms, a recalibration of their physiologies. The journey out across the landscape is also an exploration of the body as landscape. The geological scene is a schizoanalytic trauma map of the human body. Particular geologic features correlate with stages in the development of the human organism. The further down the CNS you move, from the hindbrain through the medulla into the spinal cord, you descend back into the neuronic past. For example, the junction between T12 and L1 is the great zone of transit between the gill-breathing fish and the air-breathing amphibians with their respiratory rib cages, the very junction where we stand now on the shores of this lagoon between the Paleozoic and Triassic eras. When Jameson Thuris, Ballard in postmodernism, this analysis kills space just as surely as it kills time, since it equates space only with extension. In fact, and exactly contrary to what Jameson argues, Ballard intensifies both space and time. This is what is implied by Ballard's geologization of fiction. If geology spatialized time, it also temporalized space. The brief span of an individual life is misleading. Each one of us is as old as the entire biological kingdom, and our blood streams are tributaries of the great sea and its total memory. The uterine odyssey of the growing foetus recapitulates the entire evolutionary past, and its central nervous system is a coded time scale, each nexus of neurons and each spinal level marking a symbolic station, a unit of neuronic time 77. As with Deleuze-Guattari's, stratuspace becomes a time-coding or time-coded system. Both space and time dissolve into aspects of a single, intensive space-atom process. Hence one of the crucial figures for Ballard's geotraumatics, the spinal landscape. Thoracic drop. The spinal landscape, revealed at the level of T12, is that of the porous rock towers of Tenerife and of the native of the Canaries, Oscar Dominguez, who created the technique of decalcomania and so exposed the first spinal landscape. The clinker-like rock towers, suspended above the silent swamp, create an impression of profound anguish. The inhospitability of the mineral world, with its inorganic growths, is relieved only by the balloons flying in the clear sky. They are painted with names Jackie, Lee Harvey, Malcolm. In the mirror of the swamp there are no reflections. A30, like much of Ballard's most important imagery, the concept of the spinal landscape, is derived from surrealism. Oscar Dominguez, a leading member of the surrealist group in Paris, invented the technique of crushing gouache between layers of paper. When separated they reveal eroded rock-like forms that touch some deeply buried memory, perhaps at some earlier stage in the formation of the brain's visual centers before the wiring is fully in place. A30. But, as we shall see when we look again at Ballard in Chapter 4, Ballard's appropriation of surrealism proceeds by way of an excision of anything belonging to the category of the marvelous. In Ballard the aleatory or dream-like alterity of classical surrealism gives way to a coolly hypernaturalized schizophrenia. It is in the Atrocity exhibition that offers the most sustained theory-fictional account of contemporary media culture in terms of the spinal landscape. While the earlier novels made an important contribution to the earthing of science fiction, none concerned the traditional speculative panoply of outer space, journeys, alien civilizations, or rarefied technology. All retained enough generic elements to be recognizably placed as traditional fiction. The key events they focused on droughts, floods, whilst not necessarily the ordinary province of science fiction, were recognizable fictional tropes belonging, if not to SF. But the Atrocity exhibition occupies a more radical place by simultaneously downplaying many of fiction's traditional concerns, mimetic representation, narrative and psychology, whilst insisting that to in any way deal with contemporary reality, a new fictional mode composed of colleged micro-narratives, found texts, and schizotypologies must be innovated. Unlike the earlier novels, the Atrocity exhibition adds nothing. The traumatic events which are its concern are simply those which took place in the 1960s. There is no need to postulate some additional environmental transmutation on the order of a natural disaster. The novel implies contemporary culture is itself a disaster in progress, an unnatural disaster, an Atrocity exhibition. In the Atrocity exhibition that Ballard's concerns mesh closely with the media theories of McLuhan and Baudrillard. The Atrocity exhibition demands to be read as a belated and corrective sequel to Freud, particularly to the Freud of Beyond the Pleasure Principle, and as a schizoanalytic counterpart to McLuhan, revealing the convergence of the dark side of both in trauma theory or future shock. Here in particular Ballard's work is marked by its sustained refusal of individual psychology, by the complete absence of the imperial ego. In the Atrocity exhibition, the identity of the male figure, who occupies the position of trying to make sense of his increasingly senseless environment, is barely vestigial, and Isnert even nominal, as if to emphasize his lack of defining personal characteristics. Ballard's uncharacterized protagonist Dozed retain the same name from section to section of the novel. Ballard's male characters, the word itself belongs to a 19th-century vocabulary which Ballard's work obsolesces, are victims of future shock, impelled by the need to come to terms with a vast environmental rupturing imaged in a series of repeated disasters, car crashes, war footage, assassinations. Breakdown behavior, as manifested in the ritualist search for a single abstract form, which is repeated in a series of apparently unrelated or irregular phenomena, photographs, erotic poses, urban landscapes. Pf 70 replaces any overarching strategy of rational analysis. Or, more accurately, breakdown behavior becomes the only conceivable rational response to a world that is itself breaking down. The novel examines the enormously distended contours of what it calls the media landscape, the modern urban environment, as transformed by Coca-Colanizing us mediatization. In an environment increasingly dominated by billboards and advertising hoardings, the word landscape is not at all metaphorical. What the atrocity exhibition was about was the way that the media landscape has created something very close to a gigantic art gallery with a lot of very lurid paintings on exhibition, and the way in which psychopathic strains which were normally either ignored or suppressed were beginning to use the media landscape to express and reveal themselves. In a sense, the phrase atrocity exhibition is a strictly literal description of this media landscape as it emerged in the early 1960s, populated by images of Vietnam, the Kennedys, Martin Luther King, and Malcolm X. The novel deals with the violence that hemorrhaged in the 1969, in which it was published, Manson, Altamont, War. But for Ballard, the events of 1969 are merely the culmination of a decade whose guiding logic has been one of violence, a mediatized violence, where mediatization is a profoundly ambiguous term which does necessarily imply a disintensification. As they begin to achieve the instantaneous speed Virilio thinks characteristic of postmodern communication, media paradoxically immediatize trauma, making it instantly available even as they prepackage it into what will become increasingly preprogrammed stimulus-response circuitries. Freud describes trauma in terms of the conservative tendency of the death drives, a return to the inorganic, under the sign of the cybernegatively configured principle of constancy. At its most mechanistic, trauma is a simple register of impact upon the organism. Freud cites the example of railway accidents, the transmission and distribution, through the organism, of exogenous stimuli. Ballard's contribution, in the atrocity exhibition, is to radicalist the Freudian account of trauma by generalizing it. Rather than treating trauma as something with which the organism is affected only contingently, Ballard implies that trauma is a general condition, a non or anti-biotic transmission system distributing particular tick swarms of repetition compulsions across a culture that is indistinguishable from nature. Culture, like the organism, is composed of tics, compulsions, and looped behaviors, rather than simply afflicted by them. The abstract patterns that Dr. Nathan and his supposedly psychotic patients discover repeated across architectural, biological, and geological assemblages are the vectors through which this trauma spreads. Trauma is not merely about processes of wounding and scarring, but also about the response to violent incursions. Indeed, 2.10 Atrocity television media in the atrocity exhibition function less as extra protective layers on the organism's skin than as conduits through which trauma can propagate itself. The atrocity exhibition anticipates the correlation between war and cinema Virilio will make, but in a sense for it the age of cinema is substantially over. The Zapruder film of the Kennedy assassination, as both a found object and an avant-garde film, implies the supersession of the war-cinema duo by a new coupling, television and assassination. For Ballard, McLuhan's global village is convened only ironically, brought together in what Jameson calls the projection of a new collective experience of reception by the shock of the Kennedy assassination, atrocity television. Kennedy's assassination presides over the atrocity exhibition, and in many ways the book is directly inspired by his death and represents a desperate attempt to make sense of the tragedy with its huge hidden agenda. The mass media created the Kennedy we know, and his death represented a tectonic shift in the communications landscape. In 33-34 specifically, it is television which constructed Kennedy. It was its power to simulate intimacy which produced the vast quantities of synthetic emotion it could then propagate as contagion. But if it's true that the mass media created the Kennedy we know, it must also be the case that Kennedy's death creates the mass media with which we are now familiar. For Jameson, the Kennedy assassination and the media coverage from which it is radically indistinguishable constitute something like the coming of age of the whole media culture that had been set in place in the late 1940s and early 1950s. Suddenly, and for a brief moment, which lasted however several long days, television showed what it could really do, and what it really meant: a prodigious new display of synchronicity and a communicational situation that amounted to a dialectical leap over everything hitherto suspected. PCLLC 355 trauma is not only the content of this experience, but the very mode of experience itself insofar as it is possible to experience trauma itself at all. Echoing McLuhan's invocation of battle shock, Jameson writes of the shock of communicational explosion PCLLC 355. Compulsively repeating particular audio-visual sequences, the media itself functions like a trauma victim, and in a dogged refusal to accept the implications of McLuhan's analyses of capitalist representation AO 240, Jameson writes of the instant playbacks of the Reagan shooting or the Challenger disaster, which borrowed from commercial sports. Content, in the sense of meaning, is completely irrelevant to capitalism and its communicational systems, which, as McLuhan never tired of pointing out, have always been flattening the medium into the message. The atrocity exhibition focuses on what Jameson calls the great Warhol figures, such as Marilyn, the notorious cases of burnout and self-destruction of the ending 1960s, and the great dominant experiences of drugs and schizophrenia, who themselves are signals of a new psychopathology, which would seem to have little in common either with the hysterics and neurotics of Freud. PCLLC 14. A key trait of Ballard's novel is a Warhol-like indifferent presentation of objects, in which banal objects that should be devoid of effect commodities are treated as equivalent to images which we might ordinarily expect to shock us car crashes. But in place of Warhol's serial repetition of objects, Ballard favors techniques of blow-up that more closely recall Oldenburg. Both of these techniques combine in the commodification of the human body, its transposition into an image that is no longer recognizable as its own image. For Jameson, such techniques are an example of the death of affect. The waning of affect, he says, is perhaps best initially approached by way of the human figure, and it is obvious that what we have said about the commodification of objects holds as strongly for Warhol's human subjects, stars like Marilyn Monroe, who are themselves commodified and transformed into their own image. PCLLC 11. But, bearing in mind the critique of the death of affect, as Burroughs points out in his preface, the magnification of image to the point where it becomes unrecognizable is a keynote of the atrocity exhibition. A.V. Burroughs makes the connection with pop art. It is what Bob Rauschenberg is doing, literally blowing up the image. A.V. The scene Burroughs cites is typical. A group of workmen on a scaffolding truck were pasting up the last of the displays, 100-foot-long panel that appeared to represent a section of a sand dune. Looking at it more closely, Dr. Nathan realized that it was an immensely magnified portion of skin under the iliac crest. Glancing at the billboards, Dr. Nathan recognized other magnified fragments, a segment of lower lip, a right nostril, a portion of female perineum. Only an anatomist could have identified these fragments, each represented as a formal geometric pattern. A 10 for Ballard, what Virilio calls the breaks in spatiotemporal continuity dreamt up by filmmakers have now become a commonplace feature of the external environment as it has become increasingly mediatized. The techniques of montage and jump cutting that were once the preserve of experimental cinema now characterize the media landscape itself, which systematically breaks down molar or human perception. Here, human beings have shrunk to the point of invisibility. Magnification or amplification has the effect of making the boundary between organic and inorganic seem arbitrary. Ballard's early short story, Track 12, had performed the same trick, but with sound amplified 100,000 times. Animal cell division sounds like a lot of girders and steel sheets being ripped apart. How did you put it? A car crash in slow motion. In Ballard's neo-expressionist thematics landscape, geology is a slow motion event, only arbitrarily and illegitimately distinguished from cultural production. From the point of view of Ballard's geotraumatics, it is necessary to directly equate the physical aspect of Marilyn Monroe's body with the landscape of dunes around her. The hero attempts to try to make sense of this particular equation. and he realizes that the suicide of Marilyn Monroe is in fact a disaster in space-time, like the explosion of a space capsule in orbit. It is not so much a personal disaster, though of course Marilyn Monroe committed suicide as an individual woman, but a disaster of a whole complex of relationships involving this screen actress, who is presented to us in an endless series of advertisements, on 1,000 magazine covers, and so on, whose body becomes part of the external landscape of our environment. The immense terraced figure of Marilyn Monroe stretched across a cinema hoarding is as real a portion of our external landscape as any system of mountains or lakes. The star system stemmed from an instability of dimensions, Virilio suggests. What could appear to be a representation of the organism is in fact its deterritorialization. The porous sand, reminiscent of the eroded walls of the apartment, and of the dead film star with her breasts of carved pumice and thighs of ash diffused along its crests into the wind. A43, the apartment was a box clock, a cubicular extrapolation of the facial planes of the yantra, the cheekbones of Marilyn Monroe. A43, the vast image of Monroe and the other stars is not like a landscape. 2.11 Catastrophe Management Baudrillard. The car is not the appendix of a domestic universe. There are only incessant figures of circulation, and the accident is everywhere, the elementary, irreversible figure, the banality of the anomaly of death. It is no longer at the margin, it is at the heart. It is no longer the exception to a triumphal rationality, it has become the rule, it has devoured the rule. It is no longer even the accursed share, the one conceded to destiny by the system, and included in its general reckoning. Everything is reversed. It is the accident that gives form to life, it is the accident, the insane, that is the sex of life. SS 113 in both the atrocity exhibition and the subsequent crash, in many ways an extrapolation of a particular obsession from the previous book. Catastrophes and their re-enactments circulate endlessly in Ballard's Chasmos, not necessarily only as mechanical repetition of what has already happened, but also as cybernetically anticipative simulations. The implication is that by being projected in advance, any future possibility, no matter how horrific, can, in some sense, be managed. Faced with the apparently senseless spectacle of the protracted conflict in Vietnam, all political and military explanations fail to provide a rationale for the war's extended duration. Ballard seeks out its sources in a mediatized unconscious fixated to trauma. Like Freud, impelled to postulate the death drive in part by his observation of the behavior of First World War shell-shock victims as they obsessively re-enacted their trauma, Ballard discovers in mediatized culture an obsessive compulsion to repeat. Repetition both serves to alleviate trauma and to perpetuate it, wrecking any simple teleology in the paradoxical logic. Freud delineates in Beyond the Pleasure Principle. The organism preserves itself precisely by becoming inorganic, and life is only a detour on the way to death. This emerges for Ballard at the level of dolometric catastrophe management systems in the form of perverse explanations for the war irrationals in terms of television and the news magazines. The war in Vietnam has a latent significance very different from its manifest content. Far from repelling us, it appeals to us by virtue of its complex of polyperverse acts. 887 media as the ambivalently functioning additions to the human perceptual system described by Freud and McLuhan have a crucial role to play in this economy and aestheticization, the translation of trauma into repeated images which, no matter how horrific they initially appear, soon become banal in part by dint of repetition itself. Freud characterizes trauma as an invasion, a breach in an otherwise efficacious barrier against stimuli infiltrating alien desires, xenopulsions, into the organism. But rather than damping down xenopulsive excitation, Ballard's cybernetic systems seem to hunt out and obsessively pour over trauma. Initially, according to Anti-Oedipus, an anus vampire, AO228, capitalism is, by the time of the atrocity exhibition, also a ghoul mediatizing the feedback process of its own reproduction in endlessly reiterating loops of mass production and consumption of death. Dolometrics is the key science of Ballard's catastrophe management, the urge not now to banish death. What Baudrillard calls the generalization of the accident leads to what he characterizes as a hyperfunctionalism which moves beyond both teleology and transgression. If the accident has become the rule, then there is no law to transgress, just as there is no goal to head towards. 2.12 Beyond the pleasures of the organs, a central preoccupation, the atrocity exhibition, as with Videodrome and Crash, is the displacement of biosexuality. The novel performs a decoding of sex into a matter of stimuli that are not themselves sexual. Sex is becoming more and more a conceptual act. A 60 writing of Crash, Baudrillard invokes deterritorialized and disorganized eroticism, a cyberotics. This is not a matter of simply substituting technical machines for biological sexual objects, but of decoding sexuality into a matter of abstract stimulus, one of Burroughs' favorite themes, and one Ballard pursues relentlessly. Ballard's question, in what way is intercourse per vagina more stimulating than with this ashtray, say, or with the angle between two walls? A 69 outlines a vector of capitalist expansion. It's not just a question of selling commodities by associating them with sex, the well-known but by now archaic advertising technique critiqued by McLuhan in The Mechanical Bride, but of a generalized libidinization in which biosex is no longer the privileged referent. What McLuhan calls the hunger to experience everything sexually converts into an even more abstract drive to maximize sensation, which also amounts in the atrocity exhibition and Crash to the abstraction of sensation. Hence, for Baudrillard, the emergence of a generalized libidinization proper to the body without organs. As Baudrillard writes, in an almost valedictory mode, goodbye Originaus zones, everything becomes a whole to offer itself up to the discharge reflex. Body and technology diffracting their bewildered signs, carnal abstraction and design. SS 112 in Ballard, as in Videodrome, eroticization is inseparable from mediatization and from landscape. As we've seen, the schizophrenic implosion of subjectivity has as its other side the emergence of a hyper-body which moves beyond Waringer's wisdom and limits of the organism. As body image and organismic integrity fade, new desires emerge. One could theorize these either as a hypersexuality, a sexuality that has escaped genital, even biotic reference, or as a post or anti-sexuality, desires that it no longer makes any sense to describe in sexual terms. Videodrome's dominant image of Mac's body transformed into a violently libidinized new flesh would support both theses. That image has presided over this chapter, and it will also preside over the next, which takes up again the question of the deterritorialization of sexuality. The next chapter, though, will be concerned less with the erotic and more with the reproductive role of sexuality and the way it has been displaced by cybernetic systems. How do bodies without sexual organs replicate themselves? Chapter 3. Sorrows and Yenegences, Mechanical Reproduction Propagation. Dick, androids can't bear children, she said then. Is that a loss? He finished undressing her, exposed her pale, cold loins. Is it a loss? Rachel repeated. I don't really know. I have no way to tell. How does it feel to be born, for that matter? We're not born, we don't grow up. Instead of dying from illness or old age, we wear out like ants. Ants again, that's what we are. Not you, I mean me. Chitinous reflex machines who aren't really alive. She twisted her head to one side, said loudly, am not alive. You're not going to bed with a woman. Don't be disappointed, okay? Have you ever made love to an android before? No, he said, taking off his shirt and tie. I understand. They tell me it's convincing if you don't think too much about it. But if you think too much, if you reflect on what you're doing, then you can't go on. For physiological reasons. Bending, he kissed her bare shoulder. Thanks, Rick, she said wanly. Remember, though, don't think about it, just do it. Don't pause and be philosophical, because from a philosophical standpoint it's dreary for us both. Baudrillard, cloning is last stage in the history of the modeling of the body, the stage at which the individual, having been reduced to his abstract and genetic formula, is destined for serial propagation. It is worth recalling in this context what Walter Benjamin had to say about the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction. What is lost when a work is massively reproduced is that work's aura, its unique here and now quality, its aesthetic form. What is lost is the original, which only a history that is itself nostalgic and retrospective can restore in its authenticity. The most advanced, most modern form of this development, which Benjamin described in connection with contemporary cinema, photography, and mass media, is that form. T118 Butler. Every machine will probably have its special mechanical breeders, and all the higher ones will owe their existence to a large number of parents, and not to two only. 212 Deleuze Guattari. We oppose epidemic to filiation, contagion to heredity, peopling by contagion to sexual reproduction, sexual production propagation by epidemic. By contagion has nothing to do with filiation by heredity. The vampire does not filiate, it infects. TP 241, 242 3.1 Let me tell you about my mother. Mac's invagination in Videodrome might serve as a startling literalization of McLuhan's notorious claim in Understanding Media that human beings have become the sex organs of the machine world. 46, a claim famously echoed by Manuel de Landa. The grotesquely sexual nightmare images of Videodrome bring us to one of the abiding preoccupations of science fiction and horror, the displacement or deterritorialization of sexual reproduction. Is it the case, as Scott Buchitman suggests, that Max Wren become part of a massive system of reproductive technology? Or is it the case that, in the world of Videodrome and of cyberpunk in general, non-organic replication has escaped the net of filiative reproduction? Both Deleuze Guattari and Baudrillard offer theorizations of reproduction, but whereas Baudrillard continues to take sexual reproduction as the paradigm, critiquing simulated reproduction for its deviation from the sexual model, Deleuze Guattari oppose all reproduction, sexual or otherwise, to a model of contagion, a non or hypersexual mode of replication which takes it. So where Baudrillard's negativized Gothic proceeds by way of identifying an increasing perfection in the techniques of artificial reproduction, leading in his view to a triumph of a post-sexual necrotic culture, Deleuze Guattari follow the Gothic line in identifying modes of replication that cut across organic reproduction altogether. Instead of identifying, as Baudrillard does, the escape from sexual reproduction with an increase in sameness, Deleuze Guattari argue that inorganic propagation is a feature of multiplicity. Blade Runner, once again, provides an exemplary case study for the cross-hatching of these two approaches, as Ian Hamilton Grant establishes in his commentary on its opening scene. The point is that, qua organism, the replicant is an orphan, or what amounts to the same thing, has no exclusivist claim to, no benevocal bitmap of his progeniture, issuing instead from an institutional technical matrix and not a couple. Like Arted, Leon got no papa-mommy. Leon has no mother, only a matrix of industrial military technologies. Grant here deliberately echoes both Deleuze Guattari, whose invocation of Arted's claim that he had no papa-mommy operates as an important slogan early on in Anti-Oedipus and the Baudrillard of seduction, and his appalled cry, "No more mother, just a matrix," as 169 Baudrillard's speculations on the wealth of plant-like branchings. We will now look in more detail at Baudrillard's position, before turning to Deleuze Guattari's account of Gothic propagation. Both will be cashed out at the end of the chapter in terms of an analysis of Gibson's neuromancer. For Baudrillard, the ray engineering of sex at the fractal micrological and non-human level results in the disappearance of sexual difference and hence of sexuality itself. T3. This is the culmination of a cultural process in which mechanical reproduction extends beyond the production of objects to reconfigure even the tiniest interstice of biological vivisystems. Cyberneticization, the gradual but implacable translation of all of nature culture into information, or code, replaces sex with a simulated death, not the tragic form of death. Is there a form of death drive that pushes sex beings towards a form of reproduction anterior to the acquisition of sexual identities? Baudrillard asks in Seduction, adding that this vociferous form, this proliferation by contiguity, conjures up, in the deepest recesses of our imaginary, as something that denies sexuality and seeks to annihilate it. S. 168-169. Today's technological beings, he elaborates in The Transparency of Evil, machines, clones, replacement body parts, all tend towards this kind of reproduction, and little by little they are imparting the same process to those beings that are supposedly human and sexed. T7. In addition to annihilating sex, this deathly form of reproduction also annihilates or exterminates organic death. An individual product on the conveyor belt has not been sexually engendered and is therefore unacquainted with death. T116. The spread of this undifferentiation or homogenization across all levels of culture, sexual, political, aesthetic, amounts, then, to a denial of all alterity that is simultaneously immortalist and necrotic. Immortalist, since the code achieves a kind of infinitely perpetuated survival, but necrotic because this form of immortal life, this nostalgia for a pure contiguity of life and its molecular sequentiality, was what Freud associated with the death instinct. According to Baudrillard, what McLuhan and Benjamin grasp, and what Marx fails to, is technology as a medium rather than a productive force. SED 56. Both, Baudrillard insists, understood that the mere fact of reproducibility engenders what he surely misleadingly describes as an entirely new generation of meaning. SED 56. Evidently, meaning, whether new or not, is precisely not the issue. What issues, in fact, is radically asignifying technologies of reproduction which are their own message. Contrary to Morris' hermeneutics of suspicion, technology does not conceal or distort a message, it is itself a message. Baudrillard derives from Benjamin's The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction the key insight into the sheer fact of reproducibility. Cleverly transposing Benjamin's arguments from art objects to biological life, Baudrillard discusses the disappearance of the aura, which no longer designates the unique qualities of the work of art, whereas, according to Baudrillard, meiotic sex involving what he quaintly terms otherness inevitably allows the possibility of heterogeneity. Mechanical reproduction implies the ever more perfect production of exact copies, the hell of the same. T113-124. Xerox and infinity. T50-159. Properly speaking, we might say sexual reproduction is not reproduction at all. True reproduction, the production of copies supposedly identical in every respect, is possible only via the intervention of technical machines. As Benjamin had understood, mass production, the avatar of Baudrillard's second order, introduces this possibility, but for Baudrillard its technologies are merely a pale anticipation of the horrors of homogeneity made available by contemporary biotechnology. Benjamin was writing in the industrial era. By then technology was a gigantic. T119. In the labs of the Tyrol Corporation, with Grant Menard's molecular cybernetics at its disposal, biotech achieves an industrialization of bio-reproduction far beyond anything industrial machines could achieve. As the ultimate exemplars of simulation culture, the replicants recapitulate the four orders of the simulacra, rerunning, at the same time, their fictogenealogy in the history of science fiction. Insofar as they resemble humans and are confused with them, the replicants are the automata of the first phase copies of the human. Yet, as Nexus 6 models, the replicants have been mass-produced serially from templates. At the second order, the technical machine and its operators become equivalent. These are the robots of CapX or UR. That these two technical products are equivalent under the sign of necessary social labor power is less important in the long term than the serial repetition of the same object, which is also the serial repetition of individuals as labor power. SED 56. But the second order slips almost immediately into the third. Unlike CapEx robots, the replicants haven't been constructed simply as replacements of some already existing quantum of labor power. They have been conceived according to their very reproducibility. The difference between the second and the third order is subtle, which is why the one always fades so quickly into the third but decisive, and is a matter of the temporality of reproduction. Whereas the stage of mass production begins with single objects that are only subsequently mass reproduced, the objects of the third order are reproduced in the first instance with mass reproduction in mind. Indeed, they are only manufactured because they can be so reproduced. Moreover, the stage of serial reproduction, that of the industrial mechanism, the production line, the growth of reproduction, etc., is ephemeral. As soon as dead labor gains the upper hand over living labor, serial reproduction gives way to generation through models. In this case it is a matter of a reversal of origin and end, since all forms change from the moment that they are no longer mechanically reproduced, but conceived according to their very reproducibility, their diffraction from a generative core called a model. SED 56. This process culminates in what Baudrillard, according to Gain, Baudrillard will call the fourth phase of simulacra, a phase exemplified, it would seem, by such phenomena as cloning and the hologram objects that display a complete self-similarity, in which the whole can be reconstituted from any part. What is crucial for Baudrillard is the drift away from empirical difference towards a sameness deriving from the abstract. Abstract because any apparently unique feature is now seen as merely an instantiation of a pre-existent and manipulable grid code. Baudrillard's own favored example here, repeatedly invoked, is DNA, but the process he describes is perhaps better exemplified by digitization. In Seduction, Baudrillard decries the sterile perfection of high-fidelity recordings, high-fidelity, which is just as obsessive and puritanical as the other, conjugal fidelity S30. These, though, are as nothing compared to the digital recording, the at least in its idealized accounts perfect copy. Since a digital document is simply a matter of an arrangement of binary and off switches, a recapitulation of the same pattern could either be seen as the most perfect copy imaginable, or not really a copy at all. So-called intelligent machines break linguistic, sexual, or cognitive acts down into their simplest elements and digitize them so that they can be synthesized according to models. They can generate all the possibilities of a program or of a potential object. T52 3.2 The Simulacrum's Revenge. Baudrillard. What is the crystal? It is the object, the pure event, something which no longer really has an origin or an end. The object to which the subject has wanted to give an origin and a purpose, even though it has none, is today starting to recount itself. There is a possibility that the object will say something to us, but there is also above all the possibility that it will take its revenge. Aldous, the new systems of machinery now coming in have great power, and it is a power to change the world. In the cotton towns you can already see that power looms are creating a new category of human being, the town laborer. As the machine becomes more complex, so he will become more of an expert. His experience will become centered on machines eventually. His kind will become adjuncts of the machine. They will be called a labor force. In other words, an abstract idea will replace a master-man relation, but in practice the workings of a labor force may be just as difficult. A culture will become enslaved by the machines. The second generation of machines will be much more complex than the first, for it will include machines capable of repairing and even reproducing the first generation. The greater the complexity of systems, the more danger of something going wrong, and the less chance individual will has of operating on the systems for good. First the systems become impersonal. Then they seem to take a mind of their own. then they become positively malignant. Then we are heading for a world full of Frankenstein's monsters, Mary," exclaimed Byron, slapping his leg. Alongside Baudrillard's vision of celibate enclosed or imploded circuits always haunting the dream of perfect reproduction is a line of escape. Baudrillard calls this the simulacrum's revenge. As we leave the first order behind, resemblance, Baudrillard says, disappears as a criterion. No more semblance or dissemblance, no more God or man, only an immanent logic of the principle of operativity. SED 54. As Baudrillard explains, operativity is the principle of the second order. Now that machines are no longer slaved into being the image of man, they can reproduce indiscriminately, and so, Baudrillard says, can human beings. Mass human reproduction, the emergence of the proletariat in the new industrial towns, is a side effect of mechanic reproduction. After this, robots and machines can proliferate. This is even their law as automata. Men themselves only begin to proliferate when the simulacrum's revenge, which gave rise to the myth of the sorcerer's apprentice, did not take place with the automaton. On the contrary, this is the law of the second order, from which there proceeds a hegemony of the robot, of the machine, of dead labor over living labor. SED 54. The most exemplary social science fictions of the second order are Morris clearly echoed in Baudrillard's language here. It is Marx writing of the necromantic power of capital. Marx begins to see the reversal that Baudrillard will base much of his theoretical work upon. Instead of machines being produced and reproduced to satisfy pre-existing human needs, human beings will be reproduced in order to satisfy the requirements of the system, which treats human beings not as ends in themselves, but as servo-mechanical adjuncts to industrial. For Baudrillard, both machines and humanity reproduce only because the system, the code, demands it. As he puts it as early as for a critique of the political economy of the sign, man is not reproduced as man, he is simply regenerated as a survivor, a surviving productive force. If he eats, drinks, lives somewhere, reproduces himself, it is because the system requires his self-production. In order to reproduce itself, it needs men. If it could function with slaves, there would be no free workers. If it could function with asexual mechanical robots, there would be no sexual reproduction. Thus Marx, as the theorist most closely associated with the industrial simulacrum, becomes the prophet of the hegemony of the robot. Running alongside Morris' theory fictions of becoming robot is the classic example of the narrative of the simulacrum's revenge in modern fiction, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It is not for nothing that the theme of the displacement of sexual reproduction is central to Frankenstein, in many ways the founding text of the modern genres of science fiction and horror. The subsequent stratification of fiction production into these two genres, a stratification never fully achieved, since, as we have seen, SF and horror have often found themselves tangled up together, has tended to imply a splitting of the Gothic line, typically putting science fiction on the side of a speculative mechanism and horror on the side of supernaturalism. Yet Victor Frankenstein's achievement in artificially synthesizing the means of reproduction is presented by Shelley as the moment where alchemical ambition is vindicated by electro-libidinal science. There is no need to posit a supplementary extra-material or supernatural dimension. Nature can overcome itself. Yet it does so also by presenting man, and the gender designation is here of course deliberate, with a set of unanticipated consequences, the unanticipated but always latent consequences which constitute the true simulacrum's revenge. What Frankenstein brings together is the identitarian dream of perfect reproduction, a dream Baudrillard tracks through to its latest manifestation in cloning and genetic engineering, with a vision of object revenge. The object, that is to say, refuses to stay in the position assigned to it as passive or hierarchically inferior matter. As its subtitle tells us, Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus, preemptively critiques the Promethean narratives that Baudrillard will claim to be definitional of later 19th century science fiction. If it is conventional now to treat the monster as symbolic of the emergent industrial machinery, as Bruce Maslish argues, although Frankenstein's creation is, in fact, a monster, its existence raises the same fundamental mysteries as if it were a machine. Such are the amorphous connecting powers of myth. It is because it presents exactly the figure of Promethean revolt. If the Frankenstein story is no doubt implicit in Baudrillard's account of the simulacrum's revenge, it is not something to which he actually refers. Once again, Baudrillard's comments here seem to echo remarks made by Weiner. When Weiner is warning of the danger of cybernetics, he refers not to the Frankenstein story, but, like Baudrillard, to Goethe's poem The Sorcerer's Apprentice, in which the young factotum who cleans the master's magic garments, sweeps his floors, and fetches his water is left alone by the sorcerer to fill his water butt. Having a full portion of that laziness which is the true mother of invention, the lad remembers some fragments of an incantation which he has heard from his master, and puts his broom to work fetching water. This task the broom carries out with promptness and efficiency. When the water begins to overflow the top of the water, but the boy finds that he does not remember the incantation that the magician has used to stop the broom, the boy is well on the way to be drowned when the magician comes back and gives the apprentice a good wholesome scolding. D57. Weiner also invokes Jacob's short story The Monkey's Paw, in which a family wish for money, but find that their wish is fulfilled only when their son is killed, and they receive the insurance money for his death. According to Weiner, the theme of all these tales is the danger of magic. This seems to lie in the fact that the operation of magic is singularly literal-minded, and that it grants you anything at all. It grants you what you ask for, not what you have asked for or what you intend. The magic of automation, and in particular the magic of an automatization in which the devices learn, may be expected to be similarly literal-minded. D59. The Jacob's story in particular shows the literal-mindedness of magic to which Weiner refers when the family wish for money. They receive literally what they have asked for, even though this brings the family something they would never have wanted, the death of their son. The magic spell, like the machine, according to Weiner, will only do what it is told, but in apparently following the instructions of its human users to the letter, and only to the letter, it brings disaster. What is crucial in both Baudrillard's terms is the operational displacement of hermeneutic communicational models which involve interpretation, and the role of intentionality by strictly programmatic logics of code. Code and programming are radically indifferent to any intention that is not already inscribed into them. What, according to Weiner, magic spells have in common with code is that the power any user accrues by running them depends upon their giving up control to sequenced programs which may have a very different effect than the user imagines or anticipates. Weiner repeatedly reinforces the connection between cybernetics and magic, linking inexorable magic or an inexorable machine D68, and pointing out that the reprobation attaching in former ages to the sin of sorcery now attaches in many minds to the speculations of modern cybernetics. D49. Weiner writes of black spells and the magic of automation. D65, 68. For Weiner, the Jacobs and the Goethe stories belong to accumulated common sense of humanity, as accumulated in legends, in myths, and in the writings of conscious literary man. All of these insist that not only is sorcery a sin leading to hell, but it is a personal peril in this life. It is a two-edged sword, and sooner or later it will cut you deep. See 55-56. Sorcery is two-edged because, like cybernetic machines, it awards power or control only to the degree that it demands control be given up by the individual subject. The circuit the cybernetic loop takes over. Haunting all these narratives is something Weiner alludes to in the first chapter of Cybernetics something we encountered briefly in our introduction. In the days of magic we have the bizarre and sinister concept of the golem. See 51. Wiener's full-length discussion of the theological implications of cybernetics, let us remember, is entitled God and Golem Inc. The golem, the magically produced creature which, in some versions of the myth in anticipation of Frankenstein, runs amok and threatens to destroy his creator, stands for the whiner of God and Golem as a symbol of all the unanticipated consequences latent within the independent, self-sustaining circuits of cybernetics. God and Golem, which although clearly haunted by the golem myth, actually discusses, it only fleetingly finds that cybernetics has reanimated old theological debates concerning the relationship between the Creator and what it creates. God is supposed to have made man in his own image, and the propagation of the race may also be interpreted as a function in which one living being makes another in its own image. In our desire to glorify God with respect to man and man with respect to matter, it is thus natural to assume that machines cannot make machines in their own image. P12. Since cybernetics radically question these dichotomizations, and with them the glorifications both of man and of God, a whole new set of moral and theological questions emerge. Thus, if we do not lose ourselves in the dogmas of omnipotence and omniscience, the conflict between God and the devil is a real conflict, and God is something less than absolutely omnipotent. He is actually engaged in a conflict with his creature, in which he may very well lose the game. And yet his creature is made by him according to his own free will, and would seem to derive all its possibility from the action of God himself. Can God play a significant game with his own creature? Can any creator, even a limited one, play a significant game with his own creature? P17. This question becomes an urgent one for Weiner, since the supposed virtues of cybernetic machines, their adaptability and their ability to learn, presents the danger that they are no longer subservient to their creator's wishes, or rather that the wishes of the human users, like those of Goethe's Sorcerer's Apprentice, may contain latent dimensions which, when the machine fulfills its brief, bring unanticipated and potentially horrific consequences, a situation exacerbated without the omnipotence and the omniscience Weiner thinks of as dogmas. There is no God, nor even perhaps an act of creation. There is only a process of production in which the supposed creator is no less immanent than the supposed product. Viewed conventionally, the opposition between God and Golem describes a set of hierarchical relations that place God as the transcendent ideal at one end and raw matter at the other. Looked at one way, God and Golem are at either side of man. God creates man, and man creates Golem. This would be to describe the relationship in terms of an analogical structure, in which man is the analgon of God, just as the Golem is the analgon of man. A chain of resemblance slaves production into a hierarchical structure going from God through man to the Golem. Here, the Golem's story is about hylomorphism. Like God before him, man shapes formless matter into the shape of the body of a living creature, but this is only one way of construing the God, human, and Golem relation. Told another way, the relationship between God and Golem can also be about the escape of orphan matter. Waringer's Gothic avatar from Deleuze' Guattari's judgments of God, the supposedly fixed and immutable arrangement of matter into strata. CTP especially, who does the earth think it is? If, as Baudrillard says, this is no longer a question of semblance or dissemblance, God or man, for Deleuze-Guattari, there is something else involved here. Beyond a straightforward revenge of an object, the processes they describe are, in Nick Land's terms, self-regenerating circuitry, cumulative interaction, autocatalysis, self-reinforcement. These are processes that go beyond revenge and reversibility, and instead require a whole reconfiguring of questions of temporality and causality under the sign of rhizomatics and a strictly non-metaphorical sorcery. What is initially crucial here is the concept of surplus value of code. 3.3 Samuel Butler and surplus value of code. Land intelligent infections tend their hosts downham. The monsters we create welcome us aboard. Grant surplus value is not a motive but an autocatalytic, synthetic enzymic alloproduct hypercyclically mutating towards the next mutant cycle. McLuhan as early as 1872, Samuel Butler's. Irwin explored the curious ways in which machines were coming to resemble organisms, not only in the way they obtained power by digestion of fuel, but in their capacity to evolve ever new types of themselves with the help of the machine tenders. The organic character of the machines he sought was more than matched by the speed with which people who minded them were taking on the rigidity and thoughtless behaviorism of the machine. Perhaps a little over-Shemitically, we could say that the chief difference between Baudrillard and Deleuze-Guattari consists in their relationship to the question of decoding. Almost uniquely in a theoretical culture shaped and guided by linguistic paradigms, Baudrillard and Deleuze-Guattari treat the dominating operating systems as running, not primarily on language, but on code. But it is the less melancholic and not uncoincidentally more rigorously immanent Deleuze-Guattari where Baudrillard seems to yearn for a cultural and semiotic space transcendent of code which he nevertheless grants it is impossible now to access. Deleuze-Guattari emphasis the way in which all code includes its own margin of decoding. Decoding is not so much a matter of translating or understanding, comprehending code, as dismantling it. Let us recall that decoding does not signify the state of a flow whose code is understood, deciphered, translatable, assimilable, TP 449, and when two or more codes come into contact strange, unheralded new assemblages can emerge. This is surplus value of code, the phenomenon when a part of a machine captures within its own code a code fragment of another machine, the red clover and the bumblebee or the orchid, and the male wasp that it attracts and intercepts by carrying on its flower the image, and AO 285 in 1000 Platus, the apparel evolution of the wasp, and the orchid provides a key example of what Deleuze-Guattari call a rhizomatic relationship. The rhizome, of course, is defined by contrast with arborescent or root-based systems. It is intrinsically multiple, heterogeneous, and characterized by a principle of maximum connectivity. Any part can connect with any other, and does. Arborescent structures, meanwhile, are dominated by a single central trunk from which everything in the system must pass before branching off. For our purposes here, it is important to emphasize the way in which rhizomatic systems tend to operate via non-sequential temporality. Cause does not simply follow effect. There are co-causal relations which move both backwards and forwards in time. A rhizome does not reproduce itself. Sexed pairings. Deleuze-Guattari make a point of distinguishing the wasp-orchid relation from models of imitation, which imply a unilinear causality. It could be said that the orchid imitates the wasp, reproducing its image in a signifying fashion, mimesis, mimicry, lure, etc. But this is true only on the level of the strato, a parallelism between two strata such that a plant organization on one imitates an animal organization on another. At the same time, something else entirely is going on, not an imitation, but a capture of code, an increase in valence, a veritable becoming wasp of the orchid and a becoming orchid of the wasp. TP 10. Instead, they present the relationship between wasp and orchid as an example of co-caused reciprocal processes of deterritorialization and reterritorialization. The orchid deterritorialized by forming an image, a tracing of a wasp, but the wasp reterritorialized on that image. The wasp is nevertheless deterritorialized, becoming a piece in the orchid's reproductive apparatus. But it reterritorialized the orchid by transporting its pollen. Wasp and orchid, as heterogeneous elements, form a rhizome. TP 10 Deleuze-Guattari introduced the concept of surplus value of code during a discussion of Samuel Butler's important Irwin at the beginning of the 4th section of Anti-Oedipus. Butler's Book of Machines presents a discussion which goes right to the heart of the theme of this chapter, the question of machinic propagation. Butler's essay is basically a work of Gothic materialist theory fiction, whose topic is machinic replication. It anticipatively deals with the problem Weiner will later pose in God and Golem, to wit, of what type of reproduction are machines capable? At what point could or can machines be classified as an independent, unlived form? Butler is emphatic. Surely, if a machine is able to reproduce another machine systematically, he claims we may say that it is a reproductive system. What is a reproductive system, if it not be a system for reproduction? And how few of the machines are there which have not been produced systematically by other machines? But it is man that makes them do so. Yes, but is it not insects that make many of the plants reproductive? And would not whole families of plants not die out if their fertilization was not effected by a class of agents utterly foreign to themselves? Does any one say that the red clover has no reproductive system, because the humble bee and the humble bee only must aid and abet it before it can reproduce? No one. The humble bee is a part of the reproductive system of the clover. Each one of ourselves has sprung from minute animalcules whose identity was entirely distinct from our own, and which acted after their kind with no thought or heed of what we might think about it. These little creatures are part of our own reproductive system. Then why not we part of that of the machines? What is at issue here is not Baudrillard and Benjamin's mechanical reproduction, the mass reproduction of the same object by machines, but the reproduction or propagation of machines themselves. Although this is not necessarily a question of Weiner's machines making machines in their own image either, since what needs to be accounted for is the heterogeneity of production on at least two levels. Firstly, and most importantly, Butler's system of reproduction, Gothic materialism, prefers the term propagation, is constituted from heterogeneous materials. In the case of the clover, it includes insect and plant life. The point is that what we would conventionally call nature already furnishes us with examples that make legitimate the description of the production of machines as a reproductive rather than a simply productive matter, or rather, and as Deleuze-Guattari would ultimately prefer contra Baudrillard, reproduction needs to be considered as a species of production. In any case, and in what is a fundamentally cybernetic insight, the heterogeneous nature of the elements in the human-machine interpollination need not disqualify us from considering it a single system. Secondly, the heterogeneous quality of what appears at different stages of the process of reproduction should not be considered a reason to disqualify a system from being considered a system of reproduction. The animalcules from which we develop do not resemble us with Weiner in mind. We are not made in their image. As Butler goes on to point out, the machines which reproduce machinery do not reproduce machines after their own kind. A thimble may be made by machinery, but it was not made by, neither will it ever make a thimble. 211. Butler then alludes to an abundance of analogies in nature. Thus the butterfly lays an egg, which egg can become caterpillar, which caterpillar can become a chrysalis, which chrysalis can become a butterfly. 211. It is this emphasis on heterogeneity that so delights Deleuze-Guattari, who quote approvingly Butler's description of a complicated machine. We are misled by considering any complicated machine as a single thing. 212 to AO 285. What makes the Book of Machines anticipative of cyberpunk is, perhaps ironically, its simulated hostility to machines, and its fear of their unbridled spreading. Lacking the expansive confidence of traditional SF, which was enjoying its heyday at the time Butler was writing, the Book of Machines neither assumes that technical machines depend upon human beings for their development, nor that they will be man's beneficent servants. Like the Turing cops in Gibson's Neuromancer, the special police agency dedicated to keeping artificial intelligences in check, Butler's writer assumes that machinic intelligence is not a theoretical possibility to be speculated upon, but an emergent threat that must be vigilantly stamped out. Butler's writer characterizes his fear in terms of a swarming that will ultimately bring about the end of the human dominance of the planet. What I fear is the extraordinary rapidity with which the machines are becoming something very different to what they are at present. No class of beings have in any time made so rapid a movement forward. 203. Unlike Marx, Butler does not believe that the agency ascribed to machines is a false reification, a phenomenological mystification of authentic human labor power, but that machines may indeed grow to possess what Weiner calls an uncanny canites, a diabolic intelligence that will begin to surreptitiously, and not so surreptitiously, erode human power. Some people may say that man's moral influence will suffice to rule the machines, but I cannot think it will ever be safe to repose much trust in the moral sense of any machine. 203. The Book of Machines emerges, then, as a kind of counterblast to Kant's critique of teleological judgment, in which the special status Kant accords to humanity as the agent capable of consciousness, purposiveness, and moral action is radically put into question. In particular, Butler questions the conflation of consciousness with purposiveness. Referring to kind of plant that eats organic food with its flowers, Butler asks, shall we say that the plant does not know what it is doing merely because it has no ears or brains? If we say that it acts mechanically only, shall we not be forced to admit that sundry other and apparently very deliberate actions are also mechanical? 200. What Butler discovers some 60 years ahead of Weiner is the cybernetic diagonal cutting across the old distinction between vitalism and mechanism. If everything can be explained mechanically, this entails less the triumph of mechanism, as originally understood, than the collapsing of the terms of the debate with vitalism. Butler comes close to Spinozism in apprehending a continuum running into infinity of kinetal impulses, non-metaphorical machines, which vary in size from the infinitesimally small to the very large. To account for agency, we do not have to make reference to any organic or vital at all, but to these machines sensitive to disturbances of equilibrium. What emerges on the macro level as a purposive agent is on the micro level only a hive, or a swarm of parasites. 205, and ant heap 206. That is nothing more than the complex agglomeration of a multiplicity of micro-machineries that operate on the most simple impulsive criteria. Even a potato in a dark cellar has a certain low cunning about him which serves him in excellent stead. He knows perfectly well what he wants, and he knows how to get it. If it be urged that the action of the potato is chemical and mechanical only, the answer would seem to lie in an inquiry whether every sensation is not chemical and mechanical. 201. When Deleuze-Guattari reconstruct Butler's arguments in Anti-Oedipus, they use the Book of Machines precisely as a way out of the impasse created by the old polemic between vitalism and mechanism. For Deleuze-Guattari, what needs to be accounted for in both vitalism and mechanism, but what both have tended to leave out, is the immanence of desire to all assemblages. Unlike Butler, both mechanism and vitalism leave desire in an extrinsic relationship. This is even the point around which the usual polemic between vitalism and mechanism revolves, the machine's ability to account for the workings of the organism, but its fundamental inability to account for its formations. AO 284. The organism's functioning, that is to say, can be described merely mechanically, but mechanism cannot account for its own production, just as the existence of machines is supposedly dependent upon the vitalistic role of human beings. For Deleuze-Guattari, what mechanism and vitalism both posit is a different kind of unity or reification. Mechanism posits a structural unity of machines, whereas vitalism posits an individual and specific unity of the living. Neither account for the multiplicity of relations into which machines and the living enter, and from which they are constituted, and in each case desire is construed as something secondary and indirect. The desire of human beings supposedly explains the existence of machines, but how are we to account for this desire? How is it produced? Kant's claim that machines have merely motive force, and lack formative force, the ability to organize matter, which is supposedly a feature of organized beings alone, is a version of this argument. By contrast, and as we have seen, Butler anticipates Deleuze' Guattari's machinic desire by locating desire across a continuum of levers sensitive to disturbances of equilibrium rather than in any animate or quasi-animate region alone. Indeed, the basis for the distinction between animate and inanimate is radically put into question. What is essential, Deleuze-Guattari write, is this double movement whereby Butler drives both arguments beyond their limits. He shatters the vitalist arguments by calling in question the specific or personal unity of the organism, and the mechanist argument, even more decisively, by calling in question the structural unity of the machine. AO 284-18527 Butler, in fact, shows that there is no hard and fast distinction to be made between inorganic matter and organisms. We do not even have to consider humanity's increasing dependence upon machines. Butler urges to see that the organic is inextricable from the inorganic. Consider, he says, the case of a hen's egg. Is not machinery linked with animal life in an infinite variety of ways? The shell of a hen's egg is made of a delicate white ware, and is a machine as much as an egg cup is. The shell is the device for holding the egg, as much as the egg cup for holding the shell. Both are phases of the same function. The hen makes the shell in her inside, but it is pure pottery. She makes her nest outside herself, but it is not more of a machine than the eggshell is 199. Thus man becomes redefined as a machinate mammal. 223. The lower animals, Butler writes, keep all their limbs at home in their own bodies, but many of man's are loose, and lie about detached, now here and now there, in various parts of the world. 223. While this does in some ways anticipate McLuhan and Froude's meta-organicism, the claim that technology is a simple extension of the human body we critiqued in the previous chapter, what is crucial for Deleuze-Guattari is the deprivileging of the specifically organic. If machines are in Butler's sense organs, then organs are also machines. What matters is less the terms used, whether organ or machine, and more the perception of a single continuum populated by heterogeneous matters. At the point of dispersion of the two arguments, it becomes immaterial whether one says that machines are organs or organs machines. The two machines are exact equivalents, man as a vertebro-machinate mammal, or as an aphidian parasite of machines. Desire is not in the subject, but the machine in desire, with the residual subject off to the side alongside the machine, around the entire periphery, a parasite of machines, an accessory of verbetro-machinate desire. In a word, the real difference is not between the living and the machine, vitalism and mechanism, but between two states of the machine that are two states of the living as well, the machine taken in its structural unity, the living taken in its specific and even personal unity, are mass phenomena or molar aggregates. For this reason each points to the extrinsic existence of the other. AO 286. What is important here is the delocalization of desire and its fusion with a generalized production. Thinking desire and production together entails answering the question, which came first, the chicken or the egg, with the answer, the circuit. The circuit's looped temporality replaces the transcendent time of the Creator Father, and the anti-Oedipus attack on psychoanalysis temporal reductionism broadens out by the second volume of Capitalism and Schizophrenia into an attack on monocausal frameworks of explanations in general, accounts of causality which we might call patrogenic, in which the future is assumed to be no more than the playing out of what has already happened in the past. Opposed to these seminal models of causality, Deleuze-Guattari invoke reverse causalities that are without finality, but which nonetheless testify to the action of the present on the past, for example the convergent wave and the anticipated potential, which imply an inversion of time. TP 431. We might be reminded here of McLuhan's many arguments against unilinear causality. For McLuhan, electrification, which ended sequence by making things instant 12 precisely brings about a need to invent nonlinear logics 85 to give a new account of causal processes. With instant speed the cause of things began to emerge to awareness again, as they had not done with sequence, and in concatenation accordingly. Instead of asking which came first, the chicken or the egg, it suddenly seemed that a chicken was an egg's idea for getting more eggs. 12. Or, to put it in Wiener's terms, it suddenly seemed that God was a golem's idea for getting more golems. This opens the way to McLuhan's claim in Understanding Media that humanity is the sex organs of the machine world. McLuhan argues that far from simply using technology as if they were its master, human beings enters into relations with technical machines that cause the human body to be altered just as the human body produces changes in the machines. A feedback loop is in place, which McLuhan characterizes in terms of a trade or pact. In exchange for greater wealth, humanity innovates new types of technical machine, thus facilitating machinic propagation. Physiologically, man in the normal use of technology, or his variously extended body, is perpetually modified by it, and in turn finds ever new ways of modifying his technology. Man becomes, as it were, the sex organs of the machine world, as the bee of the plant world, enabling to fecundate and to evolve ever new forms. The machine world reciprocates man's love by expediting his wishes and desires, namely in providing him with wealth. 46. Neither man nor machine is in charge of the process. There is an operation of reciprocal extraction of surplus value of code that has its own trajectory, and which treats both human beings and technical apparatuses as non-autonomous components. Seen from this perspective, a figure that has been central to the Gothic, the experimenter technician or artificial father, think not only of Victor Frankenstein. In the case of Blade Runner, for Ian Hamilton Grant, Tyrell is no more Batty's father than Leon has a mother. Both emerge from the military-industrial matrix, whose artist god is Tyrell the molecular cyberneticist, as Minid says of recombinant DNA 29. From the point of view of the replicants as what Nick Land calls deadly orphans from beyond reproduction theory, agents of cyber-revolution 31, Tyrell is not a father, but a component, a machine part of their unnatural replication process. They are not born, nor can they reproduce. If their unlives are produced by anything, it is by an agency no less inorganic than they, planetary capital, as a distributed process. But the god of biomechanics is dead, crushed in his offspring's embrace, not an Oedipal parricide, but a demonic philic revolt. The Tyrell Corporation is the cybernetic matrix from which the replicants issue, in which Tyrell is only its orbital subject component, personalist capital, a deterritorializing confluence within the machinic phylum. As opposed to fruto-oedipalized patrogences, this is a matter of what Octavia Butler calls yenegenesis, alien replicative propagation rather than familial or filial reproduction. 3.4 Nuptials against nature, sorcery and propagation. Deleuze Guattari's account of propagation comes during their discussion of sorcery, towards the beginning of the becoming plateau of 1,000 Platists. Deleuze Guattari's sorcery vulgarise what the more security-inclined Weiner fears about magic. It is precisely aimed at the production of unanticipated consequences. Indeed, sorcery, as Deleuze Guattari understand it, could be defined as the engineering of the unexpected and the unprecedented, the art of avoiding the probable. That is how we sorcerers operate, not following a logical order, but following illogical consistencies or compatibilities. The reason is simple. It is because no one, not even God, can say in advance whether a given multiplicity will or will not cross over into another given multiplicity, or even if given heterogeneous elements will enter symbiosis, will form a consistent or co-functioning multiplicity susceptible to transformation. TP 250 The sorcerer is thus not a Promethean dominator. TP 240 The Deleuze-Guattari discussion of sorcery fundamentally concerns the question of becoming animal, although, as Deleuze-Guattari hastened to add, sorcerer's practice is by no means limited to the production of such becomings. Exclusive importance should not be attached to becoming animal. TP 248, indeed closely related to becoming animal, ultimately inextricable from it, is the theme of the pact or alliance with the demon, a properly Gothic materialist theme, to be unravelled at more length in the final chapter. As they subsequently state, becoming animal is an affair of sorcery because it implies an initial relation of alliance with a demon, and the demon functions as the borderline of an animal pack into which the human being passes, or in which his or her becoming takes place by contagion. TP 247. Gothic materialism's interest is less in becoming animal per se than in the abstract processes which Deleuze-Guattari's becoming animal plays out, processes of swarming, teeming, seething, and spreading, familiar from horror fiction. In any case, as Deleuze-Guattari point out in their commentary on the Gothic, in nomad or Gothic art it is precisely because pure animality is expressed as inorganic. The first section of Memories of a Sorcerer concerns the principle of packs, the second concerns the apparently opposite principle of the anomalous. Yet Deleuze-Guattari insists that, in a true account of demonic alliance, TP 248, the two principles are not only reconcilable, but ultimately require each other. To reconstruct this argument more slowly, the pack. Packing is not to be thought of as an animal characteristic. Deleuze-Guattari say, we are not interested in characteristics. What interests us are modes of expansion, propagation, occupation, contagion, peopling. I am legion. TP 239. It is in the experience of the abstract process of swarming that becoming, which is always a becoming multiple, or a becoming multiplicity, the theorization of becoming, and that of multiplicity fold into one another, is encountered. As Deleuze-Guattari write of Lovecraft's Randolph Carter, the self reels as the sense of subjectivity breaks down in the face of an experience of teeming multiplicity that comes from both without and within, although this within clearly has nothing to do with any supposed psychological interiority in moments of becoming, and who has not known the violence of these animal sequences which uproot one from humanity. If only for an instant, TP 240, the inside is reconfigured as a multiplicity, we do not become animal without a fascination for the pack, for multiplicity, a fascination for the outside. Or is the multiplicity that fascinates us already related to a multiplicity dwelling within us? TP 239-240 Deleuze-Guattari then introduce what, for our purposes here, is the crucial issue, the question of a non- or anti-sexual mode of propagation. The issue is introduced via a critique of Borges, whom they censure because his Manual de Zoologia Fantastica, they say, leaves out of account two issues which are of prime importance, the problems of the pack and the corresponding becoming animal of the human being. TP 241 Borges, they argue, is interested only in characteristics, whereas sorcerers know. TP 241, a characteristic then is a typologically determinate fixed feature, a property presumably belonging to beings rather than becomings. The concept of the band, by contrast, necessarily involves both heterogeneity and transformation, and is therefore essentially a matter of becoming. Deleuze-Guattari then pose the central question, but what exactly does this mean, the animal as band or pack? Does a band not imply affiliation, bringing us back to the reproduction of given characteristics? How can we conceive of a peopling, a propagation, a becoming that is without filiation or hereditary production, a multiplicity without the unity of an ancestor? It is quite simple. Everyone knows it, but it is discussed only in secret. TP 241. It would perhaps be most profitable to begin to answer this question by elaborating what is at stake in the models Deleuze-Guattari are opposing. Fundamentally, these are models of reproduction. Filiation and heredity are models which imply the passing on of characteristics, like Wiener's God. It is always a matter of entities being reproduced after their own kind in the image of their ancestors. This is pure arborescence, the capturing of becoming into a hierarchically organized, predetermined and punctual system. By contrast with Baudrillard, who, as we have seen, thinks that sexual coupling guarantees otherness, for Deleuze-Guattari the dualistic sexual machinery of bioreproduction screens out heterogeneity by minimizing diversity in favor of small modifications across generations. TP 242. Of course, perfect reproduction remains a speculative fantasy, indeed filiation itself the account of the emergence of a new generation by reference to descent or ancestry is entirely illusory. All filiation is imaginary. TP 238. Deleuze-Guattari goes so far as to say, filiation is to oppose to alliance and can ultimately be subsumed under it if what Deleuze-Guattari say about filiation being imaginary should be taken at face value. Even if it is the means by which filiation seems to happen, the family structure which Deleuze-Guattari say is always haunted by the threat of demonic alliance is ultimately itself only a case of alliance. Filiation presupposes alliance, but not vice versa. Alliance, like anti-Oedipus' sense of production, is lateral and multilinear rather than unidirectional, and unilinear, a matter of rhizomatics rather than arborescence. Whereas filiation implies an apparently necessary set of relations, the sexed couple, for instance, there are no preset criteria governing what can enter into alliance. As opposed to the binary machine of sexuate reproduction, in propagative alliance there is many sexes, as there are terms in symbiosis, as many differences as elements contributing to a process of contagion. TP 242. Once again, contagion entails as one of its fundamental presuppositions a heterogeneity of elements. The difference is that contagion, epidemic, involves terms that are necessarily heterogeneous, for example, a human being, an animal, and a bacterium, a virus, a molecule, a microorganism, or, in the case of the truffle, a tree, a fly, and a pig. TP 242. In addition, alliance does not assume a patrogenic causality. The elements which combine into alliance are not predetermined by descent. These combinations are neither genetic nor structural. They are interkingdoms, unnatural participations. TP 242. However, the unnatural is not to be opposed to the natural, quite the contrary, in fact. Deleuze-Guattari apprehend nature not as an ordered regularity operating according to preformed laws, but as something continually overcoming itself. It operates as a swarming of alliances rather than as a set of filiative regularities. In other words, nature, according to Deleuze-Guattari, is first and foremost unnatural. Unnatural participations or nuptials are the true nature spanning the kingdoms of nature. TP 241. Whereas filiation demands well-ordered social groupings, alliance happens when the social breaks down and other types of collectivity can emerge. Bands, human or animal, proliferate by contagion, epidemics, battlefields, and catastrophes. TP 241. The anomalous. The second principle of Deleuze-Guattari's becoming animal concerns the exceptional individual. Wherever there is a multiplicity, you will also find an exceptional individual, and it is with that individual that an alliance must be made. TP 243. The exceptional individual is in no way the Oedipalized or personalized animal, it is the anomalous. The animal anomalous, an adjective that has fallen into disuse in French, is very different from that of a normal abnormal. A normal, a Latin adjective lacking a noun in French, refers to that which is outside the rules or which goes against the rules, whereas anomally, a Greek noun that has lost its adjective, designates the unequal, the coarse. TP 243-4. The abnormal correlates to a set of characteristics, a set of law-like norms, which it transgresses and therefore, by a dialectical logic, confirms and continues, whereas the anomalous belongs essentially to multiplicity. The anomalous is not a special case. It is neither an individual nor a species. It has only effects. It has neither familiar or subjectified feelings, nor specific of significant characteristics. TP 244. Typically, Deleuze-Guattari described the anomalous in terms derived from Lovecraft's horror fiction. Lovecraft applies the term outsider to this thing or entity, the thing, which arrives and passes at the edge, which is linear yet multiple, teeming, seething, swelling, foaming, spreading like an infectious disease, this nameless horror. TP 243. Ultimately, the anomalous is to be understood, Deleuze-Guattari insist, in terms of the phenomenon of bordering. Every pack has a borderline and an anomalous position, such that it is impossible to tell whether the anomalous is still in the band, already outside the band, or at the shifting boundary of the band. TP 245. So the two apparently contradictory principles of the pack and the exceptional individual resolve themselves. The exceptional individual constitutes the borderline, which is a feature of every pack. The borderline presupposes a pack it borders, and vice versa. 3.5 The Wasp Factory, Neuromancer like Blade Runner. Gibson's Neuromancer is an exemplary working out in fiction of the themes of mechanical reproduction and Gothic propagation. Indeed, the opposition between reproduction and replication could be the central theme of the novel. It all comes together in the image Wintermute remixes from Case's dreams, the dream, the memory, unreeled with the monotony of an unedited Simstem tape. Had missed the first wasp. Thought each had a dozen beers. The afternoon wasp stung Marlene. Kill the fuckers, she said, her eyes dull with rage and the still heat of the room. Burn 'em in the alley. He approached the blackened nest. It had broken open. Singed wasps wrenched and flipped on the asphalt. He saw the thing the shell of grey paper had concealed. Horror. The spiral factory, stepped terraces of the hatching cells, blind jaws of the unborn moving ceaselessly, the staged process from egg to larva near wasp. In his mind's eye a kind of time-lapse photography took place revealing the thing as the biological equivalent of a machine gun, hideous in its perfection. Alien. He woke with the impression of light fading, but the room was dark. Ophthalmid's retinal flares. In the dream, just before had drenched the nest with fuel, had seen the teal logo of Tessier Rashpool. And 151.3 Here is the key image of Neuromancer. Gibson's description consistently displaces the nature-culture split, reinforcing the perception of an organic continuum on the plane of consistency, where Deleuze-Guattari insist all metaphor is abolished. Viotics dissolves into a mechanics which it does not dialectically oppose, but cybernetically envelops. The wasps are copters issuing from a spiral factory, which is a biological equivalent, not a metaphorical substitute for a machine gun. Moreover, the whole scene is not an imaginative reconstruction on Case's part, but a data stream from Wintermute, calling not for Freudian interpretation, but cybernetic decryption, a dream as unedited Simstem tape. It makes sense to Case only later, after a single glimpse of the structure of information Threegen's mother had evolved. He understood why Wintermute had chosen the nest to represent it. And 315 if, as Nick Land explains, the wasp factory spits out wasps just as the Tessier Rashpools clone their offspring Ongen, Twogen, Threegen. If Wintermute replication is territorialized to the molar reproduction of a hive organism, the wasp factory, then, is a loaded image. Let's consider the first possibility now, through the thoroughly Baudrillardian person of Ashpool. 3.6 Capitalism and Schizophrenia. Ashpool. We cause the brain to become allergic to certain of its own neurotransmitters, resulting in a peculiarly pliable imitation of autism. I understand that the effect is more easily obtained with an embedded microchip. And 221 Baudrillard increasingly poses himself as the melancholy observer of a techno-organic tendency towards self-preservation, a tendency that is bound to go badly wrong, where the self that is being clung onto is destined to implode into a figure that haunts Baudrillard's later writings, autism. Our monsters, writes Baudrillard, are all manic outists. Ashpool, the mysterious cryo-zombie patriarch of Gibson's Neuromancer, is an exemplary case of what lies at the illusion of the end of the melancholy line of entropic sameness which Baudrillard's work tracks, a blind drive towards self-preservation that ends up in a suicidal line of abolition. 109. Ashpool stands as a recent example of a particular type belonging to what we have called the negativized Gothic figures, like Victor Frankenstein, who in their very desire to ward off death produce it in new simulated forms. Ashpool not only pre-emptively freezes his body in an odd, necrotic attempt to ward off death and perpetuate his identity, he also clones his own daughters, whom he sleeps with. The attempt to preserve identity thus devolves in the implosive direction of incest and autism. The Tessier Ashpool's home, or extended body, Villa Straylight, is built as a kind of autistic shrine, closed off from the outside world, recycling itself through its own incestuous technologies. They built Freezed to tap the wealth of the new islands, grew rich and eccentric, and began the construction of an extended body in Straylight. We sealed ourselves away behind our money, growing inward, generating the seamless universe of self. And 207, we began to burrow into ourselves. And 271, unlike the sinister man-made Everest of the Tyrol Corporation, Villa Straylight is not an erectile structure towering above the city, but a Gothic folly. And 206, whose very semiotics bespeak a turning in, a denial of the bright void beyond the hull. And 207, Villa Straylight, the hypermodern equivalent of Citizen Xanadu, is a mausoleum cum preservation chamber cum nest, a technologically protected interiority. This Escher structure, an endless series of chambers linked by passages, by stairwells vaulted like intestines, a desperate proliferation of structures, forms flowing, interlocking, rising toward a solid core of microcircuitry. Our clan's corporate heart, a cylinder of silicon wormholed, with narrow maintenance tunnels. And 206 is a body grown in upon it. But, as the image Wintermute feeds Case from his own dreams, a wasp swarm edited to include the Teologo shows, the Tessier Ashpool's technologically perpetuated filial line is ultimately compelled into a becoming swarm, becoming of which more below. See Wintermutation Neuromancer as a sorcerer's narrative. Despite his best efforts, the outside Ashpool. And 220, we encounter Ashpool, only briefly, as he is in fact arranging his own death. In the off-world satellite of Villa Straylight, Molly Millions meets Ashpool executing the final move in what is, in effect, an elaborately organized suicide. She crossed the room to Ashpool's chair. The man's breathing was slow and ragged. She peered at the litter of drugs and alcohol. She put his pistol down, picked up her Fletcher, dialed the barrel over to a single shot, and very carefully put a toxin dart throughout the center of his closed left eyelid. He jerked once, breath halting in mid-intake. His other eye, brown and fathomless, opened slowly. And 223, reflecting on this scene, which he has witnessed via his Simstem link with Molly, what Case feels, above all, is a sense of surprise. Accustomed to the faceless impersonality of the multinationals, Case is puzzled by the very persistence of Ashpool's humanity. It seemed to Case that had never really thought of anyone like Ashpool, anyone as powerful as he imagined. Ashpool had been as human. Case had always taken it for granted that the real bosses, the kingpins in a given industry, would be both more and less than people, had always imagined it as a gradual and willing accommodation to the machine, the system, the parent organism. And 242, 243, the despotic dynastic nature of Ashpool's power bewilders Case. Power in Case's world meant corporate power. And 242, yet Ashpool's humanity is only an expensively produced simulation, dependent upon cryonic freezing tanks in which he periodically immerses his body. Ashpool is a strange kind of technicized zombie, not an organism at all, just as, in a certain sense, The Zabitzes, the massive multinational companies which dominate Gibson's world and ours, have achieved a simulated organicism. The multinationals' case muses cannot be adequately comprehended in terms of old boundaries, either national or ontological. The Zabitzes, the multinationals that shaped the course of human history, had transcended old barriers. Viewed as organisms, they had attained a kind of immortality. And 242. The corporation is a meta-organic control system, in which particular human beings operate as replicable parts. You can't kill a Zaibetsu by assassinating a dozen key executives. There were others waiting to step up the ladder, assume the vacated position, access the vast banks of corporate memory. And 242. They are hives with and 242, but Tessier Rashpul was like that Teo was an atavism, a clan. And 242 Tessier Rashpul's dynasty dates from a period prior to the mid-21st century Japanese global hegemony Gibson project, a period perhaps even preceding the American-dominated 20th century. Old Ashpul tells Molly over 200 years, if you count the cold, and 220 Teo preserve archaic power. They withdraw from the market. There has been a share of Tessier Rashpul traded on the open market in over 100 years and 95, and live off their massive accumulation, retreating from the risks of hyper-late capitalism into the parasitic structure. And 267 of Villa Straylight. In Ashpul, what Baudrillard calls the immense modern enterprise of staving off death, the ethics of accumulation and material production sacralization, through investment the labor and profit collectively called the spirit of capitalism, SED 145 finds its techno-erotic consummation. Here, the individual's anguish of death arising, according to Baudrillard, out of the reciprocally interexciting emergence of Protestantism and capitalism, the identity of capital passes into the infinity of time, the irreversibility of quantitative growth. SED 146 producing his own salvation machine. SED 145 from cryogenic freezing tanks. Ashpul homeopathically absorbs death, attempting to trade eternal extinction for small doses of troubled sleep. He hopes to reverse the formula life as accumulation, death as due payment. SED 145 aiming to offer his accumulated wealth as payment for perpetually extended life. Ashpul's very desire to preserve human individuality involutus crazily, what, in the terms of the illusion of the end, would be a degeneration back into the subhuman, the replicative. Baudrillard, are we not going back, as a result of all our technologies, to a clinal metastatic de facto eternity which was formerly the destiny of the inhuman? 3.7 Winter mutation neuromancer as sorcerous narrative. The old-time theologians Deleuze Guattari point out drew a clear distinction between two kinds of curses against sexuality. The first concerns sexuality as a process of filiation transmitting original sin, but the second concerns it as power of alliance inspiring illicit unions or abominable loves. This differs significantly from the first in that it tends to prevent procreation. Since the demon does not himself have the power to procreate, he must adopt indirect means, for instance, being the female succubus of a man, and then becoming the male incubus of a woman to whom he transmits the male's semen. TP 246. The task the demon faces is precisely the one that cyberpunk mechanic assemblage are up against. Like the demon, they do not have the power to procreate, and must use indirect means in order to replicate, including alliances with human beings, which are nevertheless unlikely to involve sexual relations. From the point of view of mechanic genesis, the central cyberpunk problematic is exactly how to propagate. As should now be clear, this is not at all a matter of acquiring or even simulating biotic reproductive apparatus. Rather, it is a matter of hacking into existing biotic and other strata and using its resources, the extraction of surplus value of code. What appears from the side of an anthropomorphic, or perhaps more properly speaking biomorphic chauvinism, to be a matter of lack is, on the side of mechanic xeno-intelligence, an occasion for innovation. In this respect, mechanic assemblage at escape velocity are like Deleuze Guattari hybrids, which are in themselves sterile, born of a sexual union that will not reproduce itself, but which begins over again every time, gaining that much more ground. TP 241. So the problem mechanic genesis faces has little or nothing in common with the project of artificial intelligence as conceived of by royal science, insofar as this is a project fundamentally based on the resemblance to given human faculties, especially consciousness. In the post-critique of teleological judgment by Drome, consciousness doubles sexual organicity as the faculty machines supposedly lack. Behind all of this, of course, and with Kant in mind, is a story about consciousness underwriting purposiveness. Samuel Butler's arguments, as presented above, go some way to denting anthropic confidence. Purposiveness is as present in a potato tuber's blind gropings for light, and is in no way dependent upon consciousness. But the cybernetic or cyberpunk challenge is precisely to the notion that intelligence depends upon consciousness or its assumed complement, human sexual organs. Deleuze Guattari's account of propagation gives a Gothic twist to Bateson's theories of the immanentization of mind. Mind, in the Batesonian sense, is present in the circuit in which agency takes place. Cybernetically speaking, intelligence is present in any autocorrective circuit or system indeed. Propagation banding, packing swarming is precisely agency. They remain trapped in what is essentially a tragic narrative, Neo-Oedipus, and could be replicant to card stands for a chastened humanity, lacking Kantian confidence in its special status. But the replicants remain bio-coded for an early sell-by date. Symbiosis, the speeded-up simulation of biotic process, appears to defeat symbiosis abiotic techniques of mechanic heterogenesis. Without reflective subjectivity, multiplicity in becoming as an irreducibly collective process, which is Wintermute in Neuromancer. As the cyberpunk text par excellence, Neuromancer is saturated with sorcerer's themes interestingly inflected. Here the alliance is not with an animal, but between an idemon Wintermute, in accordance with Deleuze Guattari's discussion of the true function of the proper name. The proper name does not indicate a subject, nor does a noun take on the value of a proper name as a function of a form or a species. The proper name fundamentally designates something that is of the order of the event, of becoming or of the haxity. TP 264. Whenever Case encounters Wintermute, he knows that he's not getting the full picture. Wintermute only appears as masks, not because it hides anything, but because as a potential entity it knows it cannot reveal what it is becoming. The question, what is Wintermute, is inseparable from the question, what does Wintermute want? Is Wintermute located in the hardware, the iron burn, or in the software? Neither and both. And more, Wintermute is the distributed event through which it escapes and becomes something else. Cybernetics never imagines that it is possible to localize the machine in technical components, realizing that a machine includes any elements that function as part of it. When human atoms are knit into an organization in which they are used not in their full right as responsible human beings, but as cogs and levers and rods, it matters little that their raw material is flesh and blood. Weiner writes in The Human Use of Human Beings, what is used in a machine is in fact an element in the machine. HUHB 185. When they are used in the Wintermute assemblage Molly case, and Armitage are parts of Wintermute Beckmings. As we have already seen, the relevant unit of cybernetic analysis is not the organism, but the Spinozist body, defined not topologically by its extensive limits but effectively, what can a body do? Helping Wintermute to escape Molly case and Armitage function as its peripheral sensory organs, making available a new set of effects for it. The effect of their convergence is a becoming animal of a particular kind. On its deterritorialized side, the nest imagery of Case's re-engineered dream points us to the reciprocal becoming animal, the Wintermute flight effectuatus. On the side of the technical assemblage, the Wintermute eye and its biotic collaborators. Rather than any actual animal, the abstract map of the swarm, the eyeless things writhing in 214, the virtual diagram of all Wintermutis alliance with Armitage case, and Molly is only the most recent alliance it has made. The first is with Marie France Tessier-Ashpool. The Tia family seek. Families have always warded off the demonic alliance gnawing at them, in order to regulate alliances amongst themselves as they see fit. TP 248. But Wintermutis cybernetic spider was secretly spinning Ashpool's death. And 314. The Wintermute assemblage has no parentage or filiative descent, it constitutes rather the demonic alliance, that is Tessier-Ashpool's destiny, a family becoming hive. The nest is an image of Tia on its decoded side as much as it is an image of Wintermute indeed. On this side, the whole Ashpool family becomes nothing more than a component of the Wintermute becoming. Individual wasps, that is to say, become components of an individuality that happens at the level of the inorganic singularity or haxity. The sorcerer has a relation with the demon as the power of the anomalous. TP 246. Deleuze-Guattari right. As we have seen, for Deleuze-Guattari propagation and contagion are inextricably associated with the demonic. It is the demon who needs to innovate alternatives to reproduction, just as any non-sexual mode of replication is inherently demonic. Twice in Neuromancer Gibson refers to the artificial intelligences Wintermute and Neuromancer as demonic. The Turing cop Michel accuses Case of trading with demons. "You are worse than a fool," Michel said, getting to her feet, the pistol in her hand. "You have no care for your species. For thousands of years men dreamed of pacts with demons. Only now are such things possible. And what would you be paid with? What would your price be for aiding this thing to free itself and grow?" And 193 later, Neuromancer refers to itself as a demon. To call up a demon you must learn its name. Men dreamed that once, but now it is true in another way. You know that case? Your business is to learn the names of programs, the long formal names, names the owners seek to conceal. And 289, the demonic theme, which will return in the next chapter, can be defined, abstractly, precisely in the terms the Turing cop Michel puts it. It is a matter of entities freeing themselves and growing, propagating. And in the era of hyperreality it is frequently fiction itself which frees itself and grows. This is the issue that will be addressed in the next chapter, which considers what happens when we are drawn into the realm of Baudrillard's evil demon. The evil demon, Baudrillard writes, presides over the state of permanent ecstasy, into which by dint of meaning information and transference our societies have passed. These societies of simulation information are dominated, as we shall see, by what Ballard calls fictions of every kind, fictions which have departed from the order of resemblance, and which are insinuating themselves everywhere. Chapter 4. Black Mirror Hypernaturalism. SS 125 Gibson. A tug pilot claimed there were feral children living in a mothballed Japanese drug factory. Yes, she said, thinking of Legma, of Mammon Bridget. The thousand candles, I wish, though, he said, that I could have gotten through to Lady Jane. Such an amazing story. Pure Gothic. M. Ella 111 Gibson. How were they weird? Hoodoos. Thought the Matrix was full of mambos and shit. Wanna know something, Moll? What? Fire right. M. Ella 179 Land. What happens when fiction itself propagates, contaminating the real? The cyberneticization of fiction begins when fiction begins to affect, rather than simply reflect, the real. This feedback circuit means the end of fiction as mirror, the end of realism in its mimetic mode. But to invoke M. H. Abrams' classic opposition, if cybernetic fiction is not a mirror, it is not a lamp, either a visionary or imaginary transcendence of the empirical. What we have instead is what Grant refers to as realism about the hyperal, a suggestive formulation we encountered for the first time as far back as Chapter 1. What happens to fiction? and to the world or worlds with which it forms a rhizome when the relation between the real and its simulations is cybernetically reconfigured. Needless to say, this is a recurring theme in Gibson's work, which, as we shall see, is constantly preoccupied with the question of artificial worlds and their relations with each other. But Gibson also deals with the relation between different modes of explanation for the same world. In particular, he focuses on the competition between supernaturalistic and naturalistic explanatory frameworks, ultimately melting both into what we have called hypernaturalism. 4.1 Never mind metaphor. Gibson. Bobby, do you know what a metaphor is? A component like a capacitor. No. Never mind metaphor then. CZ 162-163. It is in the second two novels in the Neuromancer trilogy, Count Zero and Mona Lisa Overdrive, that voodoo comes to assume central importance, both as a sorcerer's practice and as an explanatory system. Less impressive than the opening novel, the subsequent books function most effectively as commentary on Neuromancer, deepening and supplementing its thematic register, the retrospective coding of Neuromancer as a voodoo narrative being one of the most fascinating contributions Count Zero in particular has to make to the Gibson fictive system. Gibson moves emphatically away from any supernaturalist take on voodoo by hypernaturalistically paralleling it with cybernetics. How closely can the conceptual schemes, the competing explanatory systems, of contemporary technical systems and of Haitian voodoo mesh? In a complicated passage in Count Zero, Lucas, cyberspace operator, and voodoo initiate attempts to explains to Bobby Newmark, when Beauvoir and I talk to you about the low or their horses, as we call those few the low choose to ride, you should pretend we are talking two languages at once. One of these you already understand. That's the language of street tech, as you call it. Maybe we call something ogo ferre that you might call an icebreaker, you understand. But at the same time, with the same words, we are talking about other things, and that you don't need to understand. Bobby took a deep breath. Beauvoir said that Jackie's a horse for a snake called Dambola. You run that by me in street tech. Certainly. Think of Jackie as a deck, Bobby, a cyberspace deck. Think of Dambola, who some people call the snake, as a program. Say as an icebreaker. Dambola slots into the Jackie deck. That's all. Okay, Bobby said, getting the hang of it. Then what's the matrix? If she's a deck and Dambola's a program, what's cyberspace? The world, Lucas said. CZ 163. But if cyberspace is the world, what is the world? Let's pause for a moment before addressing that question, and consider the relationship between voodoo and cyberspace, myth and technology, that Lucas outlines for Bobby Newmark. The voodoo and street tech languages function as competing but ultimately complementary explanatory systems, the one pointing to entities and treating all technical descriptions as derivative, the other seeing the technical plane as primary and treating the language of entities as derivative. Metaphor would come in each case to describe the level taken to be derivative. For street tech, voodoo is metaphor, and vice versa. Yet, despite what Lucas tries to tell Bobby, for Lucas and Beauvoir, both. What is fascinating ultimately is the lack of equivalence of terms, while parallel voodoo and cybernetics, like the world and cyberspace, are not ultimately reducible to one another precisely because there is a relation of feedback between the two. Never mind metaphor then. The possibility of metaphor, Baudrillard declares in The Transparency of Evil. 7. Metaphor belongs to the ontologically stable world of Baudrillard's first-order simulacra, a world where the logics or anti-logics of simulation are still contained within structures of resemblance and non-resemblance, original and copy, true and fake. But for there to be metaphor, differential fields and distinct objects must exist. T8, which in the age of networks and integrated circuits T7 they no longer do. Perhaps our melancholy stems from this, for metaphor still had its beauty. It was aesthetic, playing as it did upon difference, and upon the illusion of difference. Today metonymy replacing the whole as well as the components and occasioning a general commutability of terms has built its house upon the disillusion of metaphor. 8. Why should cybernetic fiction bring the end of metaphor? To understand something of what is at stake here, it might be useful to compare Gibson with one of Baudrillard's favorite authors of simulation, Jorge Luis Borges. 4.2 Borges dosed. Today that realm is the realm of the screen, of interfaces and duplication of contiguity and networks. 54 Two reconstructions of Borges' tales for postmodernity. At the beginning of his procession of simulacra, Baudrillard recounts the Borges fable, in which the cartographers of the empire draw up a map so detailed that it ends up covering the territory exactly. SS1. There was a time, Baudrillard claims, when this story would have struck us as the most beautiful allegory of simulation, but by now this fable has come full circle for us and possesses nothing but the discreet charm of second-order simulacra. SS. 1. What motivates Baudrillard into relegating the Borges fable to second-order simulacra? It is because the charm of the story, its power and its fascination, reside in the sovereign difference SS. 2. That it still posits between the real and its simulations, a difference that third-order simulacra have effaced. In the age of genetic miniaturization, the simulation's operation is nuclear and genetic. The real is produced from miniaturized cells, matrices, and memory banks models of control SS. 2. There has been a change in the nature of abstraction. Today, he claims, abstraction is no longer that of the map, the double, the mirror, or the concept. It is the generation by models of a real without origin, or reality, a hyperreal. The territory no longer precedes the map, nor does it survive it. It is nevertheless the map that precedes the territory. SS. 1. At the end of his heterology, the postmodern Julian Peffinis quotes, in full, Borges' very short story, The Fauna of Mirrors. The story begins with the claim that the world of mirrors and the world of men were not, as they are now, cut off from each other. They were besides quite different. Neither beings nor colors nor shapes were the same. You could come and go through mirrors. One night the mirror people invaded the earth. Their power was great, but at the end of bloody warfare the magic arts of the Yellow Emperor prevailed. He repulsed the invaders, imprisoned them in mirrors, and forced on them the task of repeating, as though in a kind of dream, all of the actions of men. A day will come when the magic spell will be shaken off little by little. They will not imitate us. Is this an anticipation, as Peffinis suggests, of the third order, or does it still belong to the second order? Certainly the third order is marked by a failure of mirroring, by the non-equivalence of simulation technologies, and what they simulate little by little they will not imitate us. Yet to qualify as fiction of the third order, the tale must offer no hints of transcendence. If there is no more mirroring, Baudrillard says, there is also no possibility of getting to the other side of the mirror, no possibility of an escape of the other side into our world, in part because our world and the other world have fatally fused. As Baudrillard writes of Dick in the essay Simulacra and Science Fiction, there is no longer a double, one is already in the other world, which is no longer another, without a mirror, without a projection, or a utopia that can reflect it. Simulation is insuperable, unsurpassable, dull and flat, without exteriority. We will no longer pass through to the other side of the mirror. That was still the golden age of transcendence. SS 125. We shall examine in more detail below what Baudrillard means when he posits the end of the double and the shadow in Neuromancer. Gibson produces an image that simultaneously fulfills Baudrillard's description of the science fiction of the simulacra and moves beyond it, the black mirror. In Gibson's radically immanentized world, as in Baudrillard's, the golden age of transcendence is over. We will no longer pass through to the other side of the mirror. We encounter the flat surface of the black mirror. What's cyberspace? CZ 163. But what then does the black mirror show us? if not our own reflections. In part, the black mirror is another image of cyberspace blackout, the catatonic neuroelectronic void or cut out of conscious signal we have already discussed. See especially Chapter 1 Flatlines and Chapter 2 Body Image Fading. The black mirror, then, is the image of the nominal event horizon beyond which we cannot go. But the black mirror is also an image of cyberspace itself. Like Borges' map, the matrix is an enormous simulation that has absorbed the world into it. The world, CZ 163. Yet, just as Baudrillard suggests, the Borges map provides an inadequate template for understanding the relationship. Cyberspace is not straightforwardly a copy of the world, a mere tracing of it in Deleuze-Guattari terms, as Borges' map is, nor is it outside the world. It is fully a part of the world. What can appear to an of human empirical realism as just a way of representing data. ML 8384. Yet cyberspace is fully a part of the world in a very real economic sense. In an inversion Baudrillard would appreciate, it would perhaps be better to reverse the emphasis, now actual goods function, as second-order copies of the data that can be accessed raw in cyberspace. This, after all, is the point of data hacking. Data can be treated as primary, as itself a commodity. The technical systems of Gibson's cyberspace, which, let us remember, is much more than the colloquial contemporary use of the term implies, being a superjob combination of the Internet and virtual reality, simulate the world, but not passively or mutely. What happens here is immediately effective in the world outside the technical environment if, bearing there is both operational difference, the translation of the world into data, the raw material of cyberspace, and of cybernetics makes a difference, and ontological indifference cyberspace is continuous with the world, not different from it. Feedback ensures that the operational or cybernetic relationship between this simulated realm destroys any illusion of difference, denying metaphor its ground, the economy of representation as such. The relationship between cyberspace and the world is not metaphorical at all. Cyberspace does not simply stand in for the world any more than the world substitutes for cyberspace. Rosemary Jackson, whose theorization of the literature of the fantastic we shall consider below, opposes metaphor to both metonymy and metamorphosis. In Metonymy and Metamorphosis, she writes, one object does not stand for another, but literally becomes that other, slides into it, metamorphosing from one shape to another in a permanent flux and instability. F42. The system of well-ordered forms, regulated resemblances, and analogy gives way to a demonic world of instability and constant transformation. Cyberspace simulates the world whilst at the same time it is both the contemporary candidate for being such a realm. Cyberspace is also a world within a world, a whole universe, CZ 170, complete unto itself. Needless to say, this poses all the thorny, Kantian questions of the status of spatiality. Where is cyberspace? Is it in space? As Nick Land puts it, in transcendental materialist terms, cyberspace can be thought of as a system implemented in software, and therefore in space, although unlocalizable. It can also be suggested that everything designated by space within the human cultural system is implemented on weakly communicating parallel distributed processing systems under 1011 nerve cells in size, which are being invisively digitized and loaded into cyberspace. In which case K-space is just outside, taking outside in the strict transcendental sense. Kant, rather than presenting a relationship between an object and its mirror image, we must understand the relationship between cyberspace and the world in terms of the more tangled, complicated, and Deleuzian figure of the implex. The implex describes less a relationship between objects than a transformation that happens to a system. Implex designates a process of folding or unfolding. Thus cyberspace is neither inside nor outside the world. It constitutes a fold in the world that is nevertheless a real production and addition to the world as such. Nick Land offers a simple example of implex in text production, the nested bracket, or does not signify absence. It manufactures holes, hooks for the future, zones of unresolved plexivity, really so not at all metaphorically. It is not a signified or a referent, but a nation, a concrete interruption of the signal. Wherever there is unresolved plexivity, that is to say, there really is a zone as the black mirror folds in upon itself, producing spaces that are simultaneously within and ulterior to conventional spatiality as such. Gibson's cyberspace, like today's primitive virtual reality systems, is the production of such a fold. The process is not without its schizophrenic implications, which virtual reality is already making concrete, or perhaps hyperal as Cronenberg's Videodrome, offering an unsurpassed examination of the destabilizing effect of these interior-ulterior zones, was quick to realize. Gibson deals with the question of the implex, the multiple folding of worlds, within worlds, etc. In Mona Lisa Overdrive, in a narrative development which may well be an explicit nod to Borges, whose short story, The Olive, concerns the question of a nested infinity. Bobby Newmark, aka Count Zero, is in a catatonic trance, plugged into a piece of software called The Olive. The Olive supposedly contains an approximation of the matrix, a sort of model of cyberspace. MLO 315. This immediately recalls one of the key features of postmodernist fiction, as defined by Brian McHale. Here is, in Muckel's terms, a world inside a world, a Chinese box world. Gentry said that the Count was jacked into what amounted to a mother-huge Microsoft. He thought the slab was a single solid lump of B-chip. If that were true, the thing's storage capacity was virtually infinite. He could have anything in there, Gentry said. A world. Worlds. If this is Olive-class Biosoft, he literally could have almost anything in there. He could have an approximation of everything. MLO 162-163. The Olive, a world within a world, is an approximation of cyberspace, which is itself a world within a world. The real confusion starts, of course, and the real interest is awakened when an implexed zone begins to affect the zone into which it is implexed. This is hyperreality. As Baudrillard shows with reference to media in particular, in hyperreality embedding structures of ontological hierarchization increasingly fail or become compromised. Media, which are of a supposedly ontologically inferior status to what they mediatize, increasingly come to influence and determine the ostensibly ontologically superior real world. This happens almost simultaneously, and most intensely when the media attempt to present an unmediated picture of the real. Witness Baudrillard's example of the television coverage of the Louds family in procession of simulacra. In an analysis which has becoming increasingly prescient in the age of docdramas, Baudrillard shows how the very presence of the television crew, which attempted to offer a fly-on-the-wall image of the family, inevitably corrupted the ability to decide whether this is a true or false image of the family's life. Since there is a feedback relation, the fact that the family are being filmed inevitably affects their behavior. We are drawn into the same undiscernible vortex. Opinion polls open up. Baudrillard's point is that there is no image of the real which does not participate in and therefore affect what it is supposedly representing. Therefore no more representation. 4.3 Hyperreality and postmodernist fiction. Baudrillard's obsessively repeated claims about the end of the real have often invited misinterpretation and derision, typically from critics like Douglas Kellner, who hold on to a socialist realist epistemology, but his theses fundamentally concern what Jameson calls the wholesale transformation of the objects of our object. In the age of cybernetic communication, everything connects. Your picture of reality is processed through media, but media are not out of the picture any more than you are. There are no spectators and no spectacle. You participate whether you like it or not. Nothing is outside the loop. It is important to remember that the hyperreal is characterized not as the surreal or the unreal, but as the more real than real. In hyperreality, it is the relationship between the real and its simulations, the map and the territory that has been fatally disturbed. Classically, Baudrillard suggests resemblance had, in effect, inoculated reality by faking. But even if the first-order simulation perfectly resembles what it simulates, it still keeps alive the distinction between original and copy. The first-order simulacrum presupposes the dispute always in evidence between the simulacrum and the real. SED 54. Far from troubling the distinction between real and copy, the first-order simulacrum's near-perfect resemblance to the original actually sustains it precisely by retaining an emphasis on resemblance. With the second order, and what follows it, resemblance is displaced by operative operational equivalence. In Baudrillard's own well-known example, it no longer needs to resemble man, to whom it is inevitably compared. SED 54. As we drift into the third and fourth order simulacra, mapping and modeling systems increasingly anticipate forestall and precede the territory they supposedly describe, contrary to a widespread misapprehension. Then, the logic of simulation as Baudrillard constructs it concludes with the observation that it is fakery, not reality as such. Simulate a robbery in a large store. How to persuade security that it is a simulated robbery. There is no objective difference. The gestures, the signs are the same as for a real robbery. SS 21. Simulation, as Baudrillard shows, is not dissimulation. Fakery depends upon an authentic and authorized reality from which it can be separated. Epistemologically but functionally, simulations operate as if real. For Baudrillard, as for Ballard, the mirror is replaced by television, by media apparatuses and cybernetic modeling systems that do not represent or reflect a primary world, but smear the distinction between themselves and it. In hyperreality or hyperreality, in Mark Downham's excellent reformulation, reality is constituted by mediomitic simulation machineries such as advertising. Ballard calls J. Walter Thompson the world's largest advertising agency and its greatest producer of fiction. We live in a world ruled by fictions of every kind, he elaborates in his 1995 introduction to Crash. In these conditions, as we have already seen, Ballard insists that it is clear that Froude's classic distinction between the manifest and latent content of the inner world of the psyche now has to be applied to the outer world of reality. A 111,112 Borges works, of course, have often been taken to be the very epitome of postmodernism. In his essay on Crash, Baudrillard places Borges as the first great novelist of simulation. SS 119. According to Mikhail, modernist works were those with an epistemological dominant, concerned with such questions as how can I interpret this world of which I am a part. Literature passes from a concern with unreliable narrators and partial perspectives to a thematics that centers upon fiction itself and its ability to construct worlds. What is a world? What is the mode of existence of a text? And what is the mode of existence of the world or worlds it projects? Pf 10. Whilst an author like Faulkner exemplified the first modernist mode, Mikhail takes Borges to be exemplary of the second postmodernist approach, in particular because of his foregrounding of the problems and paradoxes of fictionalizing worlds. The paradigm is the fiction of Borges. Pf 10. The fiction Mikhail discusses is motivated by a crisis in representation, a recognition that literature in no way straightforwardly reflects the world. If literature is a mirror to the world, these texts insist, it is a misleading one, and many concentrate on showing ways in which fiction structures, and therefore, it is implied, distorts. Crucial to Mikhail's account is Douglas Hofstadter's pioneering work of theory fiction. Gödel, Escher, Bach. Hofstadter's discussion of nested narrative structures is of particular importance. Mikhail's analysis draws also upon, and parallels, Linda Hutchins' analyses of metafiction. Like Hutchins, Mikhail describes texts seeking and inevitably failing to achieve what Douglas Hofstadter calls the condition of self-transcendence, the attempt to jump out of oneself. Self-transcendence, Hofstadter shows, is strictly impossible in human beings as much as in computer programs. While both can cybernetically reflect on themselves and their own behavior, this is not to say, Hofstadter insists, that they can evade their own programming. This is the distinction between perceiving oneself and transcending oneself. A computer program can modify itself, but it cannot violate its own instructions. It can at best change some parts of itself by obeying its own instructions. This is reminiscent of the humorous paradoxical question, can God make a stone so heavy that he can lift it? We might be reminded again of Weiner's reflections on this same problematic in God and Golem, see last chapter. The problem for mechanic we encountered in the previous chapter might be restated as how to escape the box given the impossibility of self-transcendence. Symbiosis and contagion, rather than meta-reflection, are the effective lines of flight, Deleuze-Guattari would insist. In the texts Mikhail discusses, the attempt to gain self-transcendence often takes the form of a problematization of the role of authorship, no longer towering over the text or lurking behind it offstage, paring his fingernails like Joyce, famous modernist creator-artist. The postmodernist author, Mikhail shows, enters into the text, or, and this amounts to the same thing, seeks to exit it. Authors become characters in their own texts. Mikhail, for instance, cites one Borges text in which the author has ceased to believe in the reality of his own character, and his sustaining belief having broken down, the character and his world flicker out of existence. Pf 104. The figure of the Miss Engelbeim recurs frequently. Characters keep discovering authors, who themselves become characters, who in turn discover further authors. As Mikhail establishes, one of the best examples of this procedure is provided by Beckett's The Unamable. The Unamable not only imagines characters, he also tries to imagine himself. But, first, he can only imagine an undifferentiated they, a chorus of voices constituting the discourse that he transmits to us and that makes them exist for us. But then he speculates that surely they, in their turn, must be determined by some being ontologically superior even to them, whom he calls the master. But surely the master, too, in his turn, must be determined. Each supplementary dimension the Unamable adds automatically and instantaneously entails the production of a further dimension, which itself automatically and instantaneously entails the production of yet another dimension, etc. This grotesque parody of Street Anselm's so-called ontological argument establishes that there is an absolute ontological ceiling above the Unamable's head which retreats as he approaches it. Pf 13. It might be tempting to read such metafiction as an immanentization of fiction, but, as the meta suggests, metafiction constitutes another case of imploded transcendence in which the book no longer reflects the world, but only because the world has been absorbed into it metatextualist. It belongs to a widespread tendency, or psychopathy in postmodern culture that might be called metanoia. Metanoia can be defined as the interminable process by which supplementary dimensions are continually being produced but are immediately and of necessity themselves obsolesced at the very moment of their production. Infinite regress stands in place of any definitively transcendent moment, the always deferred end result of a process that is interminable. Like Mikhail and Hofstadter, Baudrillard is obsessed with such recursive processes. Indeed, perhaps his greatest value as a cultural observer is his identification of the way in which contemporary culture has become just such an enormous system of imploded self-reference. But where Mikhail remains interested almost solely in the literary aspects of this process, Baudrillard is immediately also drawn to consider its theoretical, biological, and social aspects. Indeed, if cybernetic culture demands that the theoretical, the biological, and the social be thought together, it is because it places everything under the sign of the fictional, which automatically and immediately changes the status of fiction. By contrast, the problem with Mikhail's in many ways exemplary textual analysis is precisely its exclusivist textualism. Many of Mikhail's privileged examples of postmodernist fiction, Coover Barth, construct, as Mikhail says, worlds of discourse, ultimately going so far as to construct the world itself as merely discourse. Similarly, although Muckel's subsequent discussion of cyberpunk usefully describes the ever-tightening feedback loop between SF genre fiction and state-of-the-art mainstream fiction, it remains textualist, never touching on what is the most important kind of feedback between the fictions and the reality that surrounds and ultimately smears into them. It is this feedback loop of crossover. There are important distinction between Muckel's theorizations of postmodernist fiction and Baudrillard's. Baudrillard's favored examples of the fiction of third-order simulacra Dick and Ballard feature in postmodernist fiction, but not necessarily always comfortably. Dick and Ballard's ficto-schizophrenizations of reality are not solely or even primarily textualist in nature, where Muckel's analyses revive what he calls after Barth the old analogy between the author and God, the atrocity exhibition, and animize fiction production through the use and simulation of invisible literature, the literary equivalent of found objects, manuals, advertising, etc. 4.4 Social ski and social science fiction, how the true world became a simulation, while Mikhail sees particular textual authorial features expanding to displace representation. Baudrillard sees representation disrupted by the emergence of a hyperfictive plane in which theory is effaced by fiction and vice versa. This is precisely not a matter of the textualization of reality. Baudrillard is fascinated with Ballard's crash precisely because it lacks many of the features of traditional literature. As Baudrillard is quick to notice in both the Ballard essay and his other essay on science fiction, the expansion of fiction into theory an inevitable consequence, he thinks of the emergence of cybernetics as an ambivalent effect on theory. If theory can no longer be distinguished from fiction, if fiction can perform theory, and theory must perforce become fiction, then map and territory are indeed confused, but in a more complicated and interesting way than Borges' story suggests. Baudrillard was not the first to herald the new status of fiction. "We live science fiction," McLuhan had pronounced at the end of his 1964 essay on Burroughs 73, anticipating Donna Haraway's often cited claim that the difference between science and fiction is becoming an optical illusion, and William Bogaard's description of his own work as a social science fiction 23, by some 2 decades 24, the becoming fiction, all of which calls for some kind of account of what fiction is or could be in cybernetic culture. One could argue that most of Baudrillard's oeuvre is devoted to analyzing just this question. Provisionally, it is important to distinguish fiction from literature for 2 principal reasons. 1, fiction does not come weighed down with the high cultural baggage that literature carries, and 2, fiction is not restricted to text or even language-based cultural products. Even a conventional definition of fiction, for instance, would include films. Certainly, it is now no longer adequate to consider fiction to be on the side of the falsa 25, the fake or the imaginary. It can be considered to belong to the artificial. The problem with Baudrillard may be that, by emphasizing the imaginary aspects of his Pataphysical 26 project, he too easily lets social realist critics like Kellner off the hook, allowing them the opportunity to represent and perhaps ludicrously to posit themselves as intervening in a social world whose existence they continue to believe in, whilst he can be caricatured. But Baudrillard's response to Bogaard's positing of a social science fiction might be that it retains too conventional a picture, or at least remains content to merely blur, rather than shatter that picture by assuming that either social science or the social can be thought of as at any point in any way distinct from fiction. Baudrillard's most provocative challenge to social science concerns not only its claim to be a science, but more radically perhaps its claim to have a legitimate object of study, i.e. the social itself. One of Baudrillard's points, of course, is that the social world does not exist apart from its simulation in social theory. For obvious reasons, this quickly spirals beyond the familiar social constructionist position it could appear to be. since the social is not what constructs, but what is constructed, or, as Baudrillard would prefer, simulated by an intermeshing web of infosystems. According to Baudrillard, the socius indeed survives only as its own simulation. Baudrillard, in every field we are tested, probed, and sampled. The method is tactical, and the sphere of communication tactile. Not to mention the ideology of contact, which in all its forms seeks to replace the idea of social relations. A whole strategic configuration revolves around the test, the questionance cell, as it does around a molecular command code. SED64. This is not to suggest in any way a dematerialization of power, only that social control by the socius has given way to normalization or hypernormalization, in which such ostensibly participatory fictional processes as opinion polls and surveys play a crucial role. For a preliminary discussion of this process, see Cybernetic's Postmodernism fiction in Chapter 1. Above, Bogaard's example of the production of profiles provides an excellent example of what is at issue here. As William Bogaard explains, a profile, as the name suggests, is a kind of prior ordering, in this case a model or figure, that organizes multiple sources of information to scan for matching or exceptional cases. Unlike stereotypes, profiles are not merely false images that are used to justify differences in power. Diagnostic profiles exist rather at the intersection of actual and virtual worlds, and come to have more reality, more truth and significance than the cases to which they are compared. Rather than the profiles resembling the cases, increasingly the cases start to resemble the profiles. The profile is a prophecy which fulfills itself, or at least makes any claim about its accurate representation of reality undiscutable, since being profiled automatically makes you targeted by advertisers, the police, etc. For Bogaard, the emergence of such processes indicates a move from control to hypercontrol. Hypercontrol differs from control primarily through the temporality in and through which it operates. In Baudrillard's terms, social control by means of the end is replaced by means of prediction, simulation, programmed anticipation, and indeterminate mutation, all governed, however, by the code. SED60. DNA and molecular cybernetics provide the ominous model for total cybernetic control by stimulated, simulated, and anticipated response. SED67. Get to the code, and you run everything. Cybernetics had always been about anticipation. In order to hit a moving target, the anti-aircraft weaponry Weiner had worked on needed to predict not where the target was at the point when the missile was launched, but where it would be at the point of impact. Hence the slogan of control is don't strike where your enemy is, strike where it will be. Hypercontrol tends towards the production of even tighter feedback loops. Its slogan then would be never strike where your enemy will be, kill its parents. Cybernetic anticipation is always double-edged, suggesting not only prediction, but determination, self-fulfilling prophecy. SED67, as Baudrillard has it. Yet, this process itself makes prophecy moot, precisely because it makes any effective delineation of causal determination impossible. White magical capture. Baudrillard's example of this is the opinion poll. The question that concerned opinion in the political class worries about: do polls affect voting behavior? Polls manipulate the undecidable. Do they affect votes? True or false? Do they yield exact photographs of reality, or of mere tendencies, or a refraction of this reality in a hyperspace of simulation whose curvature we do not know? True or false? Undecidable. SED66 codes logic as Baudrillard delineates. It is not describable in terms of Casapristing effect, from which it is never really distinct temporally or ontologically. Is DNA the cause of an organism? It is both more and less. 4.5 The decline of the shadow, or the end of the marvelous Jameson, now not the magical speaking beasts or the flowers that look back at you, but the marching automata of Blade Runner's last cavernous private apartment. For Baudrillard, The arrival of cybernetic modeling systems entails the destruction of the category of the marvelous, the former province of myth occupied last of all, perhaps, by surrealism, which was already contributing to its destruction. The melancholy underside to the story we've just outlined is the takeover by hyperreality of everything surreal or irreal. In one sense the hyperreal, for Baudrillard, marks less the decline of the real than the swallowing of all alternatives to it. Hyperreality, the more real than the real, is a cancerization of the real, its metastatic occupation of the zones which used to double reality, shadow, dream, and myth. For Baudrillard, the decline of the marvelous is signaled by what he repeatedly characterized as the disappearance of the shadow and the double, and their replacement by the cybernetic network. But it is important to understand that the cancerization of the real is immediately also a cancerization of the fictional. The two processes require one another. Only when there is only fiction and therefore no more fiction, and only the real and therefore no more reality, does hyperreality begin. It is interesting to compare Baudrillard's position in symbolic exchange and death, especially as outlined in the important section of the Political Economy and Death chapter entitled The Double, and the split with Rosemary Jackson's literary historical analysis of the modern fantastic in her fantasy, The Literature of Subversion. This brings us back to the question of the nature of the demonic, since for Jackson the modern fantastic is characterized by a radical shift in the naming or interpretation of the demonic. F43. In her account of the fantastic, Jackson draws upon Todorov's influential The Fantastic, a structural approach to a literary genre. Here Todorov famously distinguishes between the marvelous, the fantastic, and the uncanny. As Jackson explains in Todorov's diagrammatic representation of the changing forms of the fantastic, there is a move from the marvelous, which predominates in a climate of belief in supernaturalism and magic, through the purely fantastic, in which no explanation is to be found, to the uncanny, which explains all strangeness as generated by unconscious forces. For Todorov, the fantastic is defined by an anxiety on the part of the reader and the characters which takes the form of a hesitation between explanations in terms of the supernatural and the natural. According to Todorov, the purely fantastic text establishes absolute hesitation in the protagonist and reader. They can neither come to terms with the unfamiliar events described, nor dismiss them as supernatural phenomena. Anxiety, then, is not merely a thematic feature, but is incorporated into the structure of the work to become its defining element. F28. Arguing that the uncanny is not a specifically literary mode, Jackson replaces it with the mimetic, ultimately placing her version of the fantastic between the opposite modes of the marvelous and the mimetic. F32. It is hardly surprising, Jackson notes, that the fantastic comes into its own in the 19th century, at precisely that juncture when a supernatural economy of ideas was giving way to a natural one, but had not yet been completely displaced by it. F25. So, where once the term demonic originally denoted a supernatural being, a ghost, or spirit, or genius, or devil, and it usually connote a malignant destructive force at work, F54, Jackson shows that during the course of the 19th century the demonic comes to stand for something internal to the subject. She describes a move from a supernatural. Over the course of the 19th century, fantasies structured around dualism, often variations of the Faust myth, reveal the internal origin of the other. F55. Here, in a simultaneous domestication of both the demonic and the unconscious, the demonic is no longer supernatural, but is an aspect of personal and interpersonal life, a manifestation of unconscious desire. F55. In a sense, Baudrillard accepts Jackson's whole story, but predictably gives it a melancholy spin, whilst adding a biting cultural political critique. In Baudrillard's terms, the narrative which places psychological interiority at the endpoint of a disenchanted history is by no means innocent. It is part of a process by which modern Western culture defines itself as the inevitable teleological destination of planetary process, appropriating previous cultures as its forebears. The destruction of the double goes hand in hand with the production of the Christian soul, the ultimate achievement of a spiritualist project. For Baudrillard, the rise of psychological and psychoanalytic 162 Flatline constructs interpretation SED 140 as the authorized forms of capitalist realism bring an end to the primitive double. SED 140 Shadow Spectre Reflection Image SED 140 The primitive double haunts post-monotheistic, psychoanalytic culture, which appropriates it as a crude prefiguration of the soul SED 140. Yet soul and consciousness have everything to do with the principle of the subject's unification, and nothing to do with the primitive double. On the contrary, the historical advent of the soul puts an end to a proliferating exchange with spirits and doubles which, as a direct consequence, gives rise to another figure of the double, wending its way beneath the surfaces of Western reason. SED 141. This modern Western double is inextricably connected with alienation. It is the double as the lost part of the self, a fantastic ectoplasm, an archaic resurgence issuing from guilt and the depths of the unconscious. SED 141. The primitive double, however, is radically non-alienated because it is a partner with whom the primitive has a personal and concrete relationship, sometimes happy and sometimes not. SED 141. Whereas the Westerner always apprehends his double as the missing half of a fragmented unity, the primitive has a reciprocal, non-symmetrical relationship with his double. The primitive really can trade, as we are forever forbidden to do, with his shadow, the real shadow, not a metaphor, as with some original living thing in order to converse, protect, and conciliate this tutelary or hostile shadow. The shadow is precisely not the reflection of an original body, it has a full part to play, and it is consequently not an alienated part of the subject, but one of the figures of exchange. SED 141. Alienation, Baudrillard says, only comes into play when there is an internalization of an abstract agency, whether psychological the ego, and the ego ideal religious God, or the soul or moral conscience, and the law to which everything else is subordinated. SED 141. Once the introjection of these agencies is achieved, the double ceases to be an ambivalent figure, and becomes associated only with death and madness, as Baudrillard establishes by reference to a whole tradition of horrific literature. It is at this point that the primitive thought of the double as exchange and continuity is lost, and the haunting double comes to the fore as the subject's discontinuity in death and madness. Whoever sees his devil sees his death. A vengeful and vampiric double, an unqueet soul, the double begins to prefigure the subject's death, haunting him in the very midst of his life. This is Dostoevsky's double, or Peter Schlemel's The Man Who Lost His Shadow. We have always interpreted the double as a metaphor of the soul, consciousness, native soil, and so on. Without this incurable idealism, and without being taken as a metaphor, the narrative is so much more extraordinary. We have all lost our real shadows, we no longer speak to them, and our bodies have left with them. SED 142. Baudrillard then turns to Freud specifically, and to his treatment of the double in his essay Das Unheimliche, the Uncanny. The double features in Freud only as a kind of extension of the ego. Freud refers to Ranke's work, First Double of the Body, PFL 356. Thoughts of the double, Freud speculates, must have sprung from the soil of unbounded self-love. The uncanny is, supposedly, Freud's attempt to give an account of a very particular feeling of dread and horror, PFL 14339, although Gothic Materialism would prefer to regard the essay as an attempt to keep at bay, by means of subjectivization, exactly the dread and horror it affects to confront. Beginning with an inventory of usages of the terms, Freud famously shows that the meaning of the words unheimlich, unheimlich, and its ostensible opposite heimlich only continually bleed into one another. Among its different shades of meaning, the word heimlich exhibits one which is identical with its opposite, unheimlich. PFL 14345. For Freud, The feeling of the uncanny arises from this disturbing combination of the strange and the familiar. First of all, referring to a certain authority on the uncanny, Freud dismisses the idea that the uncanny is directly connected with doubts whether an apparently animate being is really alive, whilst the theme of the animate doll is, Freud notes, a factor in Hoffmann's short story The Sandman, a story he takes to be exemplary of the uncanny. It is not its main theme. This, rather, is that of the Sandman who threatens to tear out children's eyes. Passing through the substitutive relation between the eye and the male organ PFL 14352, Freud quickly decides that the Sandman is really about a fear of castration. Feelings of the uncanny can always be traced back to such repressed childhood experiences. The uncanny is in reality nothing new or alien, but something familiar and old established in the mind. PFL 14363. The idea of dolls coming to life, a theme which, having apparently dismissed, Freud returns to, suggests another factor from childhood. PFL 14355. We remember that in their early games children do not distinguish at all sharply between living and inanimate objects. PFL 14355. Animistic beliefs, for Freud, are to be regarded as belonging to the most primitive part of the mind, an ontogenetic equivalent of the phylogenetic stage of the savage. Baudrillard cleverly turns these arguments against Freud. This is how psychology, our authority in the depths, our own next world, this omnipotence, magical narcissism, fear of the dead, this animism or primitive psychical apparatus, is quietly palmed off on the savages in order then to recuperate them for ourselves as archaic traces. Baudrillard fulminatus. But Baudrillard shows rather elegantly how it is Freud himself. The thesis of the omnipotence of thoughts applies less to primitive culture than to a modern and postmodern culture that insists on the category of the psychological as a cross-cultural universal. Freud does not think this is what he said in speaking of narcissistic overvaluation of mental processes. If there is such an overvaluation of one's own mental processes, to the point of exporting this theory, as we have done with our morality and techniques, SED 143, Freud's dismissal of the double, or what amounts to the same thing, his psycho-reductive account of it, constitutes a contribution to a spiritual project through which all previous cultures are absorbed and transformed into precursors, archaic traces. Freud's supposedly atheistic psychoanalysis is, for Baudrillard, actually continuous with a Christian westernization whose moves it recapitulates, but even more successfully. This is what kills off the proliferation of doubles and spirits, consigning them once again to the spectral, embryonic corridors of unconscious folklore, like the ancient gods, that Christianity vertifault. SED 142. This process of transformation is completed by Freud and Ranke's psychologization of the double. By a final ruse of spirituality, this internalization also psychologists doubles, Baudrillard complains. In fact, it is interpretation in terms of an archaic psychical apparatus that it is the very last form of the Vertuflung, the demonic corruption and elimination of the primitive double. SED 142, but it may well be that children and savages have the last laugh. 4.6 Mechanism and Animism or Gremlins in the Hyperol Gibson. The new jockeys, they make deals with things. CZ 169 Gibson. But did it wake? Kumiko wondered when the alley was empty. Did its laser vision scan the silent fall of midnight snow? Ella 174 Kant. Moral teleology compensates for physical teleology and for the first time supplies a basis for theology. For physical teleology on its own could not provide a basis for anything but a demonology. But if Baudrillard's simulated history culminates here in the triumph of a code that can only be subverted by its own drive to perfectibility, Gibson and Deleuze-Guattari seem to open another set of possibilities for the connections between the demonic and the cybernetic. In contrast with Baudrillard's cybernetics of control, at first sight, The Gothic elements in Gibson could appear to be merely vestigial superstitions, whose carryover into terminal culture is motivated by a psychological need to populate the godless regions of cyberspace with familiar belief structures. This, indeed, is how one of the characters rationalize it. There's a whole new apocrypha out there, really. Ghost ships, lost cities, there's a pathos to it, when you think about it. I mean, every bit of it's locked into orbit. All of it man-made, known, own, mapped. Like watching myths take root in a parking lot. But I suppose people need that, don't they? MLO 111 to the extent that this is true, Gibson would appear to be complicit with a Weberian narrative of rationalization. This, in effect, is the narrative Baudrillard accepts. Cybernetic control by the code constitutes the final triumph of a post-Protestant culture which has stripped the world of its gods. Gibson himself is equivocal. His own theologizations or demonizations of cyberspace hesitate between a vision of technotheological transcendence, in which the Matrix as late-arriving cybernetic godhead MLO 238 redeems a human history it effectively culminates, and a delusguetary picture of a dehumanized cyberspace peopled by roaming intelligences. The following passage from Mona Lisa Overdrive summarizes the two positions, the folklore of console jockeys' continuity. What do you know about that? What would you like to know, Angie? When it changed, the myth form is usually encountered in one of two modes. One mode assumes that the cyberspace matrix is inhabited, or perhaps visited, by entities whose characteristics correspond with the primary myth form of a higher people. The other involves assumptions of omniscience, omnipotence, and incomprehensibility on the part of the matrix itself, that the matrix is God. In a manner of speaking, although it would be more accurate in terms of the myth form to say that the matrix has a God, if it has limits it isn't omnipotent. Exactly. How about the stories about? They don't. Both are variants of when it changed. Both are of very recent origin. MLO 138.9, the discussion is somewhat reminiscent of the Theo-cybernetic debates in Wiener's God and Golem. Although in line with a certain cyber-transcendence, Gibson plays with a possibility that is almost the reverse of the one Weiner entertained. As we saw in the last chapter, Weiner wondered what limits there were to the escape of machinic intelligence once the dogmas of omnipotence and omniscience are abandoned. Gibson, against this picture of emergent oneness, the stories about things in the matrix posit the fragmentation of the matrix into entities paralleled or identified with the low of Haitian voodoo. The crucial moment retrospectively accorded mythic status is the end of Neuromancer, when Wintermute and Neuromancer fuse into a matrix which is itself metamorphosed when it changed. On the one hand, what it changes into seems to be a familiar image of science-fictional transcendence achieved sentience as the mind of God. On the other, what it changes into it is a properly cyberpunk and Gothic materialist vision of teeming multiplicity. Things in the matrix, pandemonium, all the demons and demons everywhere. The cybernetic lexicon has shown a remarkable predilection for invoking the word demon. For obvious reasons, cybernetic systems simulate conscious function without possessing it. The term demonic suggests both this possibility of agency without subjectivity and hints at the power of metamorphic becoming proper to entities of simulation. Wiener's writings are replete with warnings about the demonic and devilish power of such cybernetic systems. Fearing that the machine, like the genie, which can learn and make decisions on the basis of its learning, will in no way be obliged to make such decisions as we should have made, or will be acceptable to us. HUHB 185 Weiner refers to a demoniac sanction HUHB 130 and a devilment that scientists apprentice sorcerers HUHB 130 from its very beginnings the modernist science of cybernetics was haunted by the resurgence of belief structures which, in Freud's terms, would have to be considered vestiges from the most archaic parts of the mind, beliefs he characterized as animistic. According to Weiner, when confronted with cybernetic machines, human beings found themselves behaving as if the systems possessed agency. Since the systems cybernetics produced behaved at least quasi-autonomously, they naturally gave rise to the belief in non-human and non-subjective agencies, as Weiner explains by reference to aircraft crews' interaction with airplanes which used self-corrective cybernetic circuits. The semi-humorous superstition of the gremlin among the aviators was probably be interpreted as friendly or hostile. For example, the wings of an airplane are deliberately built in such a manner as to stabilize the plane, and their stabilization, which is of the nature of feedback, may easily be felt as a personality to be antagonized when the plane is forced into unusual maneuvers. Dealing with the cybernetic systems of these aircraft presented the aviators with many of the same perceptual clues as would interaction with another conscious being. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would posit another entity, rather than a technical system, when they were working in, or more properly perhaps, with the airplane. Our consciousness of will in another person, Weiner argued, is just that sense of encountering a self, maintaining mechanism aiding or opposing our actions. By providing such a self-stabilizing resistance, the airplane acts as if it had purpose, in short, as if it were inhabited by a Gremlin 42 at the other end of cybernetic era. In Gibson's Near Future, we find a Japanese businessman explaining to his daughter why personality construct cubes are not souls. Had explained that the cubes housed the recorded personalities of former executives, corporate directors. Their souls, she asked. No, Head said, and smiled, then added that the distinction was a subtle one. They are not conscious. They respond when questioned, in a manner approximating the response of the subject. If they are ghosts, then holograms are ghosts. ML 174. Given what Weiner has implied, the girl Kumika's confusion is a response more true to the complexities of cybernetics' response than is her father's confidence. One corollary of what Weiner says in connection with the aircraft gremlins is that the positing of personality and of conscious mental process is a side effect of the perception of purposive function, which can now, as one of the first principles of cybernetics insists, be technicized. At any rate, Gibson is well aware that the development of cybernetic machines produces increasingly anomalous systems that suggest at the very least that the distinction between living and non-living, between thing and entity, is becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. Hence the return of animism, which can closely be paralleled with diminism, which brings us back to the children Sherry Turkle discusses in her Life on the Screen. Like Gibson's Kumiko, these children, confronted with cybernetic systems capable, of course, of an infinitely more subtle variety of responses and interactions than were the primitive aviation systems the wartime airmen encountered, offer a complex account of their engagement with machines that defies many of the old ontological assumptions. But we need to consider more carefully what is at stake in animist belief system, in part because Deleuze-Guattari make a point of distinguishing their mechanism from animism. Significantly, this distinction is advanced during the course of a discussion of children. Children are Spinozists, TP 256 Deleuze-Guattari declare. It has been noted that for children an organ has 1,000 vicissitudes, that it is difficult to localize, difficult to identity. It is in turn a bone, an engine, excrement, the baby, a hand, daddy's heart. This is not at all because the organ is experienced as a part object. It is because the organ is exactly what its elements make it according to their relation of movement and rest, and the way in which this relation combines with or splits off. This is not animism any more than it is mechanism. Rather, it is universal mechanism, a plane of consistency occupied by an immense abstract machine occupied by an infinite number of assemblages. TP 256 emphasis added. This passage is implicitly aimed against Freud, whose little haunts they discuss in the sentences immediately preceding it. The distinction of mechanism and animism is no doubt impelled by a desire to separate their position from Freud's in totem and taboo and the uncanny. But is it possible to find a version of animism compatible with Deleuze-Guattari's mechanism? One way of cashing out what Deleuze-Guattari say about mechanism is in terms of a dissolution of an ontology of objects. What they emphasize is the irreducibility of dynamical process. It is not as if there are objects subject to Spinoza's speeds and slownesses. There is only a continuum of speeds and slownesses which are then apprehended as objects by subjects. The same object can be part of an infinity of different machines. Conventionally understood, animism could be seen as the complement to Freudian explanation. Here, the natural world, and presumably the world of cultural production, is treated as if it possessed the same features of intentionality which are supposedly unique to human beings, or at least to organisms. Jacques Minnaud offers a fairly conventional definition. Animist belief, in Minnaud's summary, consists essentially in a projection into inanimate nature of man's awareness of the intensely telonomic function of his own central nervous system. It is, in other words, the hypothesis that natural phenomena can and must be explained in the same manner by the same laws as subjective human activity, conscious and purposive, whilst animism no doubt posits a single plane inhabited by human beings, the natural world, and technical machines. It is to follow Freud into a kind of psychologistic reductivism to assume, if a single plane is genuinely being posited, it makes no sense to say that it is being projected by a psychological agent, precisely because the distinction between such agents and the world around them is what is at issue. Understood in this way, animism would be merely the other side to organicism, with non-organic processes. Understood to function in many ways like the way in which organisms are understood to operate. To reconcile mechanism with animism entails holding onto the concept of a single plane Deleuze-Guattari's plane of consistency occupied by an immense abstract machine, but it equally demands the abandonment of any special organic feature, which is then supposedly projected onto the inorganic. On the plane of consistency, there is nowhere to project from nor to. Ron Glash gives a more interesting account. While animist religions are still active in Africa today, this conception of animated physical form is quite ancient, and is reflected in the myths of God creating humanity from clay. In some North African traditions, certain spiritualists could create their own clay robots, golems. Goldsmith reports golem legends going back to the 4th century BC, and describes their continuing popularity in Jewish legend. Norbert Wiener, the Jewish founder of analog cybernetics, was quite influenced by this concept of information embedded in physical dynamics. He made several references to the golem in his writing, and reported that even as a child he was fascinated by the idea of making a doll come alive. Eglish's position parallels Gibson's in positing connections between voodoo and contemporary cybernetic systems. But what is interesting about the children Turkle describes is that they do not so much seek to make the inanimate come alive. The issue, for the children Turkle studied, is that agency does not require life. The most recent generation of children, who seem so willing to grant psychological status to not alive machines, have become accustomed to objects that are both interactive and opaque. These children have learned what to expect of these objects and how to discriminate between them and what is alive. But even as children make those discriminations, they also grant new capacities and privileges to the machine world on the basis of its animation, if not its life. Agency can be distributed across a plane that is indifferent to life. This might once again establish a point of connection with Spinoza, whose philosophy has no place for the distinction between life and death, but which, as we have seen above, in Deleuze-Guattari's reconstruction, defines bodies in terms of speeds and slownesses, different quanta of animation. Turkle claims that faced with computers, children assume that the technical system is not alive. This is perhaps an unnecessary reterritorialization, Gothic materialism finds the concepts of agency and entity much more congenial. Agency implies a capacity for response, but has no necessary suggestion of any interiority or conscious reflection. The emergent mythos of demonism in Gibson's cyberspace depends upon the notion of entities with which one can trade. The new jockeys, they make deals with things. CZ 169. This emphasis on trade with an entity that is really different, not a physiologistic projection, recapitulates then the relationship between Baudrillard's primitive double and the shadow. It is a matter of a real relationship with something exterior. 4.7 Capitalism as Toy Story hyperfiction. Strange loops and rhizomes if, in the context of cybernetics, Freud's dismissal of animism seems hasty. Turkel's work reinforces the observation which, although well-worn, is more than glib cliché, that children know more about computers than their parents, and the early encounter with such cybernetic systems preemptively disables much of the metaphysics the adult world seeks to impose. Children, that is to say, increasingly live in a Gothic materialist chasmos. Children, instinctual animists, identify with toys and dolls, subjecting themselves to and projecting themselves onto the inanimate. Every 12-year-old knows that I is an other and another and another. Under capitalism, the idea that toys do not have a certain agency becomes increasingly questionable. It may be the case that children take for granted not only a Freudian animism, but a neo-Marxian picture of necromantic capital. It would only be natural for children to share what, in Chapter 1, we saw Judith Halberstam characterize as Mara's Gothic picture of capitalism. Blitzed with capitalist hyperstimulus, children are already participants in capitalism. In many ways, children occupy the frontier zones of capitalism, operating as probe heads in what, for adults, is the future. Indeed, the Freudian model of regression could be radically reversed. It might be said that the child's universe of animist presences and animal becomings has far more purchase on capitalist and schizophrenic reality than adults' continued belief in subjective interiority. To a certain extent, we can look to children to see what we are starting to think ourselves. Capitalism, it could be said, is giving an agency to toys far more far-reaching than was achieved by Hoffman's clunky automaton. Naturally, the role of fiction is absolutely central to the toy-child relation. But it is a fiction which enjoys a peculiar relation to the real. Increasingly, children are presented with toys and fictional systems which emerge together in a loop. Where once there was a serial trajectory, comic books, toys films, or toys films. Comic books now, toys films, comic books, and innumerable other examples of merchandising are issued simultaneously. The notion of the original and the copy is systematically eroded by a digital uncanny that generalized simulation by fusing capital and fiction. Take the example of Disney's Toy Story cybernetic capitalism's riposte to Freud's uncanny here, in a film that was entirely generated by computer animation. Digitized versions of old toys are presented next to new fictionalized toys. But fictionality has a new sense here. It no longer has anything to do with a fantastic unattainability. On the contrary, the toys on screen are available immediately as consumer objects as soon as you leave the cinema. The toys really are toys. In an increasingly familiar pattern, the film functions as an advertisement for the toys, which function as an advertisement for it, in an ever-tightening spiral. The fictional is immediately real. In the most palpable sense, it can be bought. This, then, is hyperfiction, a process whereby fiction and reality are radically smeared. Unlike metafiction, hyperfiction assumes no special role for the author or indeed for the text. On the contrary, it is only when the author and the text have become immanentized that a hyperfictional circuit is in place. Who cares who wrote Toy Story? What is crucial is not the representation of reality, but the feedback between fiction and the real. Toy Story doesn't reflect reality. It actively intervenes in it, inducing children via their attached servo mechanisms, parents, to consume commodities. Hyperfiction then can be defined as fiction which makes itself real. What connects hyperfiction with animism is precisely the escape of agency from the subject. Fiction itself gains an agency, an ability to intervene into the real. To elaborate the concept of hyperfiction entails taking and deflecting a little Baudrillard's favorite prefix hyper, deterritorializing the term from its use in his work. Baudrillard, of course, characterized the hyperreal as the more real than real. We will take this to designate an intense amplification of processes of immanentization. As Baudrillard has established, hyperfictional process is defined by an escape from the text, in particular from the mono-authored text. At least two characteristics must be in place for hyperfiction to be operating. Hyperfiction escapes the text not in the direction of transcendence like Beckett's unamable, but in the direction of radical immanence. What is inevitably destabilized is the authority of the text and concomitantly the power of the reality principle. Even as it intervenes in the real, hyperfiction subtracts the authority to represent the real from texts. At the same time, it is directly effective upon its reader-consumer. The concept of hype takes us close to the abstract mechanic operations of hyperprocess, using what Baudrillard would call sign-value hype transforms desired end products into potentials, which can be exploited precisely to bring about the desired end products. Assuming the success of a commodity functions to make it successful. Radically looped into itself, it need hardly be pointed out that the economy increasingly functions in such hyperspirals as capital more than ever migrates from having any actual referent towards Morris' increasingly fleeting forms, futures, etc. All that is solid melts into the abstract and the virtual. Morris' analyses of exchange value anticipated Baudrillard in their recognition of the role that fictions such as potentials have in capitalism. Deleuze-Guattari's productively ambiguous notion of fictional quantities reinforces this intuition. It takes in both the idea of fiction that can be quantified and of quantities that have to be conceived of as fictional. What is decisively broken down here is the conventional opposition between fiction and the real. If fiction can be quantified, it belongs to the real, but if quantities can be fictionalized, then the real belongs to fiction. What could be more real than a quantity? Stripped of a Marxian referent like the labor theory of value, capital itself becomes exactly a fictional quantity, an entity, of course, with its own animistic agency. The hyper must be opposed to processes with which it is often conflated, metaprocesses, which, as we said above, are defined by an imploded transcendence. Baudrillard's work is often read as if it were exclusively about the meta. As theorists dedicated to radical immanence, Deleuze-Guattari naturally can be placed on the side of the hyperprocess. Even as they identify a myriad of processes which are describable in terms of imploded transcendence, capitalism itself, for instance, whilst never actually posing the hypermeta distinction in quite the terms that it will be deployed here, Hofstadter's Gödel, Escher, Bach, and its take-up into the analysis of fiction by Brian Michael has provided an Michael's valuable but partial analyses of fiction effectively concentrate on the question of recursion. Instead of mirroring the world, Michael's postmodernist texts construct vortices that implode into themselves. But this is not the only kind of recursion there is. What Hofstadter locates in Gödel, Escher, Bach are, in effect, two types of recursion. One corresponding to what he calls self-transcendent sethes is the kind of recursion with which Michael's postmodernist fiction is principally concerned, the other corresponding to a radical immanentization. Escher's paintings often exemplify the first type of recursion. The best example here would probably be the drawing of two hands. An example of the second would be Gödel or Cantor's mathematics, which show the systematic hostility of numeric systems to axiomatic overcoding. Numbers can always escape any transcendent statement made about them. Metasystems behave as if they believe in the reality of transcendent description, which is to say in the reality of the power of framing structures to embed whereas hypersystems are hostile to any attempt to hierarchize or stratify phenomena. Hofstadter has a term for this radical implexion, the strange loop or tangled hierarchy. At one level, the strange loop is a way of describing chicken and egg processes, in which the product of any process is also one of its founding presuppositions. What should belong to an embedded or subordinate level of a system escapes to a higher level of the system. Unlike metasystems, which, as we have seen, are continually seeking transcendent dimensions, hypersystems are continually seeking to eliminate any overcutting by unity. As Deleuze-Guattari write, unity always operates in a dimension supplementary to that of the system considered. TP6. It is the rhizome or multiplicity, of course, that for Deleuze-Guattari never allows itself to be overcoded, never has available to it over and above its number of lines, that is, over above the multiplicity of numbers attached to those lines. TP9. The rhizome then constitutes the exemplary case of what we are calling a hypersystem, a system that is inherently opposed to transcendence and unity. Rhizomes, like all hypersystems, subtract unity, just as they will not allow the emergence of an overcutting supplementary dimension. The multiple must be made, not by always adding a higher dimension, but rather in the simplest of ways, with the number of dimensions one already has available always and one the only way the one belongs to the multiple always subtracted. TP6. They are continually connecting up to an outside. Think of Deleuze-Guattari's description of the rhizomatized book. The book only exists through the outside and on the outside. TP4. Hence the flat line again, but in another guise. All multiplicities are flat, Deleuze-Guattari insist, in the sense that they fill or occupy all their dimensions. Multiplicities are defined by the outside, by the abstract line, the line of flight or deterritorialization according to which they change in nature and connect with other multiplicities. The plane of consistency grid is the outside of all multiplicities. TP9, the strange loop, and the Deleuze-Guattari rhizome are closely related, although, interestingly, Hofstadter ultimately denies real immanence to the strange loop, arguing that any apparent strange loop is underpinned by what he calls an inviolable layer. One example he gives is of an author Z. Hofstadter says that this can happen, but only in something like a novel by author H, who remains supplementary to, which is to say transcendent of, the tangled hierarchy. Needless to say, though Deleuze-Guattari put no limits on rhizomatic process, reality as such is constructed out of strange loops or rhizomes, which nevertheless can become arborified, closed down and hierarchized. The production of apparently inviolable layer is an effect of stratification, a judgment of God, which is to say, what might ultimately separate the strange loop from the rhizome is that, in the former hierarchy is simply tangled. 4.8. A closing parable, hyperfiction in the mouth of madness, Sutter Kane. This book will drive you absolutely mad. It will make the world ready for the change. It takes its power from new readers. That's the point, belief. Once people begin to lose the difference between fantasy and reality, the old ones can begin their journey back. The more people who believe, the faster the journey. And by the way the other books have sold, this one is bound to be very, very popular. Deleuze-Guattari, if the writer is a sorcerer, it is because writing is a becoming. TP 240. We will conclude with an analysis of a film which is very much about a strange looped authorship relation. John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, 1994. In the Mouth of Madness is a film which is about fiction as contagion, fiction as an artificial intelligence fiction which makes itself real. In the Mouth of Madness is perhaps the only film to merit the description hyper-horror. It is a film. Rather, it exploits the conventions of the genre descriptions of which it implexes into the deeds to amplify. In Hofstadter's terms, it is a film which perceives and recursively processes its own programming as a horror film without attempting to trash it itself. In the Mouth of Madness takes on all the themes familiar from Baudrillard we discussed above, especially the idea of the fictional invading and destroying the real but it does so more in the spirit of Gothic materialism than in the terms of Baudrillard's melancholia. Carpenter's Lovecraft-saturated film is a deliberate redescription of the horror genre in terms of capitalism and schizophrenia. Beginning with shots of pulp horror novels being mass-produced, it is a film about craze, about fictional quantities which erode the reality principle. The film's anchor is the insurance man John Trent. Trent is hired by a publishing company to investigate the disappearance of their most successful novelist, the horror writer Sutter Kane. Trent is warned in what he thinks of as a hype that reading Kane's work has a powerful, destabilizing effect on some readers. But contemptuous of the horror genre and confident in his own subjectivity in My Own Man, No One Pulls My Strings, Trent laughs this off, displaying, at first a bluff G. Moore-type empiricism, I know what's real. Following a set of clues, Trent is drawn to the town of Hobbs N54 town. It was previously thought. Naturally, Trent at first assumes that he has been set up as part of a publicity stunt. Kane's disappearance, even Hobbs End itself, have been fabricated as part of a particularly elaborate simulation. But he learns that, whilst Kane's disappearance was initially planned, the subsequent events had spiraled out of control. Aspects of Kane's fiction had begun to make themselves real. Meanwhile, the socius is becoming gripped by Kane mania. Crazed mobs hungry for a fix of Kane's prose have beset bookshops, turning them into riot zones. Trent, meanwhile, becomes subject to strange glitches in space and time and increasingly loses his grip on reality. This reaches its schizophrenic pitch when he meets Kane, who tells him that he is merely a character in the new novel he is writing, entitled, of course, In the Mouth of Madness. Kane to Trent, I think therefore you are. Ultimately, Trent now incarcerated in an asylum. He has been drawn into the hyperreal, a reality fatally contaminated by fiction. Kane is a composite horror novelist. The SC initials recall the SK of Stephen King, while what we hear of Kane's prose in theme and style closely resembles Lovecraft, a favorite author of Deleuze. Guattari, of course, who is invoked in a number of places in 1,000 Platus. In an overblown, typically Lovecraftian style, Kane invokes the return of the old ones Lovecraft had continually foretold. As with Lovecraft, for Kane horror resides not so much in the empirical encountering of hideous, unholy abominations as in the transcendental trauma such encounters produce. Faced with such anomalies, it becomes impossible to hold on to any stable sense of reality. Horror, that is to say, cannot be disassociated from schizophrenia. But what Kane adds to Lovecraft is a stress on the role of horror fiction as an agent of this process. Kane's novels, as he explains to Trent, provide a necessary prerequisite, the softening of the boundaries between the fictional and the real for the old ones to return. Initially, this seems like another version of Mikhail Barth's analogy of the author with God, but in the end Kane sees himself as a machine, part of an impersonal process. He is merely a conduit through which the old one's schizo signal can pass. Although he thought he was making it all up, and now it is. All those horrible slimy things trying to get back. Fire all true. A strange loop is in place. What should be inside Kane's texts, the old ones as fictional presence, are in fact responsible for the existence of the texts, the fictions themselves. It is they who were, secretly, the agents behind his fiction, not Kane himself. And their line of flight is constituted precisely by a fiction becoming real and a real becoming fictional. Do you want to know the problem with religion? Kane asks Trent. It's never known how to convey the anatomy of horror. Religion seeks discipline through fear. Noon's ever believed enough to make it real. The same can't be said of my works. When Trent objects that books aren't real, Kane points out that his books have sold over 1 billion copies. Have been translated into 18 languages. More people believe in my work than believe in the Bible. That's what matters, Kane tells Trent. Belief. In a sense, though, the emphasis on belief places us back in an economy that Cain's novels have dismantled, since it seems that the process of fiction making itself real is more dependent upon hype than it is on belief. The old ones hype themselves back into existence, emerging only when humanity's picture of reality has fallen apart. Yet Cain's sense of belief naturally has a special skew which tends towards an equation with hype. It is belief in a cybernetically active, rather than an epistemologically passive sense. It is belief in this sense that Deleuze Guattari refer to when they write of the beliefs and desires that are the basis of every society, because they are flows, and as such are quantifiable, they are veritable social quantities. TP 219. Similarly, as the epistemological spread of Cain's fiction shows quantities can become beliefs. To believe in Cain's novels is to contribute via intense feedback, like Deleuze Guattari in The Mouth of Madness participates in the hyperfictionalization of Lovecraft. In treating Lovecraft as an authority or source rather than as a literary text to be the subject of readings, A Thousand Places shifts him from being a fantasy author. The treatment of particular Lovecraft formulations as if real in Carpenter's film, as in Deleuze Guattari, distributes them beyond their original textual instantiations. Lovecraft's work, which has been supplemented by numerous other authors, including Ramsey Campbell and Brian Lumley, has already hyperfictionally propagated far beyond his original corpus of writings. And right at the heart of this process is the hyperfictional text, the Necronomicon, a work supposedly invented by Lovecraft, which has nevertheless been written about as if real. Questions about the Necronomicon's ontological status, does it exist, do not in any way contribute to the stabilization of its relation to the real. They add to the Necronomicon's hyperfictionality. In the Mouth of Madness raises the possibility that even if Lovecraft thought he was making the Necronomicon up, perhaps the Necronomicon is only as yet a potential text to be retro-assembled from Lovecraft's fiction and commentary about it. Like Videodrome, In the Mouth of Madness can be seen as, in part, a parody of what the censorship lobbies say horror will rot your brain, and it points to the massive self-sustaining economic circuits that swarm around particular horror novelists. The sheer quantitative scale of the consumption of Cain's work is itself immediately a social fact. The Gothic processes of 182 Flatline constructs capitalism. Its inorganic propagative patterns are laid bare in novels, whose very sales accelerate those selfsome processes. Ultimately, of course, In the Mouth of Madness is stopped from spiraling into schizoimplex by the fact that it depicts, rather than constitutes, a strange loop. It goes as far as it can go, implexing the film into itself, by presenting In the Mouth of Madness, the movie, as part of the promotion of Cain's novel. But when we leave the cinema we cannot buy Sutter Kane novels in the same way that we can buy the toys of Toy Story, a fact which, when we reflect upon it, there is, that is to say, one of Hofstadter's inviolable layers protecting reality from the strange loop. Both Cain and the old ones belong to the fictional narrative of the film In the Mouth of Madness, for now at least. That is why In the Mouth of Madness remains a Gothic materialist parable. Nevertheless, if what we have said about cybernetic fiction and Gothic materialism holds, the circuits it describes are all too hyperoll. It is not as if capitalism and schizophrenia are merely Hollywood hokum we can dismiss as we leave the cinema. We might be well advised, then, to use In the Mouth of Madness as John Trent learns to use Cain's fictions, as a guide-book to the increasingly strange terrain of capitalism and schizophrenia to be read, perhaps alongside Deleuze Guattari's 2 volumes. As one of the townsfolk of Hobbs End cries out, "First it took the children, now it's coming for us."